The Hasidic Anthology. Tales and Teachings of the Hasidim. Translated from the Hebrew, Yiddish, and German. Selected, compiled, and arranged by Louis I Newman in collaboration with Samuel Spitz. Part 1. Introduction. The Hasidim. Their History, Literature, and Doctrines. By Louis I. Newman. This anthology of Hasidic lore and wisdom derives its material from the utterances attributed to the leaders and sages of the religious movement of Hasidism, which originated during the middle of the 18th century in Podolia, with the appearance of Israel ben Eliezer, 1700 to 1760, the master of the good name, the Baal Shem Tov, or the Besht, as he came to be known. The parables, tales, aphorisms, epigrams, fables, anecdotes, exegetical comments, and interpretations ascribed to the Besht formed the foundation for the sayings and writings of his contemporary disciples and their descendants, and for the succeeding generations of their descendants who carried forward his legacy. The leaders of the movement came to be known as Tzaddikim, or righteous ones, and their adherents as Hasidim, or pious ones. An oral tradition incorporated first in manuscripts and later printed in book form arose among the millions of the followers of Hasidism, remaining fluid until today, ever broadening and deepening among the Jewish masses, mainly of Eastern Europe, and in other centers of populous Jewish settlement throughout the world as well. The movement of Hasidism is one of the most remarkable manifestations of the religious spirit in modern times. Humble in origin, it has won for itself the increasing attention and appreciation of scholars and the general public, and it is today the subject of enthusiastic study and comment in rationalistic circles of Western countries. Its chief emphasis has been upon a sense of mystical ecstasy in the communion of God and man, upon the joyful affirmation of life, upon compassion, charity, and love, upon democracy and brotherhood between the rich and the poor, and upon the moral values of the religious system. Hasidism is Judaism with particular points of interest, emphasis, and practice. It is a free and intensely emotional expression of Judaism, adapted to the common people. Out of the experience of multitudes of masters and disciples for nearly 2 centuries has emerged a vast, many-sided, and fascinating literature from which it is possible to cull masterpieces of spiritual and ethical insight. Hasidism is more than a cult. It is a culture. The career of Hasidism may be divided into 2 major eras. The first, the period of the 18th and early 19th century until 1815. The second, the period embracing most of the 19th century, when the movement reached the height of its outward success and later entered into the phase of general spiritual retrogression. These 2 epochs may be subdivided into the following 4 periods. First, the period of the rise of Hasidism, 1740 to 81, covering the activity of the founder, the Besht, as well as of his first disciples, the great Maggid, Dov Ber of Meseritz, and Rabbi Jacob Joseph HaKohen of Polennoi, the Pulnor. It includes also the first years of the struggle between the leaders of Rabbinism and Hasidism. Second, the period of growth and dissemination, 1782 to 1815, during which Hasidism captured the masses of the folk with amazing rapidity. At the same time, the dynasties of the Tzaddikim branch out among the communities of Eastern Europe. Hasidic centers increase, and Hasidic doctrines undergo many variations and refinements. The struggle between the Hasidim and their opponents, the Mitnagedim, reaches its height during this period, and the religious schism is definitely established. Third, the period of the strengthening of Tzaddikism, the phase of the movement which centered about the personality of the Tzaddikim, the saints and perfect or righteous ones of the cult, the advocates of Haskalah, or enlightenment, enlist in the battle against certain aspects of the movement, 1815 to 1870. Hasidic doctrine is absorbed more and more by the cult of the Tzaddikim, who oftentimes tend to subordinate the rationalistic principle, so fundamental in Judaism, to superstition and thaumaturgy. A fanatical zeal is directed against the independent thought of the maskilim by the apologists of Hasidism. Fourth, the period of Hasidism's decline from 1870 to the present time. European secular culture makes profound inroads into Hasidic civilization. The new Hebrew literature undermines the Hasidic philosophy of life among the younger generation. Nevertheless, the common people remain under the spell of the movement and its tzaddikim, and though few distinguished personalities arise among them, certain of the leaders maintain their sway over hundreds of thousands of faithful followers. The literary creative power of Hasidism is weakened in its old age, and the current of Jewish interest sweeps into new channels. Side by side with Rabbinism, Hasidism remains one of the major pillars supporting traditional Judaism in contemporary life. Israel Baal Shem Tov, the Besht. The beginnings of Hasidism can be understood chiefly through the personality of Israel Baal Shem Tov, the Besht, who looms with titanic size in the history of modern religions. A simple villager, born in Okop, Podolia, on the old Polish-Turkish border, he demonstrated himself to be a man of striking magnetism, intense religious fervor, and sage human insight. He became renowned first as a traditional miracle worker, a Baal Shem, or Master of the Name, the magic name of God, wherewith he was reputed to perform wonders. He drew to himself many followers who added the adjective tov, or good, to his appellation, thereby indicating the reverence and confidence he enjoyed among the folk. The rabbis of the regions where he resided or visited soon came to oppose him because of his supposed lack of Talmudic scholarship and his magical practices, but he rapidly gained in authority and fame. The group about him attained the dimensions of a sect and then broadened out into a movement of far-flung influence and power. The Besht brought his message into a Jewish world torn by the contrasts of the mysticism of Isaac Luria of Safed, 1534 to 1572, the Talmudic legalism which for centuries had been the dominant force in Jewish life, and the aftermath of the pseudo-messianic movement of Sabbatai Zevi, which had continued to win allegiance among multitudes even after its central hero in 1666 had abandoned Judaism for Islam. During the early 18th century, the social and economic circumstances of Polish Jewry were deplorable. The people were the target of religious incitement by the Catholic ecclesiastical group. The secular authorities imposed onerous taxes. Pogroms were frequent. The ritual murder charge was promoted to arouse the peasantry against Jewish communities. Opportunity for general education was almost non-existent, and the morale of Polish Jewry was at its lowest ebb. To offset the gloom and hardships of the Jewish masses, the Besht began a ministry seeking to underscore the joyful affirmation of life. He counseled against asceticism and self-affliction, preaching instead the hallowing of all passions and delight in the service of God. He condemned retirement from the world and recommended active participation in human experiences, accepting life with gratitude, enthusiasm, and resolution. Though the activity of the Besht covers a period of more than 25 years, his literary reliquiae consist of only a few letters. The master did not write down his doctrines, but communicated them by word of mouth to his pupils or disciples and friends. Two of the Besht's letters severely criticize fasting and self-castigation as iniquitous inventions of Satan who desires to alienate man from God. To his disciple and literary legatee, Rabbi Jacob Joseph, the Pulnoer, the Besht wrote in admonition against the extreme asceticism to which, for the moment, his disciple had submitted. To understand the manner in which the Besht transmitted his teachings, it is necessary to describe the procedure by which the oral tradition of the Hasidim came into being. The Besht's pupils listened to him in conversations, in public addresses, at the discourse on the occasion of the third Sabbath meal, in the synagogue, when he expounded portions of the law and on other relevant occasions in the circle of his adherents. Sometimes his disciples made annotations directly from his spoken words. Sometimes these notes were on the basis of hearsay and reports of other persons who had been present, or who had received an account of the Besht's utterances at second hand. Sometimes an imaginative record of his statements would be written down. These notes necessarily, therefore, were incomplete and frequently incorrect, inasmuch as students rarely reproduce with accuracy the opinions of their instructors. Emendations, alterations, additions, and individual interpretations entered into the body of authentic material for which the master himself was responsible. It is not surprising to read that the Besht once exclaimed, at the sight of a written record of his oral teaching, "I have not spoken a single word of this." When the sayings and stories of the Besht and the disciples who followed him in succeeding generations were disseminated among the people, they received even more embellishment and change. Jesus and the Besht, Hasidism and Christianity. Like Jesus, the Besht appreciated that he could secure the allegiance of the common people only if he permitted them to disseminate stories about his powers of healing, his miracles as a wonder worker, and the like. History is filled with such examples. Hasidism commenced with the thaumaturgy of a Baal Shem, but it eventuated in a religion and cult for millions. Christianity, likewise, began with the wonder deeds of a young rabbi, and through the multiplicity of forces playing upon it, became a faith for vast multitudes. Though originally a Jewish movement, Christianity moved outside the circle of the national life of Israel. Hasidism, however, persisted as a Jewish movement, influencing in modern times more and more non-Jews, but remaining dominantly a message to the Jewish folk. It gives an inkling of what the preachment of Jesus, the Master, and his disciples might have become if Hellenic, Roman, and other alien elements had not been synchronized with it in order to form the basis for the new faith of Pauline Christianity. Jesus was an artist in parable and a master of morality, as Joseph Klausner has called him. The Besht also was supremely effective as a teacher of ethics through the medium of parables, folk tales, aphorisms, fables, epigrams, and sermons. Both men were mystics, with an intense sense of the immediacy and omnipresence of God, the loving Father. Both men gathered about themselves bands of disciples, with whom they stood in the classic relationship of rabbi-master and pupil-disciple. Jesus developed his system upon the foundation of traditional Jewish teaching and gave to it, at the same time, a personal direction and content. The Besht also accepted the fundamentals of the inheritance of Israel, but emphasized those features which appealed to his own individuality and temperament, thereby creating a new group in Jewry with its own creed and practices. The chief difference between early Christianity and Hasidism lies in the absence among the Hasidim of a political interest. The ideal of the Messiah plays a role in its teaching, but no single personality was selected to whom adoring disciples attributed the title of Redeemer. The career of Jesus in this respect must be compared in Jewish history to the activities of the pseudo-messiahs, such as Moses of Crete, Abraham Abulafia, David Alroy, Sabbatai Zevi in the 17th, and Jacob Frank in the 18th century. The Hasidim had many points of association with the governments of the countries wherein they were active, and oftentimes the secular authorities intervened in their affairs. Moreover, the tribulations and sufferings of Israel weighed heavily upon them, and they prayed and worked for the ingathering of scattered Israel and the restoration of Palestine. But the Hasidim did not focus these interests in a neo-messianic effort, nor was this the motive force in their ethical, religious, and social system. The political environment wherein Jesus and his disciples found themselves brought about the special circumstances which resulted in the tragic death of the Master at the hands of the Roman overlords. Among the Hasidim, however, the messianic ideal remained what it undoubtedly would have remained among the followers of Jesus, namely, the hope for an era of perfection when the highest aspirations of man created in the image of God, would be realized. The Besht lived for 60 years, was subjected to no known persecution by the non-Jewish rulers of the Ukraine and Poland, and died in peace. During the last 4 years of his life, the Besht witnessed the influence of the Frankist movement in his vicinity, a pseudo-messianic movement based on the Sabbatean heresy, which resulted in the conversion of its adherents to the Christian faith. There are legends regarding the appearance of the Turkish Messiah, Sabbatai Zevi, to the Besht, but it is recounted the Besht, when subjected to temptation, thrust him away so mightily that Zevi fell into the regions where he beheld him in the same plane as Jesus. The Besht declared that in Zevi there had been a holy spark, but the Satan had caught him in his net. Leading disciples of the Besht and their works. We may turn now to a consideration of a few of the leading disciples of the Besht and their writings in an endeavor to trace the continuing channel of Hasidic literature. Though the Pulnor is the first inheritor of the Besht's tradition, it obtained an even finer expression through the Great Maggid, Rabbi Dov Ber of Meseritz, 1710 to 1772. This disciple of the master was eager to give permanence to his philosophy in book form, but he was too gifted a teacher to be able to write, and his time was dedicated to the protection of the youthful Hasidic movement from the onslaughts of its adversaries. The Maggid's own formulations have been brought down to posterity in the unreliable records of his pupils, although independent tzaddikim of note carried forward his doctrines with clarity, power, and literary skill. Rabbi Solomon of Luck in 1784 issued at Koretz a selection of the Sabbath sermons which he had heard his master preach under the title Maggid Devarav LeYaakov, or Likutei Amarim, which went through several editions and became the foundation for other collections, some of which were issued without the name of the disciples responsible. Rabbi Menachem Mendel of Vitebsk died 1788. Like the great Maggid, continued the concept of the omnipresence of God to be found in the soul of all things. And in 1814, Israel Jaffe at Kopis issued his Peri Haaretz, Fruit of the Earth, the Sabbath sermons of the Vitebsker, together with utterances of Rabbi Abraham, the son of the great Maggid. Rabbi Menachem Mendel occupies a unique place in Hasidic history because of his migration to Palestine and the encouragement he thereby gave to Hasidic interest in the rebirth of Zion. Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Lodi died 1813, is regarded as the founder of the important system of Chabad Hasidism, laying emphasis upon wisdom, reason, and knowledge. The initials of these words in Hebrew forming the descriptive phrase, Lithuanian rationalism, the desire to restore to rabbinic study its authority as a pathway to God, and an affection for the mystical lore of the Kabbalah combined to make the Chabad school a vital force in the extension of the movement. Rabbi Shneur Zalman issued in 1796 a reworking of the Shulchan Aruch, and in the same year, the Tanya, his vigorous portrayal of Hasidic doctrine, was printed. Rabbi Shneur oftentimes echoes words of his old friend the Vitebsker, and though the Berditchever, the Medzebozer, and other colleagues did not hesitate to offer critical comment upon the Ladir's viewpoint, the author of the Tanya won the widest esteem and reverence. Rabbi Nachman of Bratslav, 1772 to 1810, great-grandson of the Besht, is without doubt the foremost narrator of tales which Hasidism has produced and is considered by many as the greatest storyteller of the Jewish people. The narratives of the Bratslaver are quaint, filled with visions, supernatural events and personalities, fables of complex but vivid imagery, convincing in their concreteness, most audacious in their fantasy, and ennobled by a profound symbolism. The Bratslaver's tales were intended not only to relieve the distress of the people, as the Besht had wished through the medium of his instruction, but chiefly to serve as a vestment for his doctrines. Although his motive was to teach, his stories grew beyond their purpose, losing themselves in an overflowing abundance of vivid invention and fanciful detail that causes both author and hearer to forget their didactic aim. Major foundations of Hasidic writings. The foundations of Hasidic literature are the classic writings of the Jewish literary heritage, and there is scarcely a feature of the movement which is not discernible in previous aspects of Jewish life. The Besht himself was a combination of the rabbi, the maggid or preacher, and the seer or prophet. His followers, the Tzaddikim, received not only their name from Hebraic literature, but their personality and outlook represented certain phases of Judaism raised to an intense and oftentimes extreme degree. The adherents of the Tzaddikim adopted a biblical name, applied many centuries before to the Hasidim, who formed the spearhead of the heroic defense against the Hellenizers in pre-Maccabean Palestine, and who became the precursors of the Pharisees, from whose midst Jesus himself emerged. When the Hasidim turned to the Torah, it was with an appreciation of its contribution to the evolution of Israel and its faith, but they constantly stressed the gentle and amiable features of the law. They were great lovers of the Psalms, the verses of which they delighted to paraphrase in order to elicit the message of tolerance, kindliness, forbearance, and goodwill uppermost in their own system of belief. They rejoiced in the fervor and ecstasy of the psalmists and amply quoted those psalms which underscored their own deep yearning for communion with the universal God, the omnipresent being whose chief attributes in their eyes were love, forgiveness, and grace. They found the prophets a source of stimulating instruction, but the larger political and international preachment of an Isaiah, an Amos, and a Jeremiah seemed less meaningful to them than their utterances regarding inner faith, charity, sincere religion of the heart, and the good life. The Song of Songs was particularly appealing to the Hasidim because its imagery was useful not only in describing Israel as the bride of God, but also to voice their own sense of immediate association with the loving being in the heavens. The exegetical comments of the Hasidim, which formed so substantial a part of their literature, are in direct line of descent with the works of the great commentators of Jewish history, but it was inevitable that the Hasidic writers should turn their interpretation of Holy Writ to their own doctrinal interests. As a result, the Hasidic exegetes and preachers took considerable liberty with biblical texts and paraphrased biblical verses according to their special ethical or mystical inclination. Included within the Hasidic commentaries are expressions of moral principles, tales, and epigrams of extraordinary beauty, which patient readers and investigators have sought to cull and oftentimes rework. Nothing is so revelatory of Hasidic psychology as its biblical commentaries, wherein the teachings of love, joy, pity, humility, and inwardness are reinforced by the appeal to sacred authorities. The Pirkei Avot, or the Ethics of the Fathers, the classic compilation of rabbinic ethical maxims uttered before and during the Talmudic era, naturally became a favorite source for Hasidic quotation and discussion. Many of the moral judgments of the Hasidim constitute in themselves a new ethics of the Fathers, and in some instances tend to surpass the ancient model in their pungency, insight, and literary power. Unlike the Karaites, who had combated the rabbis 8 centuries before, the Hasidim did not turn aside from the Talmud. Depending largely upon the temperament and outlook of individual Tzaddikim, they allowed individual leaders great freedom in their approach to rabbinic literature. Many Tzaddikim found stimulus in a discussion of the Halakha, or Talmudic jurisprudence, and several selections of this anthology deal with moot questions of Jewish law. Other Tzaddikim were not interested primarily in Jewish legalism. All, however, occupied themselves with the Midrash, which, by and large, may be said to have proved the chief inspiration of Hasidic teaching. The Midrash contains imaginative fiction of ethical import, folk tales, parables, legends, biographies, bits of human experience narrated in graphic form with a moral message, either by implication or directly expressed, fables, transmitted from the literature of other peoples or originating in Jewish life, aphorisms, epigrams, and sayings of wisdom. It was therefore upon the Midrash that the great preachers of Israel drew for their chief illustrative material. Another foundation element in the making of Hasidism was the Kabbalah, or the tradition of Jewish esoteric lore. The Besht and his followers emphasized the essentials of Kabbalistic cosmology. But once more, the temperament and individuality of the various Tzaddikim determined the use to which the mystical literature of Israel should be placed. The Zohar, the writings of the Ari, or Rabbi Isaac Luria, of Safed and other Kabbalists, profoundly influenced Hasidism, particularly at its inception. But the movement went far beyond the Kabbalah in its application of a doctrine adapted to reality, and in its preachment of a new morality. Hasidic tales and sayings. The tales of the Hasidim are marked by terseness, brevity, and directness. They are models of simplicity and compactness. These stylistic qualities grew out of the importance which the Tzaddikim attached to the instruction of the untutored and humble folk among their adherents. The message of the Hasidic tales and teachings can be best understood when it is remembered that the Besht spoke in sublime similes, like all primary religious figures, wherewith to convince the learned. But he also possessed the power to fascinate the masses with his tales. Tradition adds that these tales were such that everyone heard in them a personal message which was to shape his entire life, although they addressed themselves to all. These tales, which have come down in his name, are, indeed, charming in their simplicity and marvelous in their fantasy. The Liezensker once contrasted himself with Rabbi Schmelk, saying that whereas the latter cured the spirit by means of delicate medicines, he was but a horse doctor, and he could give treatment only with plain and homely medicines, such as the Ten Commandments. The message of the Tzaddikim depended upon the particular viewpoint of the individual teacher. Rabbi Dov Ber, the great Maggid, was interested in communal organization. The Berditchever stressed the higher fear, which led to the higher enjoyment and the higher love. The Ladier, as we have seen, stressed the study of the Torah and wisdom, reason and knowledge. The Karliner believed that the Tzaddik should carry the flock as a father carries his child. The Ropshitzer was a man of great wit and insight. Rabbi Bunam was a rationalist par excellence. Each outstanding Tzaddik had his own special points of emphasis. Nevertheless, the very factors in the environment which gave birth to Hasidism and the severities to which the Jews of Eastern Europe were subjected left its imprint upon the substance and tendencies of the movement. Its constant reiteration of the message of pity, love, and forgiveness may have arisen because the daily experience of the Hasidim at the hands of others lacked these qualities so sadly. Their interest in joy, laughter, gaiety, the song, the dance, and the cup of cheer may have been a compensation for the gloom and rigor of much of life as they witnessed it round about. Their insistence upon enthusiasm and enkindlement in worship, and upon sincerity in conduct and observance, may have been a foil for the tepid and formalistic traits of much of Jewish observance in their neighborhood. Their preachment of humility, modesty, democracy, and brotherhood may have been offered as a curative for unwarranted distinctions between the learned and the ignorant, the rich and the poor, the powerful and the weak. The stories and sayings of this anthology portray the message of Hasidism more eloquently than any commentary regarding them. The most indifferent reader cannot but be impressed by the intrinsic mood of Hasidic lore. The utterances of the Hasidim are replete with wisdom. They breathe loving kindness and mercy. They exalt the inwardness of faith far above mere ceremonial piety. They display a moving relationship between the master and the disciple. They commend the virtue of charity and the duty to practice it. They endeavor to illustrate the vanity of human possessions and the importance of spiritual and moral values. They enjoin the rich to abstain from pride of wealth and the powerful not to vaunt themselves in their might. They link the individual with the community, with the people of Israel, with humanity, and with God. They preach sincerity and fervor in worship. They stress compassion for the sinner and forgiveness of his transgressions. They describe God as a merciful and compassionate being, against whom mortals can render judgment if he afflicts them heartlessly. Hasidic theology at moments is pantheistic, at others humanistic, in the sense in which the term has gained currency today. At still other moments, it is traditionally in line with pristine Jewish concepts of God, the soul, and their communion. Hasidism has all the contradictions inevitable in a movement which affected millions of believers, and it is possible to find statements on opposite sides of almost every theme of this anthology. Nevertheless, Hasidism remains basically Judaism in its particularistic and universalistic aspects, but its peculiar flavor lies in its elevation into prominence of the more tender, sympathetic, and humane elements of Jewish thought and practice. Chapter 1. The Afterlife. Section 1. What is Paradise? The Oheler rabbi dreamed that he was in paradise and was conducted to the room of the Tanaim. He beheld a Tana studying the Talmud. "Is this then all there is to paradise?" the rabbi exclaimed. He heard a voice answer him, "Moses, you believe the Tanaim are in paradise. You are wrong. Paradise is in the Tanaim." Section 2. Charity to the Departed. The Apter rabbi invited the Lizensker to abide with him when he came to Apt. In the morning, he entered his guest's room and heard the Lizensker say to himself, "Melech, Melech, how sinful you are. You deserve no share in the world to come by any act of yours, but we are taught that God himself observes his own Torah. Therefore, it follows that God dispenses charity. And what is God's charity to departed souls? He donates a share in the world to come to those who are poor in good deeds. Hence, I am emboldened to hope I may receive a portion of his charity." Section 3. The Wedding Ring. Said Rabbi Bunam, "The Talmud compares this world to a wedding. It is as if a man laboriously makes every preparation for his marriage, but forgets to purchase a wedding ring. Hence, the ceremony cannot proceed. In the same way, a man may labor his entire life, but forget to sanctify himself through the Torah and the mitzvot. When he comes to the eternal world, he cannot enter, and his whole life is for naught." Section 4. Creating Paradise. Said the Mesoritzer Maggid, "A man's kind deeds are utilized by the Lord as seed for the planting of trees in the Garden of Eden. Thus, each man creates his own paradise. The reverse is true when he commits transgressions." Section 5. Neighbors in the Afterlife. The Ropshitzer said, "I would rather sit near a man of intelligence in purgatory than near a man of folly in paradise." When Rabbi Simeon Yaroslaver heard the Ropshitzer's remark, he exclaimed, "I vow that no man of folly ever enters paradise." Section 6. His Reward. The Koznitzer Maggid said, "God is my witness that my chief enjoyment is a fervent prayer. God grants me this pleasure as a reward for the few good deeds which I have performed. I truly fear that I shall have no further compensation left for my future life." Section 7. The Afterworld. Said the Koretzer, "All Israel shall have a share in the world to come, but not an equal share. We are commanded to fast on Yom Kippur as a symbol of reminder that the pleasures of the afterlife do not include either food or drink. Maimonides teaches that there is neither fire nor water, nor any other material substance in the world of the spirit." Section 8. Enjoyments in Paradise. Said the Koretzer, "All pleasures, even a witty saying, come to you from your share in paradise. The more you enjoy in this world, the less will be left over to you in the world to come. Be wise, therefore, and restrain yourself in the pursuit of pleasures. Leave a portion for your enjoyment in the afterlife, which is everlasting. Section 9. The Foolish Rebbe. Said the Ropshitzer, "We are told by our sages that the wicked rest on the Sabbath in purgatory. It stands to reason that if a man was accustomed during his lifetime to spend his Sabbath at a Rebbe's, and that the Rebbe is now in paradise, he should be granted permission to visit his rabbi there. And what a foolish person the Rebbe would be if he allowed his adherent to be returned to purgatory." Section 10. Master and Disciple. Rabbi Bunam asked his disciple, the Kotzker rabbi, "If, after death, I am ordered to go to Gehenna, what shall I do?" The Kotzker made no reply. "I will tell you what I shall do," continued Rabbi Bunam. "I shall quote the phrase from the Talmud. If a disciple is banished, his teacher is banished with him, and I shall demand that my teachers, the Yud and the Seer of Lublin, be ordered to follow me." The Kotzker rabbi remarked, "For you, Rabbi, this supposition is merely theoretical, but for me, it will prove valuable." Section 11. Purgatory for the Wicked. Said the Pulnoer, "No purgatory can be worse for the wicked than permission to enter the Garden of Eden. They find there no pleasure to which they were addicted in life, no eating or drinking or any other pleasures of the body. They see merely tzaddikim, deriving great joy from the nearness of the Lord." And who are these tzaddikim who occupy places of prominence in paradise? They are the very persons upon whom the wicked poured out their scorn in life, and whose learning they thoroughly despised. What, then, can these wicked persons feel in paradise but bitterness? Can they know the joy of the Shekinah's nearness, inasmuch as they never trained themselves in their lifetime for the enjoyments of the Spirit? Section 12. The Two Palaces. Said the Besht, "Frequently we observe a tzaddik lamenting unto the Lord because of his poverty, yet failing to gain any improvement of his position. This should not be construed to mean that the Lord does not concern himself for the tzaddik. Nay, it is rather a sign of God's great love for him. A parable will illustrate this. A prince of tender age built himself a little house of toy boards. A careless servant inadvertently struck it with his foot, and the fragile structure fell to pieces. The weeping child complained to the king and besought him to punish the servant. The king, however, had secretly intended to surprise his beloved son by building for him a miniature palace of solid and beautiful materials. Therefore, knowing of the rare gift in store for the prince, he did not act upon the lad's complaint. It is the same with the tzaddik, God's cherished son. The Lord has made ready for him a splendid abode in paradise. He, therefore, gives slight attention to the tzaddik's complaints of temporary discomforts in this insignificant world below. Section 13. The Purpose of Martyrdom. Said the Besht, "We are told in the Talmud that when Moses ascended to heaven to receive the law, he found God occupied with forming the ornaments to the letters of the Torah. He was told that Rabbi Akiba would find a meaning in each ornament. Moses declared, 'I see his knowledge. May I be privileged to behold his reward?' He was, thereupon, shown the sight of Rabbi Akiba undergoing cruel torture at the hands of the Romans. Moses asked, 'Is this then the reward of the Torah?' God replied, 'Be silent. Thus has it come to me in thought.' The explanation is as follows. A tzaddik soul does not at first ascend to the upper regions of paradise. In the beginning, he resides in a lower Eden, where he is still in incomplete bliss. Only by degrees is he conducted to higher and higher realms. If he has left a son or a daughter, or a fund of money for charity, and is remembered through the offering of a prayer and charity on the anniversary of his death. This memorial serves as an aid in the ascension of the Tzaddik in paradise. Rabbi Akiba, however, was so perfect a Tzaddik and labored so industriously in learning and teaching the Holy Torah that God wished to lead his soul immediately to the highest region of paradise. This is the region known as thought, and he subjected Rabbi Akiba to a cruel death in order to cleanse his soul of any slight impurities which may have contaminated it. Section 14. The Penitent's Privilege. Our sages teach that a penitent may gain access to a place in heaven which is barred even to the perfect Tzaddik. Rabbi Israel Isaac of Alexander explained this in a parable. A man visited the king's palace and was informed he might not open any doors marked private. A day later, however, he was pursued by a band of brigands, and as he passed the palace entrance, he found sanctuary in a private room. He explained his action, saying that he feared being slain in the crowded public chambers, as the brigands might be lost in the crowd. No penalty was, therefore, visited upon him. In the same way, the penitent, escaping the evil angels created by his sins, is permitted to enter the secret chambers of heaven, closed to others, even to the Tzaddikim. Section 15. The Goodness of Life. Said Rabbi Bunam, "Life is good, for it may bring to a man the joys of the world to come. Hence, if one shows contempt for life by self-destruction, he is deprived of his share in the world to come." Section 16. With the 12 Loaves. It was the custom of Hasidic leaders to place upon their Sabbath table 12 loaves of white bread in imitation of the Holy Temple. The Gerer Rabbi once remarked that a Rebbe who becomes a leader in order to gain fame or fortune will be dragged into Gehenna by his 12 loaves. Section 17. The Paradise of the Unlearned. The Gerer Rabbi, in a discussion of life after death, remarked that it is impossible for an unlearned man truly to enjoy paradise, even though he may honestly deserve it. He illustrated his point by relating the following tale. A Tzaddik was traveling in the early spring in a wagon. The roads were in terrible condition. The axles of the wheels broke several times, and the horses plowed with difficulty through the slush and mire. Friday morning came, and a great distance was yet to be covered before the Tzaddik could reach his destination. He turned to the teamster and said, "It is important I arrive at my goal before the advent of the Sabbath." The teamster promised to do his very best. A horse fell dead from exhaustion, but the teamster continued with the second horse and succeeded in reaching the Tzaddik's destination before the Sabbath. On Sunday, the Tzaddik heard that the second horse had also died from exhaustion, and that the teamster's grief was so great that he was stricken with illness. The Tzaddik ordered the best medical attention for him, but in vain. The man died. When his soul came before the heavenly tribunal, the counsel for the defense won the case, and paradise was ordained for the poor teamster. His soul arrived there, but it found no pleasure whatsoever in the spiritual and cultural atmosphere of even the lowest region. He was then sent into an imaginary world, where he was presented with a beautiful carriage harnessed to 4 magnificent horses, and where the roads stretched before him, always dry and always level. The teamster was able to enjoy only an imaginary paradise, not the true one. Section 18. The Torah and Paradise. Said the Medzibozer, "After my death, I anticipate being in paradise. For even if admittance should be denied me, I shall loudly begin to recite and discuss new Torah, and all the Tzaddikim in paradise will assemble to hear me. The place where I will stand will become paradise." Chapter 2. The Aged. Section 1. The Bratslaver, concerning the aged. Said the Bratslaver, "Old men bring stability to Israel, and give good counsel to the people. The prosperity of a country is in accordance with its treatment of the aged. Elderly men who are popular with young women are usually without wisdom. Section 2. Self-forgiveness in old age. Said the Lizensker, "We often see an old man who has spent his life in excesses, imitating in his declining years the works of the pious. He does not indulge himself in food. He rises early to pray and to recite the Psalms. He imagines he has become a pious man by the performance of acts which simulate piety. But he forgets that his abstinence from food and sleep is due chiefly to his weakened desires. He becomes so self-satisfied that he forgives himself his own sins. The result, however, is that he dies without true repentance. May the Lord preserve us from such a fate." Section 3. Signs of Old Age. When Rabbi Schmelke came to Nikolsburg to commence his rabbinical duties there, he was once visited by a crowd of young men. They carried canes and wore eyeglasses, but their faces were beardless. The rabbi said to them, "In former times, when a man felt the need of a cane and eyeglasses, and when he discovered graying hairs in his beard, he knew that he was growing old. He, therefore, began to devote more time to repentance and to deeds of piety." The Satan, however, found this procedure unfavorable to his interests, and he proceeded to persuade the young men to carry canes, wear eyeglasses, but no beards. Thus, they might be unaware that old age was approaching, and they would not be prompted to turn to repentance and piety. Section 4. Free Will and Habit. Said the Koretzer, "If the desires of an old man are weakened with the decline of his body, what becomes then of his free will? It may be argued that the reason he sins less frequently is that he has a weaker impulse to sin. This is not so. His impulse, while weaker by virtue of the weakening of his body, is still strong through the force of habit. Moreover, is not also his power of resistance to evil weakened?" Section 5. The Old Man's Experience. An old man was met by Rabbi Ber of Radishitz, and, recognizing in him a boyhood friend, the rabbi asked, "How are you doing?" The old man answered, "Berel, Berel, I will tell you, what a man does not work out for himself, he does not have." The rabbi was struck by the response, and thereafter repeated it frequently to his Hasidim. Section 6. Venerable Listeners. The Alexandria rabbi was informed that so large a crowd assembled to hear his sermons that many were compelled to remain in the synagogue court. Moreover, many aged persons had fallen asleep because of the heat. The rabbi was pleased to hear of these large assemblies and paraphrased Psalm 92, 14 and 15. "Planted in the house of the Lord, they shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be full of sap and richness." His version was, "Those who are seated in the house of the Lord, those who stand in the courts of our God, and those who are asleep because of their high old age, shall all of them be vigorous in body and youthful in spirit." Chapter 3. Anger. Section 1. Delay your wrath. The Gastinina rabbi made it a rule for himself never to express his displeasure with anyone on the same day when he was offended by that person. On the morrow, he would say to the man, "I was displeased with you yesterday." Section 2. Without anger. The Ropshitzer told the following story. A wealthy Jew of Wilna purchased an ethrog for 1,000 zlotys. When he had finished reciting the blessing over it, a man nearby asked the loan of it so that he might also pronounce the blessing. The owner complied with the request. But the borrower unfortunately dropped the ethrog to the ground, and it was damaged. The wealthy man bethought himself of the large sum he had spent on the ethrog, in the hope of pleasing the Lord by this evidence of his adherence to the divine command. He reminded himself, however, that should he feel anger against the borrower who had dropped the ethrog, this would be displeasing to the Lord. He therefore took back the spoiled ethrog without a word of reproach and in complete calmness of spirit. Section 3. Doubling a loss. The Lubliner asked his wife to arrange for the preparation of his evening meal earlier than usual, inasmuch as he wished to have more time for the performance of a certain good deed. It chanced that supper was laid later instead of earlier than usual. The Lubliner said, "It would be natural for me to scold the people of my household for disobeying me. But I wish to gain time to please the Lord. Shall I displease him by becoming angry and thereby double my loss?" Section 4. The Example of Self-Restraint. Rabbi Leib Saras said, "Of what avail is mere study of the Torah when he who learns is contaminated by pride and temper? The good man should himself be the Torah, and people should be able to learn good conduct from observing him." Section 5. The Covenant. The disciples of Rabbi Menachem Mendel of Rimanov entered into a covenant and signed a scroll wherein they made a vow. This is a covenant of fellowship in a search for the truth and an everlasting striving after righteousness and humble bearing. We who signed it essay with all our might to return to God, that a wall may separate us no more from His holiness and His law. Whatever they decreed, they entered upon that scroll, as for example, resolved to abstain from words of scolding and denunciation, which our holy rabbi has barred as transgressing the law against murder. Section 6. Silence under provocation. Said the Kotzker rabbi, the verse in Psalms 81:8, "I answered thee in the secret place of thunder. I proved thee at the waters of Meribah." Meribah, meaning quarrelsomeness, teaches us that the Lord will answer the prayer of the man who keeps his anger secret, though highly provoked by the other man's quarrelsomeness. Section 7. More pleasing than fast days. The Sassover said, "If thy neighbor offend thee, refrain from wrath, and it will be more pleasing in the sight of God than 1,000 fast days. Listen to revilings without retort, and it will stand you instead of 1,000 self-inflictions." Section 8. Abuse and Forbearance. The Kobrener rabbi related that in his boyhood, a year of famine had occurred, and the poor wandered from village to village to beg food from the Jewish residents. A number of them came to his mother's home, and she prepared the oven to bake for them. Some of the beggars, growing impatient, began to abuse her with their words, and the distressed woman started to weep. Her small son, the future rabbi, said to his mother, "Why should you be troubled by their abuse? Does not this help you to aid them with a pure heart and to perform a good deed in perfection of spirit? On the other hand, had the poor praised and blessed you, the good deed would be less praiseworthy, since you might have performed it to gain their praises, and not entirely in obedience to the Lord's command and for the sake of His service." Section 9. Patience under annoyance. The Vorker rabbi said, "The truly humble man is unable to feel anger. Even if he is interrupted when busy, he will show no annoyance. He always believes the other man to be more important than himself." He is like a woodchopper addressed by the king. Is it conceivable that the woodman should feel irritation against the king for being bothered when occupied with his labors? An excellent example of such a humble man is Hillel. The well-known story relates that two persons made a wager that Hillel could be brought to show anger. Though the questioner harassed Hillel with vain queries while he was preparing for the Sabbath, Hillel retained his calm. Section 10. Charity without anger. The author of Turei Zahav, Rabbi David, was asked by a poor man for the loan of a gold piece. He did not have the money in his possession and gave the man his silver beaker to pawn. On Friday, he went to the pawn shop to redeem the beaker, and was informed that the man had received 2 gold pieces on it from the pawnbroker. Rabbi David, however, showed no sign of displeasure and quietly remarked, "I am glad I did not have the money at hand when I was asked to loan a gold piece." Since the borrower evidently was in need of 2 gold pieces, by giving him my beaker to pawn, I enabled him to secure what he required without being compelled to implore a second man for the loan of the other gold piece. Section 11. Atonement for Anger. The Stanislaver rabbi was accustomed to be awakened every morning by the warden in order to be punctual at divine worship. One morning the warden failed to call the rabbi, and he came late to synagogue. The rabbi, who was quick-tempered, struck the warden twice on the cheek. Immediately he regretted his hasty act and resolved to make atonement by leaving the town and wandering about as a beggar for a year. When the year had ended, he returned to Stanislav, but his ragged garments and uncut hair and beard made him unrecognizable. He came to the synagogue and stood near the door, among other poor tramps. At the conclusion of the services, he was invited to the president's home for the Sabbath meal. His behavior pleased the host, and he was invited to remain for the night. The disguised beggar awoke early, and after his ablutions, began quietly to recite psalms. Soon after, the warden came to awaken the president, and finding him still asleep, stole the silver candlesticks from the dining room table. Hiding them beneath his cloak, the warden knocked at the president's bedroom door. When the latter emerged, he noted at once that the candlesticks were missing and asked the warden if he had seen any stranger about. The warden expressed the opinion that the tramp had stolen the candlesticks. The rabbi thereupon asked the warden, "Will you take an oath that I stole them?" This query so enraged the warden that he slapped the rabbi's face twice. When he was about to do so a third time, the rabbi exclaimed, "You owe me 2 blows only, and I wish no interest. Return the candlesticks to their place and announce to the congregation that their rabbi has returned." Section 12. The Control of Wrath. The Koretzer said, "Long ago I conquered my anger and placed it in my pocket. When I have need of it, I take it out." Section 13. Smoking mellows anger. A Hasid asked the Lubliner for a remedy to maintain control of his temper. "Smoke a pipe," replied the rabbi. "Smoking mellows a man." Section 14. Master of his words. Rabbi Wolf Zitomirer said, "The angry man fills his mouth with live coals and with needles, sharp and hard. For each angry word he utters, he deserves to be banished from holiness in shame and disgrace, and to suffer grievously until his soul is purified from its blemishes. Every man must be master of his mouth." Section 15. Is anger permissible? Rabbi Mendel Libovitzer was accustomed to restrain an angry rebuke until he had investigated the codes to learn whether anger is permissible in the particular instance. But how much genuine anger could he feel after searching for the authority of the Shulchan Aruch? Section 16. Boaz and Ruth. Said the Ropshitzer, "Anger is to be avoided in all circumstances. Had Boaz become angry at Ruth when she sought him out, he would never have married her, and King David would not have been born." Section 17. The Bratslaver on anger. 1. Break your anger by compassion for the one with whom you are angry. 2. Anger and cruelty arise from a deficiency of understanding. Study the Torah to improve your understanding. 3. He who is obsessed by anger loses his image of God. 4. Abstinence from food is oftentimes a corrective of anger. 5. Anger prevents God's abundance from descending to us. 6. He who subdues his anger achieves a good name. 7. Anger causes a man to be far from truth. 8. An angry man cannot pray properly. 9. An angry man cannot attain the goal to which he aspires. 10. The holiness of Palestine aids a man to break off anger, indolence, and melancholy. 11. He who restrains his anger will not see his enemies rule over him. 12. Anger leads to contempt and to sin. 13. The angry man's wisdom and prominence cannot endure. 14. God loves the man who forgives his offenders and shows them not an angry face. 15. The man who is habitually obsessed by anger fails to enjoy his life and feels all the tortures of purgatory. 16. The angry man has no respect for the Shekinah. He forgets his learning and increases folly within himself. 17. The sins of the angry man will surely outweigh his merits. 18. Anger after meals is dangerous to life. 19. Anger is injurious to health and to eyesight. 20. A well-prepared meal is an antidote to anger. 21. He who is not in the habit of complaining about people is well beloved. 22. Falsehood and jealousy cause anger. 23. Through anger, one brings upon himself trials in courts of law. 24. Anger shortens the days of one's life. 25. The man without anger is able to humble the arrogant. 26. If one is angry, it is a sign that all his good works are for the purpose of obtaining honors. 27. One who becomes angry at a respectable poor man angers God. 28. Anger comes to the man who must bear too heavy a burden. 29. Melancholy follows anger. 30. Strictness leads to quarrels. 31. Charity prevents anger. Chapter 4. Animals and how to treat them. Section 1. The cow that ascended to heaven. Before Rabbi Meyer Premislaner became known as a Rebbe, he was exceedingly poor, and his livelihood was obtained from a cow, whose milk he sold among the neighbors. It was the rabbi's unvarying custom to save some money each week and to distribute it for Sabbath among the poor. Once he was unable to save anything. Without hesitation, he slaughtered the cow and gave away the meat to the poor. His wife arose in the morning and could not find the cow. She ran to Rabbi Meyer, crying bitterly that the cow was missing. Rabbi Meyer answered, "The cow is not missing. She has gone up to heaven." Section 2. Address them properly. When Rabbi Wolf Spitzer was on a journey, he would not permit the driver to beat his horses, saying to him, "You have no need even to scold them, if you understand how to address them properly." Section 3. Man's bidding and God's. The Sassover was accustomed to attend county fairs and there to do good offices to those in need. Once it befell that some cattle breeders had left their animals standing in the marketplace with their thirst unslaked, while their owners attended to their affairs elsewhere. The Sassover, perceiving this, made the rounds with a bucket and gave the calves their drink. A dealer, returning from an errand and seeing a stranger thus employed, mistook him for a hired man and commanded him to give drink to his cattle. The rabbi obeyed and, after having performed his chore, was offered a coin. He laughingly refused, saying, "Get thee hence, man. I did not do thy bidding, but God's, who commands us to be merciful to his creatures." Section 4. Watching the horses. One wintry day, Rabbi Wolf Spitzer traveled in a coach to a circumcision feast. After a time, he left the warm room, went out to the coachman who stood guarding the horses, and said, "I will watch the horses. Go in and warm yourself." Soon after, the guests noted the absence of the rabbi, and they discovered him outside, trembling from the cold. Section 5. A Lesson to Malcontents. On a frosty winter night, a man reached the little town of Lekovitz, where Rabbi Phineas presided over the community. The traveler, frost-bitten and disconsolate, looked about him for a house of rest and comfort. He saw from afar a little dwelling and a room alight within the house of the rabbi. He knocked at the window and begged for leave to warm himself before the fire. Rabbi Phineas opened the door for the unknown guest, gave him food and drink and agreeable lodging. The man secretly thought, "What a world of good and evil fortunes the rabbi dwells in peace and security, while I must journey weary lengths in quest of bread." The next morning he inquired of the rabbi, "Since I am a poor laborer and suffer hardships in this world, am I certain of a share in the world to come?" The rabbi replied, "Your horse has the better title than yourself to share in the world to come if we follow your way of thinking. At this moment you are taking your ease before a comfortable fire, whereas your horse, God's creature like yourself, and even harder worked than you, stands out of doors in the cold, ready to carry you wherever you choose, without complaining." Section 6. The Killer of Cattle. Several Hasidim of Kolomea complained to the Sadigur that the shochet in their community was a miserly and inhospitable man. The rabbi exclaimed, "And do you eat the meat from his shechita?" This question was equivalent to a prohibition, and henceforth no one purchased meat. The shochet came to the rabbi and said, "Where do you find that a shochet must be hospitable?" The rabbi replied, "We find in the Talmud that some persons are born with a passion for shedding blood. One becomes a murderer, a second, a soldier, and a third, a shochet." The question arises, why do we make use of meat from an animal killed by a man who is like a murderer? The whole shechita legislation has been formulated in order to prevent brutal treatment of the animal, and what is more brutal than to let it perish at the hands of a near murderer? The answer is that a shochet should have a good heart, notwithstanding his love for the shedding of animals' blood. He then may be trusted to avoid brutality in shedding this blood. Thus, if a shochet is kind to his fellow men, he may be trusted to slaughter animals in a mild manner. But if he is unkind, he is, in truth, a near murderer, who cannot be trusted to observe the kind methods of slaying animals prescribed by the law. Section 7. The Animals and Their Qualities. A great rabbi said, "The Creator turned to the animals and said, 'Cooperate with me in forming a higher being, to whom each of you shall donate a desirable characteristic. The cat will contribute modesty, the ant, honesty, the tiger, courage, the lion, bravery, the eagle, diligence, and so forth. Thus will man not only be akin to you, but will also represent the finest in you." Chapter 5. Aphorisms. Section 1. Aphorisms collected by Rabbi Lazarov. 1. Luxury feeds more poor than philanthropy. 2. Woe to him whom nobody likes, but beware of him whom everybody likes. 3. One half of the word freethinkers is true. They are free, but no thinkers. 4. In accordance with your friends, I measure your wealth. In accordance with your enemies, I measure your greatness. 5. Man should be master of his will and slave of his conscience. 6. Fear only 2. God and the man who has no fear of God. 7. To be contrite means to add no fresh sins to the old. 8. One who looks for a friend without faults will have none. 9. Fear the one who fears you. 10. One who has confidence in himself gains the confidence of others. 11. The most humble man thinks himself greater than his best friend thinks he is. 12. Gold is the blood of society. Too little or too much is unhealthy for its possessor. 13. One who cannot survive bad times cannot see good times. 14. False friends are like migratory birds. They fly away in cold weather. 15. One who thinks he can live without others is mistaken. One who thinks others cannot live without him is more mistaken. 16. One who believes that anything can be accomplished by money is likely to do anything for money. 17. While pursuing happiness, we escape from contentment. 18. It is easier to abandon evil traits today than tomorrow. 19. Want makes people better. Luck makes them worse. 20. For the unlearned, old age is winter. For the learned, it is the season of the harvest. 21. Fear of a misfortune is worse than the misfortune. 22. Teach your children in youth, and they will not teach you in your old age. Chapter 6. Apostates. Section 1. He bringeth down the proud and raiseth up the lowly. A wealthy Jew was reciting in the prayer the sentence, He bringeth down the proud and raiseth up the lowly. The thought occurred to him that the Lord could not demean him, inasmuch as his wealth was so vast and secure. Thereupon he resolved to renounce his ancestral faith, since it propounded so obvious an untruth. He went to the local bishop with his plan, and the latter enjoined him to sign an agreement that he could not alter his decision under penalty of surrendering all his property to the church. The Jew signed the agreement without hesitation, and in celebration of his forthcoming conversion, joined the bishop in a drinking bout. The Jew fell asleep in the bishop's room, and on awaking remembered his villainous plan. He ran out of the bishop's house in great distress, feeling that, in truth, he had been brought low by the possible loss of his property and the imminent discovery of his hasty agreement to become an apostate. He was ashamed to return to his home and roamed the city in despair. Seeing a light burning in a hut, he entered and sought to gain lodging. There he found the Besht, reciting the midnight services, which are memorial elegies for the destruction of Jerusalem. At the conclusion of the recital, the Besht invited him to relate his trouble. The Jew revealed his experience, concealing no detail. The Besht said, "Now are you convinced that the Lord is able to bring down the proud to the earth? Do you also believe now that he can exalt the lowly?" "Yes, truly I do," answered the man. The next moment they heard the church bells tolling, and a cry went forth to send rescuers to the home of the bishop, which was afire. All efforts to save the building were in vain, and the bishop himself was near suffocation when they dragged him out. There being no agreement now in existence, no change had taken place in the Jew's position, and he remained wealthy and respected. But henceforth, he never again doubted the ability of the Lord to do his will. Section 2. Convenient Conversion. A Jewish farmer came to the Belzer for his blessing. The rabbi inquired whether he was faithful in his observance of the Sabbath. The farmer confessed that he worked in the field on the Sabbath if necessary. The rabbi persuaded him to abandon this practice, but the farmer besought him for permission to continue this Sabbath labor until after the harvest. The rabbi thereupon recounted to him the following narrative. A Jewish villager was very loyal to the nobleman who owned the village. At a banquet, the nobleman boasted to his friends of the Jew's allegiance. "He will do anything for me," he exclaimed. "If this Jew will become a Catholic at your request," commented one of the company, "then I will believe your assertion as to his loyalty." The nobleman summoned the Jew and his wife, who, after consultation, decided to accede to the village owner's command. Soon after, the nobleman summoned them again and said, "You may return to your former faith, inasmuch as it is more convenient for me in many matters to deal with a Jew than with a Christian." Again there was a consultation, and the former Jew replied, "Gladly will I return to the faith of Israel, but as it is near to Passover, and much strenuous labor is required in preparation for the holy day, we petition you to permit us to delay our reconversion until after Passover." The farmer, hearing this tale, appreciated the absurdity of his stipulation and promised henceforth to observe the Sabbath unconditionally. Chapter 7. Asceticism and its unwisdom. Section 1. The Snare. An old Hasid came to the Ropshitzer and described the chastisements to which he subjected himself, showing his sackcloth attire for the mortification of his body. "How powerful is the Satan!" exclaimed the rabbi. "An old man like yourself he has succeeded in capturing in his snare." Section 2. The White Horse. A young man came to the Riziner and asked to be ordained as a Rav. The Riziner inquired regarding his daily conduct, and the candidate replied, "I always dress in white. I drink only water. I place tacks in my shoes for self-mortification. I roll naked in the snow, and I order the synagogue caretaker to give me 40 stripes daily on my bare back." Just then, a white horse entered the courtyard, drank water, and began rolling in the snow. "Observe," said the Riziner, "this creature is white. It drinks only water. It has nails in its shoes. It rolls in the snow, and receives more than 40 stripes a day. Still, it is nothing but a horse." Section 3. Mortification is unnecessary. Said the Besht, "I received the letter indited by your unsullied hand, and saw from its first lines that your worship believes mortification necessary. This shocked me to my innermost soul. By the counsel of God and his Shekinah, I order you to abandon such dangerous practices, which are but the outcome of melancholia and depression. The glory of God reposes not where there is mourning, but only where joy in his dictates prevails. For it has been explicitly commanded, 'Thou shalt not hide thyself from thine own flesh.'" Section 4. The Boundaries of Asceticism. Said the Besht, "Asceticism should be practiced only at the commencement of a man's self-discipline, until his evil inclinations are subdued. Later he should conduct himself in a normal way and be in communication with his comrades. Otherwise, he will fall into pride." Section 5. Not fasting, but joy. The Hasidim hold with Rabbi Eliezer Hakapar that a man whose life is replete with fastings and self-inflictions does not deserve the name of a Zaddik, and with Abai, that sackcloth and ashes are of no avail, only true repentance and good deeds. Also, with the Talmud Jerushalmi, that he who enjoyeth not what his eyes have seen will have to answer for it on high. And finally, with Samuel, that whoever fasts is called a sinner. Once a Jew in great tribulation of heart came to the Besht, inquiring, "How many days have I to fast, to make atonement for a grievous sin?" The Besht replied, "Not through fasting is the ire of God averted, but through joy, of which the Psalms are harbingers. Say the Psalms with inward rejoicing, and you will be quit of your sin." Men learned in the law came to the Besht on an errand of dispute. In times gone by, they protested, there were pious men aplenty, fasting from Sabbath to Sabbath, and inflicting their own bodies with self-devised torments. And now your disciples proclaim it to all who care to listen, that much fasting is unlawful and self-torment a crime. The Besht made answer, "It is the aim and essence of my pilgrimage on earth to show my brethren by living demonstration how one may serve God with merriment and rejoicing. For he who is full of joy is full of love for men and all fellow creatures." Chapter 8. Aspiration. Section 1. The Ladder and the Board. The Gerer rabbi said, "Two men ascended a roof, one by a ladder, the other by a board. The difference lay in the fact that the one who climbed the ladder was able to count the rungs already ascended and those yet to climb. The one who used the board could not estimate the space to climb until he was on the roof. The Lord commands us, "Thou shalt not go up by steps upon my altar." Exodus 20:26. This means, do not estimate that you have already performed most of your duties towards the Lord and that you have earned the privilege of slowing down. You cannot determine till the end of the effort whether you have reached the summit. Section 2. Discovery and Recovery. Said Rabbi Bunam, Solomon counsels us, Proverbs 2:4, "Seek her wisdom as silver, and search for her as for treasures." There are two kinds of seeking. A man may look for a treasure which he has heard may be in the vicinity, or a man may search for something which he has lost. The first seeker does not fatigue himself in the quest, but if he does find the treasure, he is overjoyed. The second man labors diligently to find the object of his search, but when he discovers it, he experiences but little joy, since he has only regained that which he had already possessed. In seeking holy wisdom, we should do both, labor diligently, as if we had lost it, and be overjoyed on attaining it, as if he had uncovered a great treasure. Section 3. Well-directed strength. Said the Besht, "The strength thou wert willing to lose through fasting, devote to the Torah and to worship. Thereby wilt thou ascend to a higher state." Section 4. Heavens ever higher. Said Rabbi Yerachmiel, "Let no one be hesitant to serve the Lord, because the way seems too high for him. At first every way is as high as the heavens above, yet after laboring to achieve thy aspiration, it will become near to thee. Then thou wilt be shown new ways high beyond the skies thou hast attained, to which thou again shouldest aspire. Begin in a modest way, maintain an earnest effort to attain higher and higher realms, and before thy demise thou shalt have attained undreamed of heights of perfection." Chapter 9. Atonement. Section 1. His atonement. A wealthy Jew could not find a large sum of money in his household, and he suspected his maidservant had stolen it. He ordered her arrest. The gendarmerie subjected her to grievous hardships, and, after being released from custody, she fell sick and died. The householder became conscience-stricken and went to the Jikover rabbi for counsel. The rabbi told him to leave his home and business and to wander about as a beggar for 2 years. He was further instructed to beg no food or clothing and to take it only when it was offered him. Moreover, he was to accept no ride. The man adhered to these stipulations, and after 2 years, he returned home with his conscience relieved. Chapter 10. Blessings. Section 1. Blessing over drink. Rabbi Wolf Zitomir was an innkeeper in a village. A Jewish teamster entered and asked for a glass of brandy. As he was about to drink it without reciting a blessing, the rabbi stopped him and said, "Do you realize by what miraculous laws God has produced the fruit of the soil before it became the drink which you enjoy? Yet you forget to offer him a brief blessing." The teamster promptly recited the blessing, and the rabbi answered, "Amen." Section 2. Blessing for unlawful enterprises. Said the Maglnitzer rabbi, "There are people who come to me seeking a blessing for their enterprise, though it is unlawful. They believe I need not concern myself whether my blessing is acceptable to the Lord. This is absurd. My blessing may be of aid if the supplicant is deserving, and the enterprise or thing desired is lawful. Then I implore the Lord to have compassion upon the supplicant, and to grant his or her desire. But my blessing on behalf of an undeserving person or for an illegal purpose must necessarily prove futile, since the Lord will refuse my petition. Section 3. Torah and Life. In the morning services there are two blessings, one on the restoration of the soul after its night rest, and one on the teaching to us of the Torah by the Lord. Rabbi Bunam declared that we should first say the blessing on the restoration of life consciousness. We entrusted our life soul unto God and have received it back refreshed by repose. It is fit that the first thing we should do is to thank the guardian on high who has shielded our soul. The Gera rabbi, however, declared that the blessing on the teaching of the Torah should first be recited, inasmuch as life without Torah is merely earthly and worthless. Section 4. Forgetting Worldly Desires. Rabbi Bunam said, in Genesis 48, 18-19, we find a controversy between Jacob and Joseph. Joseph insists that Manasseh shall have preference in Jacob's blessing, inasmuch as he is the firstborn, whereas Jacob maintains that Ephraim should take precedence. Allegorically, this can be explained as follows. Joseph, the Zadok, believed that one should first forget this world of toil, and should despise all the vanities of the earth, Manasseh meaning forget. Then his spirit will become fruitful, Ephraim meaning fruitful. Jacob, however, felt that this is impossible, at least for most people, and he therefore wished that after a man has become fruitful in worldly goods, sufficient for his needs, he may forget his material desires and turn to spiritual concerns. Section 5. The Blessing of the Males. The daughter of Rabbi Yokel Gluger was very learned in Hebrew. Once she heard a teamster recite the benediction, "Blessed art thou, who hast not made me a woman." She asked her father, "Do I not know more than he does?" Her father replied, "Every man, when he recites this blessing, has in mind his own wife." A bishop once asked a rabbi, "Why does the Jew bless God for not making him a Gentile? Does not this show hatred?" "Not at all," answered the rabbi. "We love our womenfolk, and yet we recite a similar blessing concerning them. The reason for the blessings is that a woman and a non-Jew have fewer mitzvot to perform." Section 6. Even sinners are blessed. The Sassover rabbi said, "It was by the will of God that Jacob received the blessing from Isaac when he disguised himself as Esau. For had Isaac knowingly given his blessing to Jacob, it would be effective only when Jacob's descendants conduct themselves with the perfection of Jacob, whereas now the Israelites enjoy the blessing even when they sin, since Isaac intended to bless the sinful Esau." Section 7. The Man of God. Said the Lenzner rabbi, "And this is the blessing wherewith Moses, the man of God, blessed the children of Israel." Deuteronomy 33:1. Moses blessed the children of Israel that each one of them might become the man of God. Section 8. Good in evil. Said the Yud, we read Deuteronomy 11:26, "Behold, I set before you this day a blessing and a curse." God says, "I propose unto you mitzvot as an investment, whereby you may enjoy during this life the accrued interest, and the principal will remain for you in the world to come." Section 9. Singular and plural. Said Rabbi Yerachmiel, "It is written, Exodus 23:25, and ye shall serve the Lord your God of God, and he will bless thy bread." It may be asked why the verse begins in the plural and ends in the singular. The answer is this: each one who labors that another person may likewise serve the Lord shall be blessed. The Kotzker remarked on the same verse, "We serve the Lord as members of the congregation of Israel, but we eat our food as individuals." Chapter 11. Books. Section 1. A Holy Work. When the Berdichever received a copy of the small book Tanya by Rabbi Shneur Zalman Ladir, he exclaimed, "This is a miracle, to bring so great a God into the compass of so small a book." Section 2. The Bookcase. Rabbi Bunam said, "One who devotes himself to the study of the Torah but neglects the service of the Lord is like a bookcase filled with good books. The bookcase stands by itself and the books stand by themselves, entirely without connection. A zealous reader is required." Section 3. The Two Readers. There are two kinds of readers of serious books. One is like the man who squeezes wine grapes with his fingertips. He secures only the watery juice from the ends of the grapes, and, inasmuch as it does not ferment, he complains that the grapes are defective. This type of reader glances hurriedly at the pages of a volume and finds no merit in the writings. The other kind of reader is like the man who squeezes out the full juice from the grapes. It ferments and turns into pleasing wine. This type of reader delves deeply into the words he is reading and finds delight in the thoughts they convey. Section 4. The Seraphs Worship. Rabbi Uri of Strelisk asked a Hasid, who was a gifted artist, to fashion an illustrated frontispiece for a manuscript by the Karliner rabbi. It was early in the morning, before the commencement of services. The Hasid said, "But Rabbi, it requires time to do satisfactory work. Why may I not undertake it after services?" The rabbi replied, "When I enter a house of worship, I give all of myself to God. I can never be sure whether I will return home alive. If my soul should thus depart from me, people will imagine that this is my manuscript rather than the Karliners." Section 5. Proving Authorship. The Belzer was seated at a Sabbath meal with his disciples, singing the prescribed hymns. When they had finished the hymn, "It is the holy Sabbath day," the rabbi remarked, "Do you not find the last verse odd? It runs as follows: All voices should cease when my songs are lifted up, for they drip like dew. They shall not trespass upon my domain. In the path of poetry, my lot has fallen. Become upright and make no use of the beauty of the song that was made pleasant by me." I learned that the author of this hymn had departed on a journey, and when he returned, was surprised to hear that another man had claimed that he had written it. The poet complained to the community leaders, and both claimants were invited to add a verse. Both submitted their compositions, and the work of the true author harmonized with the entire hymn. Section 6. When the learned and unlearned grow old. An unmannerly man said to the Slonimer rabbi, "The books of your younger days were superior to your present writings, yet the Talmud says that a learned man becomes wiser with age." The rabbi replied, "The Talmud adds that unlearned persons become more stupid with age. It requires intelligence to appreciate my later writings." Section 7. The Ignorant Finder. Rabbi Mendel Vitebsker was asked why he believed himself sufficiently versed in the Kabbalah to write a book on the subject. He replied with the following parable. A king lost his signet ring and worried lest the finder might forge the royal signature to illegal documents. The princes and ministers dispersed throughout the royal parks to search for it. It was a farmer, however, who chanced to pick up the ring. He did not know its value, but since it was lying near the palace grounds, he returned it to the chamberlain. "I am like the farmer," said the rabbi, "ignorant of the true possibilities of the science of Kabbalah, but nevertheless able to discover and compile wisdom in it." Section 8. Dangerous Books. The Hasidim came to Rabbi Phineas of Frankfurt with this question: "Master, who, if anyone, is to study the Guide to the Perplexed?" The master replied, "Know that the guide is like an apothecary shop. The chemist dwelling within prepares many useful remedies for many ills, being licensed as a man of skill. But he who has no learning of remedies and diseases, let him beware how he meddles with the contents of the shop. The smallest error may kill a man, the least want of precaution may involve grievous punishment, and any mistake entails loss of reputation. Section 9. Discipline from a book. Rabbi Bunam said, "I was once grossly insulted and wept from indignation. I went over and kissed my adversary. The rabbi was asked by his Hasidim to tell who dared abuse their holy leader. He took out the book, Shevet Musar, a work on admonition and discipline, and said, 'Here is the guilty one. Read it yourselves with earnestness, and it will demonstrate to you your faults and offenses, until you also will weep.'" Section 10. Charity or books. The Tzanzer could never spare the money for the purchase of a new book. He used to say, "I must use this money to supply the poor who depend upon me for aid." Section 11. The Bratslaver on books. 1. He who is able to write a book and does not write it is as one who has lost a child. 2. Every author should weigh his work to determine whether it has any connection with the book of humanity, namely, whether humanity will receive any benefit from it. 3. It is oftentimes easy for the man of culture to discover whether an author has originated the ideas included in his book or whether they are merely copied by him. 4. We should not regret overmuch the loss of many of the holy writings of our forefathers, for had it been possible to preserve these books, we would today be in possession of many heretical works as well. Section 12. A companion in slumber. The Tzikover in his testament commanded that his sermons be not printed. He added an explanation. "If my manuscripts are printed, what will happen? My disciples will eat and drink overmuch on the Sabbath, take my book, lie down on a couch, open my book, and fall immediately asleep. I do not care to be their companion in slumber." Chapter 12. Borrowing and Lending. Section 1. Each to his own verse. The Radzimina Rabbi said, "We find in the Bible injunctions applicable to everyone. Thus, the lender should apply to himself the commandment to be patient with the borrower. The borrower must be cognizant of the statement that it is despicable to borrow and not repay as soon as possible. It is, however, wrong for one to keep in mind the adjuration directed at the other. For instance, the borrower should not remind the lender that the latter is commanded to be patient. That is not his verse. On the other hand, the lender should not remind the borrower that it is evil not to repay promptly. He must stick to his particular verse. Section 2. Master and Slave. The seer was very fond of Rabbi Hirsch of Ziditzov, one of his disciples, and loved to have conversation with him. Once, after a long sojourn, Rabbi Hirsch borrowed of the master a few florins to defray the cost of his homeward journey. The seer, after giving him the money, said, "Little Hirsch, thou art my bondsman now, as it is said in King Solomon's words, the borrower is slave to the lender." Proverbs 22:7. "Nay," rejoined Rabbi Hirsch, "it is you, master, who are my bondsman now. Our sages have taught, he who buys himself a Jewish slave sets a master over himself." Section 3. The Reward of Frugality. The Carliner told the following parable. A wealthy man took pity on two poor men and advanced them money to enable them to earn a living. The wiser man opened a small store and, living very frugally, saved enough money to return the loan. At the same time, he had money left over wherewith to maintain his business. The benefactor was delighted and made him a gift of the original sum. The other borrower began to live expensively and could not meet his obligation. The lender was angered and foreclosed upon him. The point is obvious. He who plans his life to fit his circumstances oftentimes meets with pleasant surprises. The reverse is true in the case of the unthinking and improvident. Section 4. Usury. The Kotzker rabbi said to a moneylender, in Leviticus 25:37, we read, "Thy money shalt thou not give him upon interests," the Hebrew word meaning usury or biting. This means that you should not make your money earn the food you eat, and that the borrower should work for you. Earn your living by the work of your own hands. Section 5. Erasing debts and sins. Said the Yud, we read Deuteronomy 15:9, "Beware that there be not a base thought in thy heart, saying, The 7th year, the year of release is at hand. And thy eye be evil against thy needy brother, and thou give him naught, and he cry unto the Lord against thee, and it be a sin in thee." Why does the Torah specify here that it be a sin? Is it not obvious that one who refuses to aid the needy commits a sin? The answer is that on each Yom Kippur, the Satan complains bitterly that he labors earnestly the entire year to induce people to sin, and now all sins are erased automatically. The heavenly judge replied, "The Jews released the poor of their debts to them. Hence, it is fitting that I release them of their obligations to me. But if a Jew refuses to loan money to a needy brother Jew because he will be compelled to cancel the debt, then his sins shall also not be erased, and they shall remain sins." Section 6. A curse to Israel. A Hasid asked the Rimanover to pray in his behalf so that he might secure a needed loan from a non-Jew. The rabbi declined, saying, "How can I pray for that which is included among the things which are a curse to Israel?" Chapter 13. Business and Livelihood. Section 1. Torah and Business. A man came to the Kozmira rabbi to ask his blessing in a financial enterprise. The rabbi turned away his face and refused to listen to the petitioner. A few moments later, another Hasid spoke with the rabbi regarding a business matter and received his blessing. The first one felt piqued and asked the rabbi why he refused to listen to him, whereas he gave his blessing to the second. The rabbi answered, "I shall explain my attitude by a parable. A merchant came to a market town and entered a wholesale place to make the necessary purchases. He became so interested in the stock that he remained there until late in the evening. When he wished to leave, he noticed that the axle of his wagon was broken. It was too late to secure one, and he told the wholesaler his trouble. The latter offered him an extra axle reserved for his own wagon. Another man, whose axle was broken, asked the wholesaler to sell him one also. But the wholesaler replied, "Do you think that I deal in axles? The other man purchased various materials from me. Hence, I give him my help, but you are not my customer." In the same fashion, continued the Kozmira rabbi, the Hasid to whom I gave my blessing learns from me Torah and ethics. Hence, I aid him in business affairs as well. But you have never come to me for instruction in any matter. Why should I aid you in purely worldly affairs? Section 2. Buying the Wind. A villager told the Kotzker rabbi that the owner of the village demanded his rent, but that he lacked the money required. The rabbi advised him to buy anything offered for sale, except stolen goods. The villager then went to the landlord to inquire if he had anything to sell. The nobleman was surrounded by a crowd of friends, and, desiring to amuse them, he proposed to the Jew that he buy the wind from him. Obedient to the rabbi's advice, the Jew accepted the offer and asked the village owner to draw up a contract for 10 years to the effect that he sold him the wind for 100 thalers a year. The formal contract was signed, and the Jew gave a sum of money as the first payment. There were several windmills on the land belonging to the nobleman, which he leased out. The Jew showed the contract to each miller, and asked them to pay him for the privilege of using the wind. The Jew was soon able to pay the nobleman the rent due him. Section 3. Crossing the Red Sea. Said Rabbi Bunam, "We read in the Talmud that sustenance is as the crossing of the Red Sea. Why is this comparison made? When the children of Israel saw Egyptians in the rear of them and the Red Sea in front of them, they could not comprehend in what manner God would come to their aid. One believed in this way, another in that, but no one actually believed they would be able to cross the Red Sea. In the same fashion, when a man must make a livelihood, he devises various plans, but God brings it to him in his own way." Section 4. Aids to a livelihood. Said the Koretzer, 5 things can help us to achieve a livelihood. First, regular and earnest study. Second, strict honesty. Third, regular prayers for sustenance. Fourth, devotion of a tithe to charity. Fifth, not to be extravagant or a reckless spender. Section 5. The bee and its sting. Said the Ropshitzer, to obtain a livelihood from a man is oftentimes like obtaining honey from a bee. It is accompanied by a sting. Chapter 14. Character. Section 1. Like snow. Said the Reasoner, I dislike the man who is like snow, at first white and pure, later muddy and soiled. Section 2. 3. Characters. Said the Kotzker, 3 characters can be found in a man about to perform a good deed. If he says, I shall do it soon, his character is poor. If he says, I am ready to do it now, his character is of average quality. If he says, I am doing it, his character is praiseworthy. Section 3. The Blanket. Said the Reasoner, various types of people come to me, but not all are influenced by my counsel to improve themselves. If a man is covered by a blanket, his inner warmth is increased. But if a stone is covered in this way, it receives no warmth. Section 4. The Seraph. The Lubliner rabbi told a visiting Hasid from Strelisk that Rabbi Uri of his city had 2 faces. When the Hasid repeated this to Rabbi Uri, the latter smilingly remarked, if he knew me better, he would have said that I have 4 faces. It is thus the seraphim are described. Henceforth, he became known as the Seraph. It was explained that these several faces represented the changes on his countenance during his various occupations, when praying, when learning, when eating, and when receiving visitors. Section 5. The Chess Game. Rabbi Bunam said, we should learn to be careful of every move we make in life, just as the chess player takes care before making a move. Before we take any action, we should think in advance if we will have cause to regret it. Section 6. Strength of Character. Said the Gera Rabbi, we find that Joshua, the faithful servant of Moses, who was full with the spirit of wisdom, was required by the admonition of the Lord to be strong and unbending in his observance of the Torah. How much the more must we, who lack wisdom and strength of character, be constantly on the alert against weakening in our piety, lest we succumb to vices and temptations. Section 7. The Maggid's Shoelaces. Rabbi Leib Saris, speaking metaphorically, was wont to say, I did not journey to Rabbi Dov Ber of Meseritz to learn from him interpretations of the Torah, but to note his way of tying his shoelaces and doffing his shoes. For of what worth are the meanings given to the Torah, after all? In his actions, in his speech, in his bearing, and in his fealty to the Lord, man must make manifest the Torah. Section 8. Undesirable Traits. The Maggid of Koznitz said, There is an eternal lesson to be found in every tale of the Torah. For example, the story of Cain and Abel teaches us the consequences of jealousy, the story of the flood, the result of lust, and the story of the Tower of Babel, the outcome of lacking a knowledge of our limitations. In every one of us can be found some of these undesirable traits, and the fate of those who allowed themselves to be overpowered by them should be a warning to us. Ideal of the score. Section 9. Self-analysis. Said the Gera Rabbi, every Jew possesses some good trait pleasing unto the Lord, but no one of us is able to diagnose himself adequately to discover which trait it is. You may be sure that the qualities which bring you self-satisfaction are not those which the Lord approves in you. Section 10. The chief trait. After the death of Rabbi Uri Strelisker, one of his Hasidim came to Rabbi Bunam. The latter welcomed him and asked him what particular trait of character it was Rabbi Uri's main purpose to instill in his Hasidim. The Hasid replied, I believe Rabbi Uri sought to make his Hasidim very humble. The rabbi would order a rich Hasid to draw water at the pump and to bring in the pail on his shoulder, a thing the man would never have done at home. Rabbi Bunam remarked, My way is different. I will explain it to you by a parable. 3 men were convicted of a crime and were lodged in a dark dungeon. 2 of them were men of intelligence, but the third was a witless person. When food was lowered in the dark, the witless one did not know how to take his share and would break the plate or cut himself with the knife. One of his fellow prisoners sought to aid him by rehearsing with him the necessary behavior, but the next day, a different arrangement of the food would baffle him again. One of the prisoners then remarked, Why waste time teaching this fellow every time? Help me to bore a hole in the wall to admit light, and then he will know how to eat unaided. Likewise, I attempt to admit into the soul of a man the fear and the love of God. This is a light whereby a man can learn wise conduct in its entirety, and not trait by trait. Section 11. The Tailor's Duty. A distinguished rabbi visited the Mezoritzer for the first time and was received with marked coldness. The Mezoritzer paid little heed to his visitor and even did not hesitate to ridicule him. After the Sabbath, however, the Mezoritzer turned to the rabbi and said to him, Let me explain my treatment of you by narrating this story. A tailor completed a garment for Rabbi Ezekiel Landau of Prague and brought it to the rabbi to fit it. He was compelled to pull the garment this way and that, and to take numerous measurements, to the great discomfort of the rabbi. After the fitting, the tailor begged Rabbi Ezekiel's pardon for the necessity of causing him discomfort. Now, my friend, you may understand that my treatment of you was necessary to enable me to discern how, by your personality and traits of character, you may fit into our company. Section 12. Finding our own character. Said the Koretzer, Of 4 sons does the Torah speak, are the words of the Passover Haggadah. Each one of us can discover his own character in the Torah. Section 13. Self-praise. Said the Besht, A man ought to be generous in his praise of a good man, but when he wishes to praise himself and remarks, Reuben is very wise, and no one has succeeded in outwitting him except myself, such praise is unworthy. In this trait, as in others, we must practice discrimination. In love, we must love good and not evil. In fear, we must fear God and not poverty. In praise, we must praise God and not ourselves. In thirst for learning, we must learn Torah and not futile subjects. Section 14. Every human trait. Said the Besht, Man should learn pride and not be proud. He should learn anger, but not feel angry. For man should be a complete personality, possessing all human traits. Does not the Torah picture God as possessing both justice and mercy? Section 15. The Unfriendly World. A rabbi once said, "Formerly it was true that a man succeeded in the world by devoting himself to the study of the Torah, by service to God, and by kindness to his fellow creatures. And the man who indulged in envy, cupidity, and ambition would be unwelcomed by the world." Nowadays, however, the reverse is true. The man who spends his life in devotion to the Torah and in kind deeds is oftentimes unknown to the world, whereas the man who labors to satisfy his selfish ambitions through envy or cupidity is oftentimes revered by the world. Section 16. The title, Yehudi. The Gera rabbi said, "The Talmud asks with reference to Mordecai why he is called Yehudi, a Jew, though he was a Benjaminite. It answers that one who abstains from idolatry is called Yehudi." The Talmud also teaches that pride, anger, evil speech, flattery, and the like are comparable to idolatry. My master, the Yud, who avoided these traits as much as it is possible for a human being to do, is therefore fittingly called Yehudi, or Yud. Section 17. 3 types of character. Said the Yud, there are 3 types of character among servants of God. The servant of the Lord who labors the entire day and yet believes he has as yet accomplished nothing stands at the summit of merit. The servant who has done nothing worthwhile in his service unto the Lord and is aware of this is a character of average merit. He may yet commence to labor in the service of the Lord. The servant who is a tzaddik and is proud of this knowledge is the least commendable character. He deceives himself all his days, and his devotion to the Torah and the mitzvot is wasted. Chapter 15. Charity. Section 1. A half-successful prayer. The wife of a Ropshitzer said to him, "Your prayer was lengthy today. Have you succeeded in bringing it about that the rich should be more generous in their gifts to the poor?" The rabbi replied, "Half of my prayer I have accomplished. The poor are willing to accept them." Section 2. Bread upon the waters. Rabbi Itzikel of Kalish was known for his kindness to everyone. Once a non-Jewish beggar asked the rabbi's wife for some bread. At the moment, she had only a full loaf, newly baked, and she disliked cutting it lest it become dry. But the rabbi enjoined her to give the beggar a portion of this bread. A few years later, the rabbi was traveling through the Carpathian Mountains towards Hungary. On the way, brigands captured him and his companions and brought them to their chieftain. The latter recognized the rabbi as his benefactor. When he came begging at his door, he freed Rabbi Itzikel and restored to him his possessions. Section 3. The safest investment. The Ladir disliked spendthrifts intensely, and the members of his family used to hide from him anything costly which they had purchased. Once his grandson, Mendel later of Libovitz, forgot to remove his expensive silk belt when he entered the room to answer the rabbi's summons. The rabbi noticed it and said, "Are you so rich that you can afford so costly a belt? Tell me, what are you doing with your dowry?" "I gave it to a rich merchant," answered Mendel, "to invest for me." "And what will you do if he fails?" "Obey me and donate your money to charity. It is the safest investment." Naturally, this advice was not followed, and soon after, the money was lost in the collapse of the merchant's enterprises. Section 4. The Rabbi's Decision. A woman and a man came to Rabbi Phineas Hurwitz of Frankfurt with complaints. The woman's lament was that her husband was over-generous in his charities, and the man's complaint was that his rich brother refused to give him any assistance whatsoever. Both defendants were summoned into the presence of the rabbi. The husband offered as his defense the fact that he feared an early death and wished to acquire a great store of good deeds for the profit of his soul. The brother defended himself by saying that he feared to give away any portion of his wealth lest he have insufficient for his old age. The rabbi rendered his decision as follows: "May the Lord protect you both from that which you fear." This decision was deemed just by the Lord. The philanthropist, who feared a short life, lived until a ripe old age, and the miser, who was afraid of living too long, was soon summoned by death. Section 5. Charity versus Psalm Singing. The Kaminker related the following story. Once I resolved to devote a whole day to the recitation of the entire book of Psalms. When towards evening I was approaching the end, the warden of my rabbi, the Tzidnover Maggid, came over to me and said that the Maggid wished to speak with me. I requested him to inform the rabbi that I would see him as soon as I had finished. But the warden returned and bade me come immediately. The Maggid asked me, "Why did you not obey my first summons?" I explained the reason. The Maggid replied, "I called you to make a collection for an indigent Jew. Psalms can be chanted by the angels as well, but mortal men are needed to aid the destitute. Charity is a greater duty than the chanting of psalms, inasmuch as the angels cannot perform charity." Section 6. Returning our gifts. Said the Bratslaver, "Be not afraid to spend for charity and holy purposes. Have confidence that God will return your gifts manifold." Section 7. A warning. The Chelmer Maggid reproved some wealthy men for being niggardly to the poor. He said, "We read Deuteronomy 15:11, for the poor shall never cease out of the land. It follows therefore that if the poor should starve to death, some of you will grow poor in order to justify God's statement." Section 8. Candlesticks. The Punidler rabbi sold all his belongings in a year of famine in order to aid the poor. His wife hid the Sabbath candlesticks and waited until better times came before she took them out of their place of concealment. When the rabbi saw them, he fainted. On being revived, he said with a sigh, "How many of the poor could have been fed with the money these candlesticks would have brought?" Section 9. Without ceremony. A Hasid asked Rabbi Bunam, "Why do we not say a blessing when giving charity, as we do when performing other mitzvot?" The rabbi replied, "Were a blessing required before giving charity, one could give an excuse that he is not clean enough to pronounce the prayer. Hence the Torah has freed him from reciting the blessing and expects him to aid the indigent without delay." Section 10. The extra donation. Said Rabbi Bunam, when members of a community are invited to contribute to a fund, each an allotted amount, some insist upon giving more than their quota. This extra donation is of special delight to the Lord. When the tabernacle was completed, relates the Midrash, a surplus of gold was discovered. Moses inquired of the Lord what use should be made of it. The Lord instructed him to use it for the making of the receptacle for the 2 tables of the covenant, the most sacred objects in the tabernacle. Section 11. The Gullible Innkeeper. The Ropshitzer narrated the following experience of his youth. "I was once walking with other Hasidim to our rabbi. We discovered we had no money left for the remainder of the long journey to Lublin, where the rabbi resided. I saw ahead of us on the road a Jewish inn, the owner of which was known to be hostile to all wanderers and averse to giving them food without payment. He was also known to give charity only to the charity chest of Rabbi Meir Baal Hanes. At the same time, he mistrusted everyone and expected that Rabbi Meir Baal Hanes would himself at some time come for the money. It was his impression that the rabbi was still alive, though it was generally known he had been dead for many years. I ordered my comrades to walk ahead of me and to inform the innkeeper that the son-in-law of Rabbi Meir Baal Hanes would soon arrive. An excellent meal was prepared. I was heartily welcomed, and the charity chest was emptied for me. When we reached Lublin, I handed over the contents of the chest to the rabbi to be sent to the land of Israel. Section 12. The Hopeful Thief. The Berdichever traveled from town to town seeking to gather money for a worthy cause, but he met with only moderate success. He regretted the waste of time and resolved not to undertake a similar enterprise in the future. On returning home, he witnessed a gendarme beating a thief who had been caught red-handed. The rabbi paid the thief's fine, and upon his release, inquired if he had not been taught a lesson to abstain from thievery henceforth. The thief replied, "What if I were beaten? This time my luck was poor, but next time it will be better." I must bear this reply in mind, thought the Berdichever. My own success this time was meager, but I must not abandon a good deed because of setbacks. Next time, I may have better fortune. Section 13. The Pawned Beaker. A rabbi noticed a golden goblet on the tzanzer's table and took it in his hand to examine it. The tzanzer said, "A childless man willed this cup to me so that I might remember his soul when I use it for Kiddush, Havdalah, and grace after meals." The next year, the same rabbi visited the tzanzer again and beheld on the table an old silver goblet instead of the golden one. He asked the tzanzer's son regarding it, and the tzanzer, who overheard the question, answered, "I was compelled to pawn the golden beaker in order to perform a deed of charity. The soul of the departed donor appears to me in my dreams and requests me to make use of his goblet, but what can I do? I have not the means to redeem it." Section 14. The Substitutes. Rabbi Shalom Kaminker came to the Belzer on a Sabbath during Hanukkah. He turned to the Hasidim and said, "At the home of my late master, the Ropshitzer, I observed that the Hanukkah light was only a substitute. But here I see that even the Sabbath light is merely a substitute." He was asked to explain himself, and he said, "The Ropshitzer kept his silver Hanukkah candlesticks in pawn and used the money for charity. But he kept the silver Sabbath candlesticks at home. Here the Belzer master has but iron candlesticks, even for the Sabbath." Section 15. Charity, more powerful than the Zadok. Rabbi Eliezer Itinga of Dukla asked the tzanzer to pray for the recovery of his ill son, Joseph. The tzanzer asked him for a ransom of 160 coins, the numerical value of the name Joseph, which the father brought over promptly. The tzanzer thereupon divided the money among the poor and instructed them to implore God to send a cure to the son of Eliezer. Charity is more powerful than the Zadok himself. Section 16. Creating Angels. Said the Koretzer, "He who assists another person creates the angel Azriel, the divine helper. He who gives money for charity creates the angel Zadkiel, the divine philanthropist. He who is in need of charity and knows he cannot survive without assistance should not accept it with a wry face and a sense of dislike. Why show hatred to the angel of charity, newly created by the act of charity?" Section 17. Near to God. The Premislaner commented on the verse from Exodus 22:7. "The master of the house shall come near unto God, to see whether he has not put his hand unto his neighbor's goods." He said, "One who puts his hand unto his own goods to aid his neighbor is near to God." Section 18. Hearts are trumps. The Poznaner rabbi received a letter from a poor woman, a mother of 6 small children, in which she stated that she had no money to feed her large family, inasmuch as her husband was ill. She added that undoubtedly more money changed hands at one card game at the Club of Merchants than her husband earned in an entire year. The rabbi, thereupon, went to the club and asked permission to join the game. As soon as he sat at the table and the cards were distributed, the rabbi threw the woman's letter on the table and exclaimed, "Hearts are trumps." The merchants read the letter and gave to the rabbi all the money in the bank of the game, so that he might present it to the destitute woman. Section 19. Rabbi Shmelki and the Beggar. Rabbi Shmelk once had no money to give to a beggar. He ransacked his wife's drawer, took from it a ring, and gave it to the destitute man. His wife returned, saw that the drawer was open and that her ring was missing. She raised a hue and cry, and when her husband explained his action, she asked him to run after the beggar, since the ring was worth 50 thalers. The rabbi ran swiftly in pursuit, and catching up with the beggar said, "I have just learned that the ring is worth 50 thalers. Let no one cheat you by giving you less than its value." Section 20. The Charitable and the Uncharitable. The Besht commented on the passage. As to almsgiving, there are 4 dispositions: he who desires to give, but not that others should give; he who desires others to give, but not himself; he who gives and wishes others to give; he who gives not himself and wishes not others to give. The last person seems to have no connection with almsgiving. Hence, there may be only 3 dispositions. Why are 4, however, mentioned? Light is known to exist because there is darkness, wisdom because of folly, righteousness because of wickedness, pleasure because of pain, memory because of forgetfulness. One is the chair upon which the other sits. One is like the man who holds an object in his upraised hand, and the other is like the object thus held. In the same way, the uncharitable man is the chair on which the charitable sits, or the hand which raises up the uncharitable. Section 21. Breaking off sins. The Yud was accustomed to give away all his possessions to charity. A Hasid asked him, "Are we not taught by our sages not to give away more than a 1/5 part of our wealth?" The Yud replied, "A 1/5 part is sufficient to fulfill the duty of giving alms. But when a man wishes to break off his sins by almsgiving, as it says in Daniel 4:24, he may give his all, for all that a man hath will he give for his soul, as it says in Job 2:4. Section 22. Food for God. Said the Trisker Maggid, "It is written in Numbers 28:2, my food, which is presented unto me for offerings." This means, your offerings to charity constitute my food, which you should present unto me. Section 23. The Reward of Charity. The Ropshitzer was told that his master, the Rimanover, blessed a man, and that the latter was becoming richer every day. He inquired why this man deserved to receive a blessing of such magnitude. The Rimanover replied, "I merely blessed him that he might enjoy a comfortable living. But the man gives away so much to charity that his fortune must be increased abundantly by heaven, so that he may have sufficient for his personal comforts." Section 24. An Avenue of Salvation. Said the Bratslaver, "Aiding the deserving saves a man from melancholy, indolence, vanity of speech, and pride." Section 25. A Perfect Tzaddik. Said the Kosover, "We are told by our sages that one who donates a coin in order that his son may live is a perfect tzaddik. Why is this so? I will explain by relating an episode in my experience. Among my adherents was a man of affluence who was always ready with a sizable donation when solicited. Once he came to me imploring that I offer a prayer for his son who was dangerously ill. I was greatly surprised, however, that he did not offer to make a donation to charity for the sake of his son's recovery. I then understood the Talmudical saying, "A man may donate when appealed to, because he possesses a clement heart, but he may be unconvinced it will benefit him as well as the poor. He is a plain tzaddik." Another, however, donates because he will receive greater profit than the indigent. He may even be inclined to miserliness and possess a stubborn heart. Yet because of his belief, he chooses to break his natural inclination. He is a perfect tzaddik. Section 26. It is too late. The Bialystoker Maggid narrated the following story. A wealthy man died, and his soul was being taken to the heavenly tribunal. On the way, the soul of the magnate passed through a palatial room where many spirits seemed to be in bliss. The rich man's soul begged permission to remain there. "You may remain," answered the escorting angel, "provided you have in your possession the price of entrance." "To be sure I have," retorted the soul. "I have brought an abundance of money with me." "It is not money that is acceptable here," was the answer. "Do you see these charity receipts? It is these that are necessary for entrance to this palace in Eden." "Let me return to earth," petitioned the spirit, "and I shall convert my wealth into receipts from institutions of charity. Then I will return here. Let me." "It is too late now," was the angel's answer. Section 27. Contrary to man's nature. Said the Kosover, "If you give a donation to a poor man, and the latter returns it, asking for a still larger gift, your acquiescence to his request will bring you a boundless reward, since it is contrary to the nature of man." Section 28. The Bratslaver on Charity, Part 1. 1. Before the recital of prayers, a man should give to charity. Thus will he avoid alien thoughts. 2. Through charity, a man is rescued from poverty and made the possessor of wealth. 3. Charity draws mercies down from heaven. 4. Through charity, man's mind is clarified, and he attains the fear and love of God. 5. Charity awakens within a man compassion for his soul. It prompts him to repent and to strive for holiness. 6. Charity brings perfection to every financial enterprise. A man should always bear in mind that his desire for profit is for the purpose of being able to donate to charity. 7. Through charity and kindness, a man attains to godliness. 8. Upon charity, the universe is founded. 9. Give charity before departing on a journey, and you will be saved from delays and irritations. 10. Through charity, you may subdue the body to the soul and folly to reason. Thus, you will go forth from darkness to light, from death to life, from animality to humanity. You will lose forgetfulness and gain memory. 11. Charity for Palestine is greater than charity for other lands. Through it, you include yourself within its holy atmosphere. 12. When you give aid to scholars, you gain a share in their sacred learning. 13. He who gives no charity and performs no deeds of kindness is no true human being. 14. Charity transforms a man's impulse to cruelty into kindness of heart. This is the chief service of charity. 15. Charity is a cure for every heartache. 16. Imitate God by being compassionate and forgiving. He will, in turn, have compassion upon you and pardon your offenses. Section 28. The Bratslaver on Charity, Part 2. 1. Charity and kind deeds are the best mediators between Israel and their Father in heaven. 2. Charity brings redemption nearer. It saves from death and causes the Shekinah to approach. 3. He who gives to charity places the Lord in his debt. He is called a perfect Zaddik, and he finds it easy to turn away from evil. 4. While it is commendable to aid students of the Torah more than commoners, the Jewish law knows no such distinction. The latter also must be aided. 5. He who restores to its owner a stolen object is like one who gives to charity. 6. Arbitration is justice blended with charity. 7. Express your thankfulness to him who aids you, and say not, he has made no gift of his own. 8. Charity has the weight of all mitzvot together. 9. Greater is he who makes the appeal for charity than the giver himself. 10. A penny here and a penny there add up to a great sum. 11. Greater than Moses is he who gives charity anonymously. 12. He who gives a penny to a poor man receives 6 blessings. He who shows his sympathy with the poor man receives 11 blessings. 13. He who practices charity is endowed by God with means, and he shall have rich, wise, and learned sons. 14. On Rosh Hashanah it is decreed how much a man shall lose throughout the year. If he is sensible, he will take this loss in the form of gifts to charity. 15. Jerusalem will be ransomed through charity. 16. Great is hospitality, for it unites those who are far apart. 17. When people do not give to charity, the government takes away their money through new forms of taxation. 18. Give charity with both hands, and your prayer will be heard. 19. Faith, truth, and family peace come to the man of charity. 20. The produce of the field grows well on the land of the charitable farmer. 21. In times of tribulation your charities are remembered in heaven. 22. The king and his lords are the friends of the philanthropist. 23. Terrors cannot dwell in the abode of the charitable man. 24. He who appeals for charity brings salvation. 25. A home that supports no charity will be the prey of flames. 26. By the virtue of charity, a man is preserved from pride, and he attains the merit of humility. 27. Generosity brings in its train the love of tzaddikim. 28. Jews who give to charity are not expelled from the land. 29. Charity brings prosperity and peace. 30. Charity shields a man's children from misfortunes. 31. He who feels resentment when he beholds a man prospering, who formerly was poor, is a partner of Satan. 32. A mitzvah that costs money is worth more than one that costs nothing. 33. He who gives charity with a smile is truly a wholehearted man. 34. Give charity while thou hast the means, while the opportunity is thine, and while thou art thine own master. 35. He who provides a suitable livelihood for a learned man shall sit in the heavenly academy. 36. Charity is greater than the sacrifices brought to the altar, yet kindness is greater than charity. 37. Deserving causes and the deserving poor are scarce. Miss not your opportunity to give wisely. 38. Even a poor man must give some charity. He may then be saved from the poverty which afflicts him. 39. Philanthropists prevent plagues in their towns. 40. Charity is of great use on the judgment day. 41. Kind-hearted folk should be watchful, lest their kindness does not result in more evil than good. 42. Kind-hearted people live long. 43. The money a man gives to Palestine preserves his wealth. 44. The giving of a tithe to charity turns maledictions into blessings. Section 29. With all thy possessions. Rabbi Nahum Chernobyler asked a wealthy man to contribute a large sum to a charitable cause. The man refused. Rabbi Nahum thereupon sold his share in the world to come and used the money for the cause. His Hasidim inquired how he could bring himself to make such a sale. The rabbi answered, I say twice daily in the Shema, love thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, and with all thy possessions. What beside my share in the world to come does a poor man like myself possess? Shall I prove to be a falsifier and refuse to give to God that which I do in truth possess? Chapter 16. Children. Section 1. Learning from the child. Rabbi Bunam said, "We may learn 3 things from the child in serving the Lord. First, the child is always happy at being alive. Second, the child is always active. Third, the child always cries for anything he wishes." In the same fashion, we should serve the Lord in a joyful mood. We should always be zealous to perform the Lord's commands. We should tearfully implore the Lord to fulfill our aspirations. Section 2. Delight in children. Rabbi Meyer Hurwitz of Tikhtin heard that a dozen distinguished rabbis, all of them his grandsons, planned to pay him honor by attending a family gathering in celebration of his birthday. The aged rabbi immediately sent a messenger to halt their plans and enjoined him to deliver the following word: "From the children that the Lord has granted me, I expect delight in the world to come, not in this world." Section 3. The beloved child. Said the Besht, "The Lord does not object even if one misunderstands what a man learns, provided he only strives to understand out of his love of learning. It is like a father whose beloved child petitions him in stumbling words, yet the father takes delight in hearing him." Section 4. The Lord understands his children. The Berditchever overheard a young man mumbling his prayers. He called him into his presence on the plea of asking a question. When the youth stood before him, the rabbi began to mumble his words, and the young man could not understand him. He said this to the rabbi, who remarked, "Is it not exactly in this manner that you have prayed to God?" "Yes," answered the youth. "I was in a hurry, and therefore did not recite distinctly. Yet it is my hope that God understood me as a father always understands the mumblings of his little child." This explanation pleased the rabbi, and he made use of it on numerous occasions. Section 5. Refrain from indulging children. Said the Bratslaver, "Children will be healthy and well-bred if parents do not play with them overmuch and do not indulge them too generously." Section 6. The heights of love. Shmelke's pupil, Moshe Leib Sassover, sat at the bedside of all the sick boys of his city, nursing and tending them. Once he said, "He who cannot suck the matter from the boils of a child sick with the plague has not yet gone halfway up the height of love for his fellow men." Section 7. For outsiders. The Ropshitzer rabbi chanced to pass through a village in which 10 male Jewish adults resided. They owned a small house of worship and a tiny cemetery. The rabbi met a Jewish child and said to him, "Tell me, my boy, since the community has only 10 males over 13, if one of them should die, what good will the synagogue be? Or if no one should die, of what use is the cemetery?" The child promptly answered, "The cemetery is intended for strangers passing through the village." This sagacious reply won the rabbi's praise. Section 8. Children's sport. The Radner rabbi, author of Hafetz Hayim, heard that children were playing a trick on the water carrier. They would fill his pails at the town pump with water at night during the winter, so that the poor man would be compelled to break the ice in the pails the following morning. He made it a habit, therefore, to empty the pails at midnight when he left the synagogue. Section 9. Impious children of pious parents. Said the Remanover, "Children of excellent religious upbringing oftentimes become impious. Why is this so? Is it not taught that if a lad receives good breeding, it will become habitual with him and he will not forsake it in maturity? The reason for the impiety of children is that oftentimes they are reared on money dishonestly gained. When they grow up, they imitate their parents." Section 10. Learning as a child. Said the Koretzer, in the Ethics of the Fathers 4:25, it is said, "If one learns as a child, what is it like? Like ink written on clean paper. If one learns as an old man, what is it like? Like ink written on blotted paper." It may be asked, why discourage the older man? But the sentence may be understood thus. One who learns as a child, namely as one who concentrates his thoughts on that which he is learning and has no foreign thoughts at the time, is like ink written on clean paper. His learning will be engraved upon his mind and in his heart. Thus, even an old man may learn as a child if he displays the necessary concentration. Section 11. The Bratslaver on Children. 1. When your children grow up, their ability to gain a livelihood grows accordingly. Have no anxiety regarding them. 2. A modest woman has good children. 3. A well-nourished mother has healthy children. 4. We have the kind of children we deserve. 5. It is like unto murder to chop down a fruit-bearing tree. 6. One who adopts an orphan is like unto him who begot him. 7. One who teaches a fatherless child is like unto him who begot him. 8. One who marries for money shall have unworthy children and shall lose the dowry within a short time. 9. One who competes unfairly with another is as one who commits adultery. 10. Good children are a source of cure and healing for their parents. 11. One should show no favoritism among his children. 12. One should teach his children good manners from babyhood. 13. One who longs to perform a mitzvah but finds no opportunity to do so will see his son perform the righteous deed. 14. If husband and wife quarrel, they cannot raise good children. 15. The strict leader will not have understanding sons. 16. One who displeases his parents will have disobedient sons. 17. When the father is quick-tempered, his sons are fools. 18. One is immortal if his descendants study the Torah. Section 12. What hast thou brought? The Sassover was persuaded by his wife's father to try his hand at business. When the merchants of the little town left for the market in the larger city, the future Rebbe joined them. On his arrival, the Sassover repaired to the synagogue, became engrossed in his studies, and was forced to return home empty-handed. On his arrival, his children, like those of his comrades, began to cry out, "Father, what hast thou brought us?" The rabbi fell to the ground unconscious, and when he was revived, his father-in-law anxiously inquired, "Have you lost the money?" "No," replied the Sassover, "the money is intact, but the cries of my children reminded me that when I return to my source, I shall be asked the same question, 'What hast thou brought?' and I shall be unable to show anything whatsoever." No more persuasion was attempted to initiate him in the ways of business. Section 13. A True Jew. A hard frost covered the ground. The cold penetrated the garments and chilled the body. Nevertheless, the jewerer, as was his custom, arranged that his 2 grandchildren, still in their tender childhood, should accompany him, seated on the sled, as he journeyed to visit the Kotzker. A friend of the rabbi protested and said, "Can they not wait to acquire a knowledge of Hasidism until they are older? Why risk their health in this cold?" The rabbi smiled and answered, "Be not anxious. It is worth every hardship for these youngsters to look upon a true Jew." Chapter 17. Christianity and Judaism. Section 1. Moses and Balaam. Said Rabbi Bunam, "The Midrash tells us that Balaam was sent to the non-Jews as a prophet, so that the non-Jews might have no excuse for rejecting monotheism. But the non-Jews can say, Why did the Jews receive a saintly prophet, whereas ours is one of poor repute and character? The answer is as follows. Moses wished to teach the Egyptians, and others also, the true conception of God. But their wise men refused to believe in him because they doubted his miracles. Yet when Balaam came to them, they had faith in his superstitious assertions. Hence, on the day of judgment, the non-Jewish nations will be asked, since you did believe in some supernatural acts, why did you not believe in Moses and his teachings? Section 2. Jesus, the Jew. The Pulnor Rabbi, in one of his works, relates this parable regarding Jesus. A Christian king once invited the ambassadors of several countries to a banquet. Among the guests was a Jew. In the theological discussion which ensued, the king invited a Mohammedan guest to state his opinion regarding Jesus. The Muslim asserted that Jesus was not the Son of God, but merely a distinguished prophet. The Jew, when called upon, stated his belief that Jesus was merely a Jew. Wishing to soften his answer, he thereupon received permission to relate the following story. A dealer in gems discovered that one of his jewels possessed a flaw which rendered it of lesser value. He departed for another city, where he was unknown, dressed himself in peasant garb, and went to a jeweler with the tale that he owned a gem which he would sell cheaply, since he was no expert. The jeweler bought it for a few coins, and, in his eagerness to drive a bargain, neglected to examine it. He resold it to a customer, who in turn resold it until it came at last to the king. The king asked the judgment of his expert jewelers, and they, not wishing to inform him he had been deceived, pronounced it genuine. The king then asked the gem dealer who had originally sold it, and he pronounced it valueless. The king was greatly angered, but the jeweler said, "How can I testify that it is genuine when it was I who by donning peasant garb persuaded a jeweler to purchase it?" Thus it is with us Jews. Jesus was one of us, who therefore knows better than ourselves his true nature. Chapter 18. Circumcision. Section 1. A lesson in manners. Said the Belzer, circumcision is performed on the 8th day in order to teach us the following lesson. When we pay a visit, we should first greet the matron of the home and then give our attention to the master. The infant is given an opportunity first to welcome the Sabbath bride before he is initiated into the company of the master. Section 2. Elijah's punishment. A Warsaw Jew, who cared little for religion, invited the Gera rabbi to the circumcision of his son, which was to be performed on the Sabbath. On his arrival, several of the guests threw away their cigars. The rabbi noticed this desecration of the Sabbath and spoke as follows. There is a midrash to the effect that the prophet Elijah was punished for complaining that Israel had forgotten God's covenant, and, as a penalty, he was ordered to be present in spirit at every circumcision. For this reason, the chair on which the person who holds the child sits during the circumcision is named Elijah's chair. I have never understood why being present at the sacred ceremony should be deemed a punishment. But now I perceive that it is a grave annoyance to be present at some ceremonies of our faith. Section 3. The Informer's Invitation. A man known as an informer against his fellow Jews came to the Radomsker and said, "Rabbi, I have come to invite you to accept the mitzvah of holding my son at his circumcision." The rabbi replied, "You are continually committing offenses, yet you expect to honor others by extending to them mitzvahs." "But Rabbi," countered the informer, "if you should shame me by refusing, you will have committed an offense." "Look here, my man," answered the rabbi, "you permit yourself serious offenses, yet you are unwilling to permit me to commit even a minor one." Then he spoke at length to the informer, and the latter promised to offend no longer against his brethren. Section 4. Without thought of reward. said the Premislaner. We read the words, "Even as he has entered into the covenant, so may he enter into the Torah, the nuptial canopy, and into good deeds. Even as the boy enters through circumcision into the covenant of the sons of Abraham, without any thought of pride or self-benefit, so may he enter into the Torah, marriage and good deeds, in the same spirit of service without reward." Section 5. Circumcision of the heart. Said the Gerer, "Since we are commanded to call the Sabbath a day of delight, how may we listen to a sermon which prompts us to thoughts which sadden our soul, since they show to us all our shortcomings? And is not work for the improvement of our soul a difficult labor which should be forbidden on the Sabbath?" The answer is that the improvement of our soul is called in Deuteronomy 10:16, circumcision of the obduracy of our heart, and we are taught that circumcision overcomes the sanctity of the Sabbath. Section 6. The future of the child. At a circumcision feast, the Berditchever said, "We read in Psalms 119, 162 says, 'I rejoice at thy word, as one that findeth great spoil.' We are now present at the performance of God's covenant with the seed of Abraham, and we should rejoice." Some may think, why this joy? How can we tell whether the new member of our people will grow into a man of righteousness? The Talmud answers this question by teaching us to bless God as the Lord of goodness, who doeth good unto others, even when we receive a doubtful blessing. For example, if a man should find a treasure, he should bless the Lord, even though he fears that his discovery will be confiscated by the government and he will be punished for keeping it. In the same fashion, when a new baby is a blessing to us in the present, it is not our function to look into the probable future. This is the message the psalmist would convey to us in his words. Chapter 19. Comfort and Consolation. Section 1. Remembering another's sorrow. Rabbi Isaac Meyer of Jair lost every one of his 13 sons. When the youngest died, the mother refused to be comforted. Her husband said to her, "Our sons have not died in vain. If a misfortune like ours should happen to another man, he will remember that Isaac Meyer lost 13 holy sons, and he will not feel angry against the Lord." Section 2. The Mourner's Kaddish. Rabbi Bunam said, "A king selected out of his armies a regiment of royal guards, of whom he was extremely proud. When a member of the royal regiment died, the loss was deeply felt by him. Likewise, when a Jew dies, a member of God's chosen people, the Lord takes the loss to heart, there being one less to glorify and sanctify his name. We therefore pray, may his great name regain its greatness and its sanctity, since the son of the departed takes his father's place." Section 3. My people. The Medzabozer said in comment on the words, comfort ye, my people, saith your God." Isaiah 40:1. When God calls you, my people, be comforted by this. Section 4. Earth's Obedience. The Lubliner said to Rabbi Mordecai of Chernobyl, "When I reflect upon my continuous misdeeds, I fall into despair. The only comfort I derive is from the knowledge that I shall soon return unto earth, and earth does not disobey God." Chapter 20. Compassion for Sinners. Section 1. Aware of their quality. The Lubliner said, "I love more the wicked man who is aware of his wickedness than the good man who is aware of his goodness." Section 2. Tolerating the Sinner. Rabbi Sosya was seated in the reception room of the Mesoritzer Maggid. A man known for his evil ways entered the room to seek the Maggid's presence. He came over to the Maggid and with characteristic brazen-facedness stated his wish. Rabbi Sosya could not restrain himself and shouted at the sinner, "How dare you approach this holy rabbi without a sense of shame for your transgressions?" When the man had left, Rabbi Susia besought the Maggid's forgiveness for his interference. The Maggid said, "Learn from me, Rabbi Susia, to tolerate the sinner, ignore the wickedness in him, and endeavor to elicit the good." This became Rabbi Susia's habit, and when he would encounter a sinner, he would blame himself for being a sinner and tearfully implore the Lord for pardon. This self-accusation always moved the real sinner to repentance, and he would beg the rabbi to instruct him in the ways of self-betterment. Section 3. Forbidden Food. The Gira rabbi visited a wealthy Jew on behalf of a communal cause. He found him eating his dinner and wished him a good appetite. The host laughingly remarked, "If the rabbi knew that I am eating forbidden food, he would forbear from wishing me a good appetite." The rabbi replied, "Indeed, mine host, it is particularly to you that my wish applies. If you were partaking of forbidden food, not because you are hungry, but because you do not concern yourself with a disregard for the law, your transgression would be more serious." Section 4. Transgression with knowledge. Said the resigner, we read in Isaiah 26:10, "May the wicked be spared, who never learned righteousness." This shows that it is better not to learn the duties of piety if one does not intend to observe them. One who transgresses knowingly cannot hope for mercy without repentance. Section 5. Rabbi Levi Isaac, the Compassionate. The surname of Rabbi Levi Isaac, as carried in the registers of the authorities, was the Compassionate, a name not borne by his father before him. This name came to him in the following fashion. When the imperial decree bade everyone add a surname to his given name, and the Jews were tardy in fulfilling this behest, the warden of Berdichev went from house to house to enforce registration. When he came to the Zaddik's house, speaking his errand by rote, the Zaddik looked above and beyond him and said, not heeding him, "Follow in the footsteps of the Lord, and as he is compassionate, be thou compassionate." But the warden, catching hold of the word, took out his list and entered, Rabbi Levi Isaac, surname the Compassionate. Section 6. Put off your Na'al. The Dinover offended the Ropshitzer and paid him a visit to placate him. Seeing the Dinover tremble from fear, the Ropshitzer said, "It is true that it lies within my power to punish you for your disrespect. Fear not, however, for I shall not use this power." The Lord said to Moses, "Put off thy shoes from off thy feet." Exodus 3:5. This word, Na'al, meaning shoe, contains the initials for the words Nesicha, meaning bite, Akitza, meaning sting, and Lakisha, meaning hiss. In the Ethics of the Fathers 2:15, we are told that these are the three means by which the sages inflict punishment for disrespect. But the Lord instructed Moses, the first of the sages, not to use these powers of punishment if the sinner regretted his offense. Section 7. Standing before the Lord. The Koretzer commented on the verse, "But Abraham stood yet before the Lord." Genesis 18:22. Abraham and his successors, the Tzaddikim in each generation, still stand before the Lord to implore compassion for sinners, as Abraham did on behalf of the Sodomites. Section 8. The Bratslaver on Compassion. 1. Where there is no compassion, famine breaks out. 2. Where there is no compassion, crime increases. 3. He who feels no compassion will become insane. 4. He who repays good for evil will live many years. 5. Evil desires depart from the compassionate. 6. If we do not aid another in his tribulation, it is as if we caused him the tribulation. 7. Toothache comes to a man who has no compassion for animals. Chapter 21, Conduct and its Rules. Section 1, Sayings of Rabbi Moshe Leib Sassover. Part A, Gate of the Fear of God. 1. A man cannot attain fear of God except through meekness and through disdain of worldliness. 2. Picture to yourself the vastness of the universe, and you will feel awe towards its creator. 3. A man can obtain nothing from God except through prayer offered in a spirit of awe and with love for Him. 4. A man cannot serve the Lord with awe and in love 1 hour of the day and forget Him the remainder of the day. Part B, Gate of Prayer. 1. If you have accepted the kingdom of God during your prayer and then have disobeyed His commands later, you have mocked your King. 2. How can you serve God in awe and love if you do not know why you should fear and love Him? 3. To subdue your anger is worthier than fasting. 4. To hear yourself insulted and not to make reply is worthier than self-chastisement. Part C, Joy in Service. 1. If you are of small account in your own eyes, you have ascended to a position of holiness. 2. The joy of your service demonstrates the strength of your belief in God. 3. If melancholy overpowers you, it will be easy for you to transgress against the entire Torah. 4. If you are convinced that this world serves you as an avenue to eternal rest, how can you be melancholy? 5. If you are convinced that you are a trusted servant of the Supreme King, you have true cause for rejoicing. 6. Bitter is death to the wicked, but sweet is death to the pious, since it brings to them eternal rest. 7. This world is the world of deeds. Proper deeds and contentment bring to a man immortality and eternal life. 8. No tribulation is worthy of attention unless it interferes with the performance of proper deeds. Part D, Good Traits of Character. 1. Remove anger from your heart, for anger rests in the lap of fools. 2. The Bible says, "A soft answer turneth away wrath." Proverbs 15:1. 3. Whether evil or good events betide, let it be the same to you, since you are a stranger and a sojourner on this earth. 4. A sigh breaks the body of a man. 5. Wherefore shouldst thou have anxiety over a world that is not thine? 6. If peace is absent, everything else is lacking. 7. Be patient in the enduring of insults, for what art thou, and what is thy life? 8. Insult comes to thee in place of misfortunes. 9. Close thine eyes, that thou mayest not behold evil and impurity. 10. Silence is a fence around wisdom. 11. Be deliberate, and thou wilt have no regrets. 12. Do not reprove another unless thine own actions are correct. 13. If thou art not a loyal friend of Israel, thou hast not tasted fear of the Lord. 14. The soul of another Jew is as much a part of Godhead as thine own soul, and thou art his brother. 15. A man may be an upright servant of the Lord until temptation comes to him. It is only the one who has withstood temptation who is truly righteous. 16. If opposition causes a man to turn away from the Lord, it is a sign that he was far from Him before. 17. If you are convinced that good and evil occurrences are the handiwork of the Lord, you will not be distressed if anything transpires in your own life, which is not in accordance with your desires. Part E, Belief. 1. If you cannot comprehend a mortal man's thoughts, how much the less can you hope to comprehend God's reasons? All that is possible is merely to have faith. 2. If passion burns within you, remember who endowed you with this passion, and you will not make use of it for evil purposes. 3. A holy man was healed by the use of many drugs. He said, "Now I have received proof that the contents of the universe were created for the benefit of man." Part F. Miscellaneous. 1. Be not offended by one who harms thee. Some of the goodness resident within him may be lacking in thee. 2. It is not permissible to petition God by prayer to change natural laws for your own sake. 3. The main superiority of man over animals is in his power of speech, but if we speak vanity and folly, we are no better than animals. 4. In material pleasures, we feel gladness for the moment only, but in divine pleasures, our feeling of gladness never ceases. Section 2. The lightning flashes. The Reasoner declared that Hasidut demands not only nobility of spirit, but also nobility of dress and manners. He wished to emphasize not only the duties of man to God, but also the duties of man to man. He cited the following parable. A man walked on a country road one moonless night. From time to time, flashes of lightning illumined the path. Once when he looked towards the sky to observe how the flash split the heavens, he fell into a pit. He climbed out with difficulty and henceforth resolved to avail himself of the light from the flashes in order to see the road clearly. Hasidism, added the Reasoner, is a flash of lightning in a dark universe. Avail yourself of it in order to walk through this world without disaster. Section 3. The Two Tablets. The Ropshitzer declared that previous to his birth, an angel showed him a tablet divided into 2 columns. On the right he read, "In order to know the Torah, a man must have no compassion on his wife and children. If he works to satisfy their needs, he will have no time to study the Torah." On the left, opposite, he read, "He who pities people is pitied in heaven. A man must care for his family even beyond his strength, for their lives are dependent upon his." On the right, the learned man should be like unto a fiery flame. On the left, who will inherit the world to come? The meek and lowly one, who bows when entering and leaving. On the right, a man should be wise in his fear of the Lord. On the left, you shall be simple-hearted before your God. If you are simple-hearted, your lot is with your God. On the left. On the right, be satisfied with a minimum, like Rabbi Chanina ben Dosa. On the left, he who pledges himself not to drink wine and thus afflicts his body is called a sinner. He continued in this strain for a while and then said, "I was engrossed in the thought of how difficult it is to find a way of behavior which will reconcile these antinomies. Suddenly I heard the words, 'Mazal Tov, good luck, a male child is born.' I remained wondering, and since then I still labor to find the way to follow both rules, however contradictory." Chapter 22. Contentment. Section 1. Contentment of Spirit. Rabbi Bunam commented on Genesis 49:15. "For he saw a resting place, that it was good, and the land that it was pleasant, and he bowed his shoulder to bear, and became a servant under taskwork." He said, "One who desires release from worries may obtain it by bending his shoulder to bear complacently anything which may befall him, and by being satisfied of spirit no matter what its outcome." Section 2. Where you are not. A Hasid asked Rabbi Bunam's advice on the wisdom of moving to another village. He reminded him of the Talmudic counsel that if a man cannot prosper in one community, he should journey to another. The rabbi replied, "The Talmud may mean that If he is dissatisfied in his home community, he may take up his residence in another. There, however, he may discover that conditions are even worse. Section 3. Aphorisms on Contentment. Said the Kobrener. 1. If I were but certain that I have really aided one man to serve God better, I would be contented. 2. If I knew that I have answered a single Amen as it ought be uttered, I would be contented. 3. If I knew that when my soul arrives in heaven, it will be announced that a Jew has been brought in, I would be contented. Section 4. Do not complain. The Turbaner rabbi narrated the following tale. 2 Hasidim were traveling to the Besht by horse and wagon. On a narrow road, they were compelled to slacken their pace because a nobleman's carriage ahead had developed a defect in one of the wheels. One Hasid complained that with such slow going, they would be unable to reach Medzebos for the Sabbath. The other Hasid replied, "What God brings to pass is for good." They soon came to a still narrower pass and found it blocked by a milk wagon which had broken down. The nobleman ordered the milk cans to be transferred to another wagon and the broken wagon to be pushed aside. Later, the nobleman took a branch road, and the Hasidim were able to drive ahead quickly. "You see now that I was right," said the Hasid, who had not complained. "Had the nobleman not been ahead of us, we should have been forced to wait until the milk wagon had been repaired. The owner would never have bothered to transfer the milk cans for our sake." Chapter 23. Controversy with God. Section 1. A Judgment for the Rabbi. A terrible famine once occurred in Ukraine, and the poor could buy no bread. 10 rabbis assembled at the home of the Spoler grandfather for a session of the rabbinical court. The Spoler said to them, "I have a case in judgment against the Lord. According to rabbinical law, a master who buys a Jewish serf for a designated time 6 years, or up to the Jubilee year, must support not only him, but also his family. Now the Lord bought us in Egypt as his serfs, since he says in Leviticus 25:55, "For to me are the sons of Israel serfs." And the prophet Ezekiel declared that even in exile, Israel is the slave of God. Therefore, O Lord, I ask that thou abide by the law and support thy serfs with their families. The 10 judges rendered judgment in favor of the Spoler rabbi. In a few days, a large shipment of grain arrived from Siberia, and bread could be bought by the poor. Section 2. Let Israel triumph. Said the Koznitzer Maggid, "There is a controversy between Israel and the Lord. The Lord says to us, 'Return unto me, and I will return unto you.' Zechariah 1:3. Israel answers, 'Turn thou us unto thee, O Lord, and we shall be returned.' Lamentations 5:21. Therefore, Jeremiah pleads, 'Wherefore wilt thou forget us, because of thy wish to win the controversy? Say, O Lord, my sons have triumphed over me, and cause us to return.'" Section 3. Dispute with the Lord. A poor man came to the Radviller rabbi and complained of his poverty. The Radviller had no money to give him, but in lieu of a donation, he comforted him with the words of the verse, Proverbs 3:12, "For whom the Lord loveth, he correcteth." His father, the Zlotsover Maggid, witnessed this and said to his son, "Truly, this is an unworthy way to aid the indigent." The verse should be understood thus: "For he that loveth the Lord shall argue with him. He should plead, Why shouldst thou cause a man to put himself to shame by begging aid, when it is in thy power, O Lord, to vouchsafe him his necessities in an honorable fashion?" Section 4. Accusing God of wrongdoing. Said the Carliner, "We are told to judge all men in the scale of merit. If this applies even to men, how much the more, then, does it apply to God?" Section 5. Letting God off easily. After Yom Kippur, the Berditchever called over a tailor and asked him to relate his argument with God on the day before. The tailor said, "I declared to God, you wish me to repent of my sins, but I have committed only minor offenses. I may have kept leftover cloth, or I may have eaten in a non-Jewish home where I worked without washing my hands. But thou, O Lord, hast committed grievous sins. Thou hast taken away babies from their mothers and mothers from their babies. Let us be quits. Mayest thou forgive me, and I will forgive thee." Said the Berditchever, "Why did you let God off so easily? You might have forced him to redeem all of Israel." Section 6. A Justified Complaint. In the vicinity of Rabbi Moshe Leib of Sasov, there lived a poor woman who was pursued by misfortune, since one child after another was taken from her in the first year of its life. She wept long for her little ones. Once she poured forth her anguish to the rabbi's wife, and spoke in her bitterness a word against the injustice which God had inflicted upon her. The wife of the rabbi interrupted her, saying, "A Jewess must not speak thus. She must accept patiently whatever transpires, and say, what God does is just and righteous in my eyes." But the poor woman wept still more pitifully. She was terrified lest she had sinned against God. Rabbi Moshe Leib heard the loud lamentations and stepped outside in order to learn the cause. His wife related to him the whole situation and mentioned the blasphemous words which had fallen from the lips of her neighbor. "The poor woman is justified," exclaimed the rabbi. "Through what cause has she earned so harsh a punishment? Why should her children die in their infancy? Were they not received into the covenant of Abraham? Why does the Holy One, blessed be He, chastise her so cruelly and incessantly?" And Rabbi Moshe Leib turned his countenance to the bereaved woman and said, "You will soon bear a son, and, with the help of God, he will live long, and I will even be at his wedding." And it happened, just as the rabbi had said. Section 7. God's Crown. While reciting the Selikoth prayers, the Sassover rabbi exclaimed, "O Lord, consider that thou perforce must need that Israel should sin for the fulfillment of thy 13 attributes, which are like 13 gems in thy crown. Otherwise, thou wouldst lack some of thy most precious gems, long-suffering and forgiving iniquity." Exodus 34:7. "And thy crown would lose much of its glory." Thus, even by their sins the children of Israel contribute to thy glory, and they deserve to be treated with clemency. Section 8. Without sight. Said the Sassover, "As we believe in thee, O Lord, though we see thee not, so aid us, though thou seest no good within us." Section 9. Give us our needs. Said the Savraner, Rabbi Obadiah Bertinoro, the famous commentator on the Mishnah, says, "Even when we turn to transgressions, have mercy upon us, and let our needs be open before thee." The meaning of these words is as follows: "Even when we transgress, thou shouldst pity us, O Lord, for it is known to thee that we do so because of our needs. Were we supplied with our necessities, we would not transgress in our dealings." Section 10. A Trial with God. The Emperor of Austria promulgated a law that a tax of 400 guldens be levied on every Jewish marriage. A poor man came to the Lysensker and complained, "I have a case in judgment against God. He commanded that men multiply, and yet he permitted a decree which makes marriage impossible for most Jews. My daughter is betrothed, but neither I nor the bridegroom can pay so enormous a tax." The Lysensker pondered a moment and then exclaimed, "Let the Dayanim sit in judgment." In his argument he said, "It is the law that if a man is half serf and half free, his master must give him his freedom in order that he may be able to marry, since a Jew may not wed a female serf, and a Jewess may not be given in marriage to a male serf. We are partly serfs of God and partly free men because of our free will. It is because we are serfs that the decree has been directed against us Jews only. Let God, our master, either free us from this decree or else give us freedom from our service to him, so that we may marry as other nations may. Soon after, a messenger arrived with the joyful tidings that the harsh decree had been abolished. Chapter 24. Courage, Physical. Section 1. The Rabbi and the Bear. Rabbi Uri Strelisker, in company with several Hasidim, traveled by stagecoach through a forest. Suddenly the horses halted, and the driver saw a bear coming towards them. The rabbi walked up to the bear and gazed steadily into his eyes. Thereupon the bear turned and walked away. "This is not a miracle," explained the rabbi. "The Lord blessed men and said to them, 'And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth.' Genesis 9:2. No unspoiled man need fear any beast." Section 2. The Fiery Trial. Rabbi Susia, to place his powers of endurance to the trial, once thrust his hand into the fire. When he winced and withdrew his hand, he marveled not a little, saying, "What a gross clod must Susia's body be, to be afraid of the fire." Section 3. The Savage Dogs. The Sassover once heard that a Jew who was unable to pay his rent had been imprisoned by the village owner. He went to the latter and petitioned him to have pity on the poor man. The landowner became enraged and drove him from the house. The rabbi returned to renew his entreaties. Then the angry owner turned loose his savage dogs. The Sassover calmly bared his arms and said, "If it is decreed in heaven that these dogs shall harm me, let it be so." The dogs halted in their tracks and refused to touch the rabbi. The landowner was overwhelmed with remorse, and he released the imprisoned debtor. Chapter 25. Courtesy and Manners. Section 1. Never eject the poor. Said the Slonimer, "Beware of discourtesy to the poor. If you turn them out of your home, you have been guilty of ejecting the Lord himself, for he standeth at the right hand of the needy." Psalm 109:31. Section 2. Table Etiquette. Said the Bratslaver, "A man should eat slowly and with etiquette, even if alone at the table." Section 3. Holiness in Courtesy. Rabbi Jacob Joseph Poulneau, author of Toledoth Jacob Joseph, a famous Hasidic book, was by nature a man of hasty temper. The Besht desired to teach him a lesson in calmness. He sent a man to the synagogue, where the rabbi was seated studying, and ordered him to interrupt him. The man did so and said, "May I know who you are?" "I am the Rabbi of Poulneau," was the reply. "Do you make a comfortable living from your position?" continued the questioner. The rabbi became angry at the interruption and failed to make a reply. The man then said, "You are guilty of dispossessing the Lord from his abode." "How is this?" queried the rabbi. "I will explain it to you," said the man. "We say in our prayers, 'But thou art holy, O thou that dwellest amid the praises of Israel.' Hence, when a Jew accosts another and inquires concerning his livelihood, and the one questioned gives the customary answer, 'God be praised, the Lord dwelleth within this praise.' But since you have refused to make a reply, the divinity which approached with expectation to take residence within your words of praise was compelled to depart." The Poulneur admitted the truth of this reasoning and resolved to be more courteous in the future. Section 4. Children or Builders. Rabbi Isaac of Lenzner related the following story. In my youth, I was accustomed to study all night in the synagogue and to snatch a little sleep after sunrise. Once I became so engrossed in a subject that I did not lie down for rest until a short time before services. I awoke, but had not time to change from my sleeping robe. A worshiper came and admonished me for appearing at services in so unseemly a garment. I replied as follows: "We read in the evening service for Sabbath. Read not here the word meaning thy children, but the word meaning thy builders, namely thy students. When the general public call at a palace, they must be garbed in fitting dress, but when builders enter to make repairs, they enter in their working clothes." The man smiled and walked away satisfied. Section 5. Manners in Drinking. Said Rabbi Bunam, "One should not gulp down his glass of water, but should drink slowly, even as he should eat slowly. Understand that we are not mere animals, and even though we must feed our body, we must do so in a mannerly way, in order that we may display our superiority over the animals. This discipline will aid your soul. Especially in drinking water, we are in danger of imitating the animals, since we drink it as we find it in its natural state, without preparing it for human use." Chapter 26. Creation and Evolution. Section 1. God is the Creator. Said the Sassover, "The Torah begins with the words, 'In the beginning, God created.' This means, the first thing to know is that God is the sole creator of everything." Section 2. Offering the first part. Said the Lekevitzer, "The Torah begins with the word Bereshith, which may be translated, 'For the sake of the first, the Lord hath created the world.' All that the Creator demands is that a man make a beginning in the right direction. Thereafter, he will aid him to continue in the right path. To symbolize this, he ordained that we should devote to the Lord the first fruits, the first stalks of grain, the firstborn cattle, and the law of tradition commands us to devote the first part of every day to prayer." Section 3. The Unfinished Vessel. Rabbi Bunam said, "The Lord created the world in a state of beginning. The universe is always in an uncompleted state, in the form of its beginning. It is not like a vessel at which the master works and he finishes it. It requires continuous labor and unceasing renewal by creative forces. Were there a second's pause by these forces, the universe would return to primeval chaos." Section 4. The Recreation of the World. Said the Besht, "It is written in Lamentations 3:23, they are new every morning. Great is thy faith." A man should believe that each day the world is recreated, and that he is reborn each morning. His faith will then be increased, and he will take a fresh interest daily in his service to the Lord. Section 5. For my sake. The Bratslaver said, "Declare at all times, the world was created for my sake. Do not declare, of what concern is this to me? But do your share to add some improvement, to supply something that is missing, and to leave the world a little better for your sojourn in it." Section 6. Infinite Understanding. Said Rabbi Bunam, we read in Psalms 147:5, "Great is our Lord, and mighty in power. His understanding is infinite." Let me explain this. God causes an insignificant fact to occur in order that it may bring in its train another occurrence. The second causes a third, and this is continued a myriad of times. All the events have been caused directly by the first insignificant occurrence. When God caused the first thing to happen, He understood every least thing to the end of time, and knew what the impulse of the first thing would cause to transpire. This is what we have in mind when we offer praise that God's understanding is infinite. Section 7. Hints from Genesis. Rabbi Wolf Streakover finds these hints in the first verse of the Bible, Genesis 1:1. Bereshith has the initial letters of 1. Bitachon, or trust, 2. Ratzon, or will, 3. Ahava, or love, 4. Shetika, or silence, 5. Yirah, or fear, 6. Torah, or learning. These are the most important essentials in the character of a man of goodness. Bara reminds us of the three most important and fundamental material needs. 1. Bara suggests children. From bar, a son. 2. Bara, health. From bari, meaning healthy. 3. Bara, food. From bar, meaning grain. Bara Elohim Eth. The last letters of these words spell emeth, truth. The creation can rest only upon truth. Chapter 27. Cures, Physical and Mental. Section 1. Tranquility of Spirit. Said the Sassover. We read Psalms 29:11. The Lord will grant strength unto his people. The Lord will bless his people with peace. It is customary for sick people to be quarrelsome and irritable. Hence, we implore the Lord to give us health and bodily strength, so that we may be blessed with peace and tranquility of spirit. Section 2. Cheerfulness cures. A youth came to the Radomsker rabbi and complained that he suffered from a nervous ailment, which brought him evil dreams in the night. It is your melancholy that is responsible, said the rabbi. Always be cheerful, and you will be cured. Section 3. Charity saves from death. The Yud's child became dangerously ill, and the mother implored the rabbi to pray for him. The Yud ordered her to sell everything in the house and to distribute the money to the poor. His wife did so, but no improvement was noted in the condition of the child. The weeping mother asked her husband what she should now do. Sell the windows of the house for charity, said the rabbi. When this was done, the child became well. Section 4. Spiritual healing. The Medzibazar rabbi said, the psalmist declares, O Lord, my God, I cried loudly unto thee, and thou didst heal me. This signifies that the act of crying unto God is in itself a source of healing for spiritual ailments. The Kobrener finds this idea in the words, For I am the Lord that healeth thee. Exodus 15:26. The knowledge that God is the Lord is a cure for maladies of the mind and heart. Section 5. Prayer for the sick. A Hasid once importuned the Gastaniner rabbi to promise a cure for his sick wife. The rabbi replied, Were I able to accomplish cures, I would have visited the sick of my own accord and effected their healing. All I am able to do is to pray for the sick person. You can and should do the same. Section 6. The most earnest prayer. The Yud became dangerously ill, and the inhabitants of his town proclaimed a fast and universal prayer for the rabbi's speedy convalescence. A villager chanced to come to town and went to the tavern for a drink of brandy. Several townsfolk overheard him and informed him that drinking was prohibited for the day. The villager at once went to the synagogue and prayed, O Lord, please cure the holy rabbi, so that I may have my drink. Soon after, the rabbi began to recover his strength and said, The prayer of the villager was more acceptable than any of yours. His expressed the greatest longing and the most earnest supplication for my prompt recovery. Section 7. The Lord and Strict Justice. Rabbi Joshua, son of Rabbi Shalom of Belz, had occasion to pray for the recovery of an impious Jew who was dangerously sick. He said, It may be true that the patient deserves to die if judged by the rules of strict justice. But it is only the judges of the lower tribunals who have no choice under the law and must sentence the offender according to his acts. The king, however, the chief magistrate of the country, may issue a pardon in disregard of the law. Thou, O Lord, art like the king, the judge of all the earth, and mayest grant a pardon. I implore thee to exercise thy right of mercy, as Abraham said, Genesis 18:25. The judge of all the earth need not exercise justice. Section 8. Psalms and their curative value. A Gentile physician believed that his wife was hopelessly ill, and in order not to witness her death agonies, he left the town. When he returned a month later, he found his wife much improved and on the way to complete recovery. He was told that a Rebbe had advised his family to arrange for the chanting of psalms on behalf of her recovery, a Jewish custom of long standing. As soon as this was done, an improvement in the sick woman's condition was noted. Later, the Gentile physician wrote a medical work concerning the ailment of his wife and remarked at its conclusion, "If all the remedies enumerated here are of no avail, psalms should be chanted in Hebrew." Section 9. Music as a cure. When the Yud heard that the Koznitzer Maggid was very weak, he summoned 2 of his disciples and said, "Go to Koznitz and sing before the Maggid." They arrived on a Friday, and on representing themselves as men with good voices, they were invited to sing the Sabbath hymns. With every song, the Maggid felt better and better. He finally exclaimed, "The Yud knew that I have walked in all worlds, except in the world of music. He sent me his singers to demonstrate to me that I still have a task in this life, to explore the world of song." Section 10. An overdose of words. Said Rabbi Bunam, "We are taught that the words of wisdom are health to all their flesh." Proverbs 4:22. This is why Abtalion said, "Ye sages, be heedful of your words, Ethics of the Fathers, 1:11. Since words are as medicine, they must be carefully measured and precautions taken against an overdose." Section 11. The healing of the poor. The Tzikover said, "It is written, and ye shall serve the Lord your God, and he will bless thy bread and thy water, and I will remove sickness from the midst of thee." Exodus 23:25. How shall we understand the connection between bread and water and the cure of sickness? It is thus: when a malady overtakes a person, he may obtain medicine for it, or take the cure at mineral springs with healing properties. But what shall the poor do, since they can afford neither? It is to them that the Lord speaks in this verse, "Serve me, and I shall cause your bread and your water to contain the healing powers of medicines and mineral waters, necessary for the cure of your ailment." Section 12. For thy name. The Medzibozer commented on the words, "Heal us, O Lord, and we shall be healed." He said, "Heal for us thy name and thy throne, and we shall be healed as a consequence." Section 13. The healing of souls. Said the Yud, "All commentators on the Torah ask, why is it written, 'For I am the Lord that healeth thee'?" Exodus 15:26. When it is said before this, "I will put none of the diseases upon thee," since there will be no diseases, what need is there of healing? The answer is as follows. Previously, the plagues of Egypt served to heal the souls of Israel through their fear of a punishment similar to the trials of the Egyptians. Now, after the Exodus, if Israel obeys the Lord, he need no longer enforce their obedience and loyalty through fear of penalties, but he will heal their souls by demonstrating through his providence that he is the Lord. Chapter 28. Dancing. Section 1. Why the Rabbi learned to dance. The Spoler grandfather told the following experience of his youth. Once he arrived in a small town and heard that the nearby Polish count had jailed a Jew for debt. He learned also that it was the count's custom to compel his victims to dance at a ball he held on his birthday. If the prisoner danced satisfactorily, he was freed. Otherwise, he was returned to the dungeon. The rabbi resolved to free the Jew, secured a dancing instructor, and soon became very proficient. On the night of the ball, he crept to the dungeon and succeeded in entering the basement. Soon, he heard the groans of the poor Jew and prevailed upon him to change clothes when the opportunity came. The rabbi carefully enlarged the hole through which food was passed to the prisoner, and thus the exchange was made. When the count's servants arrived to take the prisoner to the ball, the real victim walked out into the basement and the rabbi stepped forward. The deception was unnoticed in the dim light. The rabbi was brought to the ball, where he was ordered to don a dried bearskin and to dance opposite the village overseer in imitation of a bear. He was told that if he failed to perform the correct steps, the overseer was privileged to beat him, but if the overseer danced incorrectly, he would be beaten. The rabbi danced masterfully and was released after punishing the cruel overseer, who had asked permission to imprison the debtor instead of granting him an extension of time. The spoiler remained an excellent dancer his whole life. Chapter 29. Death. Section 1. On Death. Hasidim are not curious inquirers into first things and last. Both life and death to them are fulfillment. What is the destiny of the plant that springs forth from the soil? To grow and to wither. It is the law and the will of God, and therewith man must likewise rest content, without inquiry into the why and the wherefore. Let him rejoice at being called into life, and return to the fountainhead of his being when the call to him goes forth. Section 2. For the Eternal World. Rabbi Moshe Sofer said, "Many people complain that they have nothing with which to live. Would it not be more sensible for them to complain that they have nothing with which to die?" Section 3. The Angel of Death in the Synagogue. Said a rabbi, "There is a Talmudical saying that the angel of death conceals his tools in the synagogue. I would paraphrase this as follows. The angel of death supports the synagogue. Were it not for those who recite Kaddish and the Yizkor, the memorial services, the synagogues would undoubtedly be empty at all times." Section 4. The Happy Dead. After Rabbi Moses Ladmirer had departed from Lechivitz, another pretender arrived on the scene in the person of Rabbi Mordecai, a disciple of Rabbi Asher of Stalin. He endeavored to gain the approval of the Lechivitzer Hasidim by recalling to them the holiness and greatness of his late master. Rabbi Noah thereupon related the following tale. An old woman visited the cemetery, and gazing at the peaceful graves, she commented, "Holy souls, pure souls, how happy is your lot! How soothing is your sleep, and yet I have no wish to be with you." Section 5. With a Clear Conscience. Said the Slonimer, "Happy is he who ends his days in repentance and holy service, and dies with a clear conscience." Chapter 30. Death. Courage in Facing It. Section 1. My Father's Mansion. Rabbi Shmelki and Rabbi Moshe Leib of Sasov were traveling on a ship. A dangerous storm threatened to destroy the vessel. Rabbi Shmelka went over to the Sassover and perceived that he was engaged in a joyful dance. "Why are you dancing?" inquired Rabbi Shmelk. "I am overjoyed at the thought that I shall soon arrive in the mansion of my father," replied the Sassover. "I shall join you then," said Rabbi Shmelk. But the storm spent its force, and the ship reached port in safety. Section 2. The Lord is now King. Said Rabbi Shmelk, "In the evening prayer we say, 'The Lord is King, the Lord was King, the Lord will be King, forever and ever.' This order appears to be incorrect. It should be, 'The Lord was King, then the Lord is King.' The reason for saying it in this order is as follows. A man may be suddenly summoned by death, and if the order of recital were first, he was king, he would not have acknowledged that the Lord is king at the time that he died. Chapter 31. Death. How the Hasidim died. Section 1. The purpose of creation. In the hour of his death, the Baal Shem said, "Now I know the purpose for which I was created." Section 2. The end of Rabbi Susya. Rabbi Susya lived to a great age. For 7 years before his death, he was bedridden and in pain. In atonement, it was said, for the sins of Israel. His gravestone is inscribed, "Here lieth he who served God in love, rejoiced in pain, and turned many away from guilt." Section 3. The Divine Nothing. Just before he died, Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Lodi asked his grandson, "Dost thou see aught?" The grandson looked at the rabbi in surprise. Thereupon the dying man said, "I see as yet only the divine nothing that gives life to the universe." Section 4. In his last year. As the Maggid of Koznitz, sick unto death in the last year before his death, on the eve of Yom Kippur, stood and prayed before the ark, he was silent before he spoke the words. He said, "I forgive." Then he addressed God, saying, "Lord of the universe, thou alone knowest how great is thy glory, and thou alone knowest how great is the weakness of my body. And thou knowest this as well, that I have stood before the ark in prayer this entire month, day after day, not on my behalf, but for thy people, Israel. Therefore, I beseech thee, if it has been easy for me to take upon myself the yoke of thy people, and to perform this service with my suffering body, how can it be burdensome for thee, unto whom is omnipotence, to speak 2 words? Thereupon, in a moment, his countenance was overwhelmed with joy, and he cried in a mighty voice. He spoke, "I forgive." Section 5. In the moment of death. In the moment of death, the apter cried out, "Why does the son of Jesse delay?" He wept and said, "The rabbi of Berditchev promised before his death he would disturb the peace of all the saints and not cease until the Messiah would come. But they have so overwhelmed him with delights in mansion after mansion that he has forgotten, but I will not forget." Section 6. The Departure. One of the disciples of Rabbi Moshe Leib of Sassov was Rabbi Mendel of Kosov. Once Rabbi Moshe Leib said to him, "Mendele, I yearn to be united with you in this world. You have a little son, I a little daughter." Nothing further did he say. Rabbi Mendel answered, "I will journey home and return to you with my little son." On the first day of the month of Shebat, he entered Sassov again, accompanied by his little David. Rabbi Moshe Leib rejoiced greatly and ordered a solemn meal in honor of the festival of the new moon. At the table much Torah was discussed, and the countenance of Rabbi Moshe Leib glowed with great happiness. Later, the betrothal was celebrated, and they remained in festive mood until the early morning hours. On the following morning, Rabbi Mendel prepared for his departure and betook himself to the study of Rabbi Moshe Leib in order to say farewell. "Father-in-law," said Rabbi Moshe Leib, "I desire that you and the bridegroom shall be present in the hour of my death." Rabbi Mendel shrank back and cried, "Do you wish to disturb the joy of the betrothal?" "No demurring will help any longer," said Rabbi Moshe Leib. "I set little store at tarrying in this world below, and must depart." On the 4th day, in the month of Shebat, Rabbi Moshe Leib died, and Rabbi Mendel was present to see him depart. Section 7. Learning to die. When Rabbi Bunam was lying on his deathbed, his wife wept bitterly. Thereupon he said, "Why dost thou weep? All my life has been given me merely that I might learn to die." Section 8. Optimism and Faith. When Rabbi Elimelech of Lizensk perceived that his end was approaching, he made himself master of an extraordinary cheerfulness. One of his disciples inquired the reason for his unusual mood. The rabbi thereupon took the hand of his faithful disciple into his own and said, "Why should I not rejoice, seeing that I am about to leave this world below and enter into the higher worlds of eternity?" Do you not recall the words of the psalmist? Psalms 23:4. "Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me." Thus does the grace of God display itself. Section 9. The Battle. On a day of the festival of Simchat Torah, the Ropshitzer stood at the window and saw how the Hasidim celebrated and danced in the courtyard. He was in an exalted mood, and his countenance was illumined with great joy. Suddenly he moved his hand as a signal that they should cease. They saw that his face had become pale, and they were stricken with great fright. Gradually he recovered himself and cried out with great enthusiasm, "And if a commanding officer of the army falls, is the battle broken off? Friends, continue your dance." At that very moment his friend, Rabbi Abraham, had breathed forth his soul in Ulanov. Section 10. The Command. During his illness, the physicians ordered a medicine for Rabbi Isaac of Kalev. When he refused to take it, his friend Rabbi Isaiah Aaron said to him, You must. It is a matter of the rescue of the soul. It is a matter of life and death." Thereupon Rabbi Isaac cried out, Here! The knave says, "I must." He raised his eyes to heaven and continued, "Lord of the universe, it is clear to thee that I have never moved a single finger without consecration and reflection. Yet he dares to say to me, I must." Section 11. The Lamentation of the Shekinah. Rabbi Pinchas of Koretz passed away suddenly while in Spitovka, on a journey to the Holy Land. On the same day, the 10th of Elul, 5551, 1791, Rabbi Jacob Samson of Spitovka, who already resided in the Holy Land, saw a vision. The Shekinah, God's majesty, appeared to him in the form of a woman in lamentation. He perceived that her lamentation was for a friend of her youth who had died. Thereupon he awoke and cried with grief, "Rabbi Pinchas of Koretz has died." He was asked how he knew this. "Outside of him," he replied, "there exists in this day no Zadok for whom the Shekinah would lament." He stood up, made the rent in his garment, according to tradition, as a sign of his grief, and spoke the blessing of God's righteousness. For many days he mourned his passing. After a long time, the news came to the Holy Land. Rabbi Pinchas is no more. Section 12. To the end of his days. On the 2nd of Iyar, 5538, 1778, Rabbi Shmelka, sitting erect in his chair, with face serene and vision undimmed, convoked his disciples around him and said, "Know all of you that this is my dying day." They burst into tears, but he continued, reproving them, "Know that the soul of the prophet Samuel dwells within me. Of this I am assured by 3 tokens. I am called Samuel. I am, like the prophet, of the tribe of Levi, and, like his life, mine has lasted 52 years. But his name was pronounced Samuel, and mine Shmelk, and so I remained Shmelk to the end of my days." With this, he bade his weeping disciples depart, leaned back in his chair, and died. Section 13. The 2 homes. The Kotzker rabbi said, "Death is merely moving from one home to another. If we are wise, we will make the latter the more beautiful home." Section 14. The time of confession. When Rabbi Zalman Hasid was nigh unto death, his friends came to his bedside and asked him to recite the confession, enjoined for the occasion. The rabbi smiled and said, "Friends, do you really believe a deathbed confession contains much merit? No, friends. A man should confess when he is seated at his dining table and eating the good food thereon." Section 15. God's Partner. Rabbi David Likes lived more than 100 years. He was esteemed as an authority in the civil law of the rabbis, and his decisions were admired by all the Dayanim. Once a very complicated case arose when the aged rabbi was on his deathbed. His demise was expected hourly. The Dayanim hoped that the ancient rabbi's mind might still be sufficiently clear to aid them, perhaps for the last time. They visited his home and stated their request. The rabbi's children protested vigorously and argued against troubling him, lest thereby his end be hastened. Suddenly, the door opened, and the dying rabbi entered. "Do you know," he said, "that we are taught by the Talmud that one who judges a case correctly becomes thereby God's partner? Yet you wish to deprive me of this opportunity." He gave his decision in the difficult case in a manner so remarkable that it left no doubt of its correctness. He returned to his bed with the help of his children, and a moment later he died. Section 16. The Remaining Hours. Said the Koretzer, "My teacher, the Besht, realizing the imminence of his death, exclaimed, 'Lord of the universe, I make thee a gift of the remaining hours of my life.' This is true martyrdom for the sake of the Lord." Section 17. My work is done. When Rabbi Yekuthiel Teitelbaum, grandson of the Oheler, became dangerously ill in his old age, he declined an opportunity to call in a physician of great renown. He explained his refusal by relating the following story. The famous rabbi, Joel Sirkis, wished to publish his authoritative work on rabbinic law. Another rabbi sought to dissuade him, saying, "My dear friend, follow my counsel, and do not publish this work during your lifetime. As long as it remains unprinted, you may add to it and revise it. Thus, your life's mission will be uncompleted, and God will lengthen your days to permit you to accomplish your life work. But if you give evidence that you have already completed your task, you may be summoned by death much earlier." Rabbi Sirkis answered, "My work is finished, and I desire to give students the benefit of it, even though I may die. It is the same in my case." Continued Rabbi Yekuthiel, "My work is ended, and no physician can help me. He never recovered." Section 18. In Terror of Death. The Gerer was traveling a difficult road with his nephew, the Pilzer. The horses found themselves on a steep hill and became terror-stricken. The Pilzer cried out in fright, but his uncle remained undisturbed. "Why cry out?" asked the Gerer. "A man ought feel terror and premonition of mortal danger always, for he may die at any moment." King David was conscious of the imminence of death all the days of his life, and while under this emotion, he composed his greatest psalms. Section 19. The Loss of a Mitzvah. When Abraham Mordecai, the last remaining son of the Gerer rabbi, died, a Hasid sought to comfort him with the traditional words from Job 1:21. "The Lord hath given, and the Lord hath taken." The Gerer responded, "My grief comes not because I have lost my son to everlasting life, since this was God's will. My sorrow arises from the knowledge that I shall now lack the opportunity to perform the mitzvah. Ye shall teach them diligently unto your sons. Deuteronomy 6:7. Section 20. Why we fear to die. The Gerer rabbi said, "Why does a man fear to die? Is he not returning to his Father in heaven? The reason lies in this. In the world to come, a man obtains a clear retrospect of all his deeds upon earth. When he perceives the senseless errors he has committed, he cannot abide himself. Therein lies his purgatory." Section 21. Deathbed Repentance. During the last year of his life, the Gerer said, "According to Maimonides, in the second chapter of the Rules of Repentance, penitence is perfect only when the Omniscient One can testify that the sinner will never repeat the offense. I am uncertain, however, in my own mind, whether deathbed repentance is perfect, even though it is obvious that the dying man will never again be guilty of the same transgression." Section 22. Strength for a Jew. When the Gerer was undergoing his last illness, the physician who attended him advised him to gain a little strength by more sleep. The rabbi replied, "Does not the wise physician know that it is Torah and tefillah prayer, not sleep, which grants strength unto a Jew?" Chapter 32. Debtors and their release. Section 1. Ransoming the imprisoned. Rabbi Eliezer Lippe, the father of Rabbi Elimelech and Rabbi Susia, learned that a certain grower had a large quantity of flax for sale. He came to the village and was told that the Jewish innkeeper and his family had been imprisoned by the grower for non-payment of their rent. He immediately used the money he had brought with him in order to pay the debt of the poor Jew and began to reprove the grower for his cruelty. The latter was moved by the words of chastisement. He returned the ransom money, and Rabbi Eliezer purchased the flax at a low price. Section 2. Twofold mercy to prisoners. Rabbi Susia came to a man of wealth to ask for a donation to ransom a family about to be imprisoned for debt. The man was not at home, and the rabbi sat down to wait for him. Looking about the room, he noticed a bird beating its wings against the wall of a cage. The rabbi said to himself, "It is fitting that I should ransom this imprisoned creature, since I am on a mission of mercy to ransom human beings about to be imprisoned." He opened the cage, and the bird flew out. When the owner returned, he said to him, "The Lord is good to all, and his tender mercies are over all his works." Psalms 145:9. The owner heeded Rabbi Susia's message, and he gave him a goodly donation, with which Rabbi Susia gained freedom for the unfortunate family. Section 3. Typical kindness. Rabbi Mendel of Kosov once stopped at an inn on his way to visit Rabbi Wolf of Czarny Ostry. He heard the landlord sighing and weeping during the night, and inquired the reason for his anxiety. The innkeeper informed him that he was deeply in debt and was threatened with dispossession. The kind-hearted rabbi comforted him, collected the needed money from some wealthy men, and paid the innkeeper's debts. In later years, when he had become a renowned rabbi, a Jew came to him weeping. A large sum of money had been entrusted to him with which to purchase supplies, and it had been stolen, threatening him with expulsion from his home in the village. The Kosover halted the services in the synagogue and announced that no services would be held until the money required was collected. This was done, and the Jew's livelihood was safeguarded for him. Section 4. The perfect deed of kindness. The Besht related this tale. A Jew, together with his wife and children, were brought in chains to a city, and the guard called out in a loud voice, "Unless 300 thalers are paid for the ransom of these prisoners, they will be cast into prison for life, since they have not paid their rent to the owner of the inn." No one was able to furnish the ransom money, though compassion for the unfortunates was universal. A young serving man had saved up the sum of 150 thalers over many years of service. He took pity on the pathetic victims and resolved to ransom them. He went to a serving girl who had saved up the same amount and proposed that they should join in performing the great mitzvah. She consented, and both gave their money to the guard, who released the prisoners immediately. The lad and the maiden had fallen in love, and they determined to marry. Together they went to a kinsman of the boy in another town to invite his aid. On the way, they heard the groan of a child underneath a bridge. He had fallen into the deep mud and was unable to extricate himself. The serving lad rescued the child and restored him to his distracted parents. The father, a rich landlord, amply rewarded the young couple by presenting to them a dairy and a stable. He also leased to them the nearby inn. The child's mother made generous gifts to the bride for her marriage, and the young couple began their life together under happy auguries. "It pays to perform a mitzvah in a perfect manner," said the Besht. Section 5. Ransom through a ruse. The Ziditzover followed his rabbi, the Sassover, out of town. He saw him halt a Hungarian nobleman and engage him in friendly conversation. The rabbi asked the nobleman, "Who is this driver of yours? He appears to me to be a Jew." "You are right," replied the nobleman. "He owed me money, and I took him into my service. But he does not seem to be an efficient teamster. A great man like yourself should have a capable servant. Give him to me, I beg of you, as a servant." The nobleman refused. Thereupon the driver, who had overheard the conversation, overturned the carriage as if by a mishap and imperiled the safety of the owner and his family. The nobleman became enraged and drove away the teamster with the exclamation, "Begone! Let me not see your face again." The Sassover took the driver to his home, instructed him in the religious laws of Judaism, which he had almost forgotten, and aided him to establish himself as a householder. Section 6. The Bratslaver, on freeing the imprisoned. Said the Bratslaver, 1. Pride of heart casts a man into prison. 2. He who ransoms prisoners will have no outcasts in his family. 3. He who never leaves his home is as if he sojourned in prison. 4. He who invites the Zaddik's counsel but acts to the contrary is oftentimes cast into prison. 5. He who feeds the hungry is never imprisoned. 6. A student who graduates prematurely from his school of rabbinic law and issues immature decisions falls into prison. 7. A slanderer is often cast into prison. Section 7. Ransoming with kisses. The Sassover, while on a Friday afternoon walk, beheld a horrid sight. A nobleman with his wife and child were seated in a carriage to which a Jew and his family were harnessed. The nobleman was lashing his victims with a whip and forcing them to pull the carriage. The rabbi, a man of dignified mien and known to non-Jews as a holy man, halted the carriage, took the nobleman's child in his arms, expressed admiration for its beauty, and kissed it. The nobleman thereupon requested the rabbi to bless the child, and he did so. He then explained to the parents that the cries of the Jewish family had an injurious effect upon the child's nerves, and besought the nobleman to release his victims. The nobleman cut the ropes and freed the unfortunates. On his arrival at the synagogue, the Sassover mused, "How can I offer prayer after I have kissed a child of cruel parents? Did not my mouth become unclean?" But in the Perek Shira, we find that even unclean animals praise the Lord. Is, then, my mouth more unclean than theirs? After this meditation, he commenced to pray with fervor. Chapter 33. Deceit and Dishonesty. Section 1. Do not deceive. Said the Lekivitzer, we read Leviticus 25:17, "And ye shall not wrong one another, but thou shalt fear thy God, for I am the Lord your God." This means, cantiving, do not deceive one another by asserting that you are truly God-fearing persons. Section 2. Cheating the soul. Rabbi Bunam asked one of his adherents, "What is a Hasid?" The man replied that a Hasid is one who does more than he is required to do by the law. "Correct," said the rabbi. "The law tells us, do not wrong one another." Leviticus 25, 17. And the Hasid takes care not to wrong his own soul as well. Section 3. Abstaining from misrepresentations. A young Hasid who was accustomed to devote much time to the study of the Talmud and the tenets of Hasidism became so involved in his business that he was compelled to forego his studies. On a holiday visit to the Kotzker rabbi, he bitterly complained of this. The rabbi answered, "I will explain to you the passage which is recited at the conclusion of each chapter of the Pirkei Avot." Rabbi Hananiah ben Akashia said, "The Holy One wished to benefit Israel. Therefore he gave them a multitude of commandments." We may ask, where is the benefit of being in duty bound to observe many commandments? This is a great hardship. Would it not have been preferable to receive merely a limited number of precepts which we could fulfill correctly? The answer is, the great variety of precepts makes it possible for a Jew in every occupation to obey some of the divine injunctions. The farmer, the planter, the builder of houses, and others each has his particular commandments to fulfill, and, thereby, gain favor in the eyes of the Lord. The merchant, also, by abstaining from misrepresentations, overcharge, and other business deceptions, will please the Creator. Section 4. The adulterated honey. A village dealer, accustomed to visit the Kotzker rabbi frequently, suddenly ceased to come. An acquaintance, who met him on the street, informed him that the rabbi had inquired for him. The dealer replied that he would come next week. When he came, the rabbi welcomed him and asked the reason for his absence. The dealer replied that he had been ashamed to visit the rabbi because he had begun to deal in adulterated honey, selling it to purchasers as pure. The rabbi said, "I cannot stop you in this deception at one stroke, inasmuch as you need your business for a livelihood, but I will help you out of the situation. Promise me that when you are able to secure only 6 cents of profit on the pound, you will not handle the honey, but for 7 cents you will make the transaction." The dealer promised to do so. The next time he came, the rabbi exacted a promise not to handle the false honey under 10 cents profit per pound. This was increased from time to time. To be able to sell his goods at higher prices, the dealer was compelled to offer purer honey, until at last he sold only pure and unadulterated honey. His customers found that the higher the price they paid, the finer the honey, and they proved themselves willing to pay. Gaining the confidence of his customers, he soon acquired a monopoly of pure honey and became prosperous. The dealer thanked the rabbi with heartiness for showing him the pathway towards integrity and for demonstrating to him the truth of the axiom, "Honesty is the best policy." Section 5. Stealing and cheating. Said the Koretzer, "One who does not cheat will suffer no loss through larceny. As it is written, 'Steal not and cheat not.' Leviticus 19:11. This demonstrates a connection between stealing and cheating. Section 6. The cheat. Said the Vorker, "He who cheats in even a single matter is far from all righteousness. He who is truthful is near to all goodness." Chapter 34. Democracy. Section 1. Conversation with the everyday man. A man asked the Ladir rabbi, "Wherein does the rabbi's greatness over other people display itself?" The rabbi replied, "You may recognize the truly great man by observing how he talks to various ordinary people. It requires sagacity for the learned man to be able to converse with an everyday man and hold his attention." Section 2. Welcome for commoners. Said the Berditchever, "I have learned to welcome even the ignorant and untutored to my home. Does not the Lord do likewise? When the time of the resurrection comes, and the Lord prepares a banquet for the righteous, I shall be privileged to mingle with the guests. If it is asked, 'How did this uncultured person find entrance among us?' I shall reply, 'I deserve to be here. because I also gave hospitality at my banquets to men more ignorant than myself. Section 3. Sharing in devoted service. When Rabbi Elimelech of Lizensk returned home from a town that he had visited, his Hasidim accompanied him for a long distance. As the wagon wherein he journeyed passed out of the town gate, the rabbi alighted and instructed the driver to go on. Then he walked among those who accompanied him. The Hasidim asked him in surprise why he did this, and he answered, "When I saw how devotedly you were performing your generous task of accompanying me, I could not refrain from sharing in it." Section 4. All are equal. Rabbi Menachem Mendel of Vitebsk said, "Before the endlessness of God, the highest saint and the lowliest commoner are equal." Section 5. No one is superior. The Yud related the following. When I was a child, my father showed me in the prayer book the Hebrew letter Yud. He then told me that when two Yuds stand together, they form a word by themselves. This word is the holy name of the Lord. I asked, suppose one letter Yud stands just above another Yud. Does this also form a holy name? No, replied my father. Then and there I learned a lesson. When two Jews associate on an equal footing and discuss a subject of Torah, the indwelling presence of God is with them. But when one of them holds himself superior to the other, God is not there. Section 6. Each man to his task. Said the Belzer, we read in the Ethics of the Fathers 1:2, upon three things the world rests, upon Torah, upon divine service, and upon the performance of kind deeds. Every good Jew should adopt one of these injunctions as his major obligation. The Rav should concentrate upon the Torah. The Rebbe should devote himself to the service of the Lord, and the plain Jew should strive to perform deeds of kindness. Then, in truth, will the world enjoy stability. Section 7. The Tzaddik must lower himself. The Pulnoer rabbi said, when the Tzaddik is on the high rungs of the ladder of righteousness, he has no communication with ordinary folk. He must descend to a lower rung if he is to prevail in elevating everyday people to a higher level. This is illustrated by the story of Jacob's ladder, which stood on the ground, though it reached to the heavens. Section 8. Coarse trades. Said the Rizener, coarse trades are held in contempt. A tinsmith is little esteemed, and a bricklayer less, for they handle lowly substances. How do matters stand with me? What is coarser than a clodiverse to spiritual elevation? And yet do I not work with this material for the greater glory of God? Section 9. The rank and file. At a Hasidic convocation, the Gera rabbi said, we are assembled here to accomplish a worthy purpose by united strength. We should not forget, however, that though at this gathering, we, the leaders, play the important role, it is the rank and file of the people from whom we derive this importance. Without them, we are helpless. We should be unmindful of ourselves and should strive to uplift the humblest of our adherents. Every Jew we aid spiritually and culturally adds to the strength of our position as leaders. Section 10. Red blood. Said Rabbi Bunam, no Jew, however learned and pious, may consider himself an iota better than a fellow Jew, however ignorant or irreligious the latter may be. This is confirmed by the law that if a learned and pious Jew were commanded to slay the ignorant and impious one, or be himself slain, he must accept death rather than kill the other. No one can tell whose blood is redder and whose life is more important in the eyes of God. If a man in this crucial moment has no right to deem himself superior to another, what right can he possibly have to do so on less critical occasions? Section 11. The teamster who became a rabbi. There lived in Lemberg a teamster named Elkanah. Every Friday at noontime, he would put away his horse and wagon and commence to prepare for the Sabbath. He would don his Sabbath raiment and traverse the neighborhood to collect food for the needy. His little house would soon be crowded with the unfortunate and the homeless who always found a welcome there. In a sweet voice, Elkanah would recite the Sabbath services and later expound the weekly portion of the Torah. A meal would then be provided for all guests, at which hymns would be chanted with great enthusiasm. People residing in the neighborhood began to frequent the services at Elkanah's home. In time, he was accepted as a rabbi by many adherents, and they secured for him a large and goodly residence. Multitudes of Jews, who in the eyes of the wardens of the great rabbis were considered lowly and insignificant, preferred the former teamster as their rabbi. They understood him well, and they appreciated his respect for them and his interest in their welfare. Other good men of little learning and humble status became rabbis in other poverty-stricken localities. One was an ex-soldier, another an ex-baker. These local rabbis gained wide followings among the poor Jews of Lemberg, and their influence for good among their disciples was considerable. They also endeavored to provide for the material wants of their adherents and were in many ways the prototype for political and labor leaders in our day. Section 12. The Hermit. Said the Mezebozer, commenting upon the utterance from Ethics of the Fathers 2:18, "And be not wicked in thine own esteem. A man has been given his life to contribute his share in the improvement of the world. If thou art a hermit, avoiding the society of thy fellows, thou art inclined to wickedness." Section 13. The Stimulus to Sociability. At a circumcision feast, there were present the Lubliner rabbi, Rabbi Azriel Hurwitz, who was a mithnaged, and the Yud. The Rav said to the Yud, "Pray explain to me why Hasidim seek sociability through drink, while the mitnagedim do so through a discussion of a subject of the Torah. Is not our method preferable?" "Why, no," retorted the Yud. "We find that after Rabbi Elisha ben Abuya became an apostate, Rabbi Meir deemed it proper to discuss Torah with him, but would drink no wine with him. The reason why the sages have forbidden Jews to drink non-Jewish wine is to guard against any intimacy leading to intermarriage. Since, however, there is no prohibition against discussing Torah with a non-Jew, it stands to reason that drink creates more sociability than discussion of the Torah." Chapter 35. Diligence. Section 1. Laziness and Deliberation. Said the Kotzker rabbi, "The lazy man and the deliberate one are both unhurried in action. The difference between them is that he who deliberates uses the interval for thinking over the merits of the action required, whereas he who delays the action because of indolence is found to act at last when it becomes imperative without having given the matter due thought." Section 2. The Diligence of Satan. Said the Besht, "When you perceive the Satan diligently seeking to persuade you to commit an evil deed, understand that he is endeavoring to fulfill his duty as he conceives it. Learn from him diligence in performing your bounden duty, namely, to battle and overcome his persuasion." Section 3. The Diligence of Haman. Said the Besht, "From the diligence of Haman, learn to perform with enthusiasm the will of Mordecai." Section 4. Jacob and Pharaoh. Said the premise laner, we read, "And Jacob awaked out of his sleep, and he said, Surely the Lord is in this place." Genesis 28:16. As soon as the pious Jacob awoke, he proceeded to serve the Lord. But concerning Pharaoh, the man of common clay, we read Genesis 41:4-5. So Pharaoh awoke, and he slept. When Pharaoh awoke, he merely turned on his side and continued to sleep. Herein lies the difference between the diligent man of God and the indolent man of the world. Chapter 36. Divinity within man. Section 1. Divinity in man. Said the Chernobyler. 1. Divinity within a man is limited because a man is limited in his ability to receive it. 2. Divinity has no limit, but finite man cannot comprehend this. 3. Divinity created matter so that man, composed of matter and soul, may have a conception of it. It follows, therefore, that all matter may be likened to a parable, by means of which divinity can be understood. Section 2. The indwelling Shekinah. The Medzebozer commented on the verse, "I will not give sleep to mine eyes, nor slumber to mine eyelids, until I find out a place for the Lord, a dwelling place for the Mighty One of Jacob." Psalms 132:4. He said, "I will not rest until I create a dwelling place for God within me, until I make myself ready and worthy for the residence of the Shekinah within my being." Section 3. In the form of a son. The Medzebozer commented upon the verse, and he said, "I will certainly return unto thee when the season cometh round, and lo, Sarah, thy wife, shall have a son." Genesis 18:10. The angel promised to return, yet it is not written that he did so. It may therefore be understood that the angel intended to say, "I shall return unto thee in the form of a son." Section 4. The nature of man. Said the Koretzer, Aleph means the source, the leader. The word Ishman is composed of the Aleph, and the word Yesh, there is. This signifies that there is in man the source, that divinity abides in man. Aleph, read backwards, is Pele, a miracle. Thus, we may also state, a miracle there is in man. Aleph. Chapter 37. Drink and Drunkards. Section 1. His only failing. An ailing man came to the Yud and asked him to pray for his health. The Yud told him to make the request of a man by the name of Shalom in an adjacent town. There, the only Shalom was a drunkard who lived on the outskirts of the town in a miserable hut. The man waited until he became sober and then made his request. The drunkard asked for a gallon of brandy and, after receiving it, advised the man to bathe in the river and he would be cured. This proved to be correct. When meeting the Yud later, the man asked the rabbi why he had sent him to a drunkard. The rabbi replied, "Shalom, my friend, has an exceedingly kind nature, and he oftentimes helps people when he is able to do so. His only fault is a love of strong drink, but this craving saves him from every other sin." Section 2. The difference. The Riziner was asked by a Mithnaged, "Why is it that after services we Mithnagdim learn the Mishnah, and you Hasidim drink brandy?" The rabbi replied, "Your prayers are lifeless, and it is customary to learn the Mishnah for the sake of the souls of the dead. The prayers of the Hasidim, however, are alive and vital, and a drink of excellent brandy is beneficial to the living." Section 3. The drunkard and the sober man. The Pulnor rabbi related the following parable. In a forest there lived a company of bandits who preyed upon travelers. A drunkard and a sober man, journeying through the woods, were attacked and robbed. A merchant asked the drunkard later, "Can I pass safely through the forest?" The drunkard replied, "Yes, there is no danger." When attention was called to his bruises and his torn clothing, he had nothing to reply. The merchant turned to the sober man with his question and received a warning to travel armed and in company with guards. "While passing through this world," remarked the Pulnor, "we encounter two kinds of advisors. One, like the drunkard, informs us that life is full of enjoyments and no dangers are in its path. If we follow this counsel, we suffer vain regrets in this life and in the afterworld. The other advisor cautions us against pitfalls and urges us to prepare ourselves with good deeds for the world to come. Section 4. The Craving. A man who had been reformed under the guidance of the Lechowitzer rabbi complained to him that at times he was strongly attracted to his former habits. The rabbi said, "I know of a barkeeper who, wearied of the disorder and violence indulged in by his drunken customers, and therefore transformed his saloon into a peaceful food store. One night, a semi-intoxicated man came to his door and knocked for admittance, as he had formerly done oftentimes. Was the erstwhile barkeeper surprised at this? He understood that it was natural for the caller to forget his change of business while under the influence of strong drink. All he had to do was to remind the visitor of this fact, and the latter left promptly. It is the same with you. It is natural for you to crave your former habits of evil, but merely remind yourself that you have definitely altered your manner of living, and the craving will depart from you. Section 5. Wine in moderation. Said the Koretzer, the Talmud declares that wine taken in moderation unfolds the brain of a man. He who is a total abstainer is rarely possessed of wisdom. Section 6. The Bratslaver on drink. 1. Drunkenness causes a man to fall from his high estate, to accept bribes, to deny truth, and to rely upon untruths. 2. God has no love for the drunkard. 3. The drunkard cannot plead his case. 4. Drunkenness exiles a man from his home. 5. It is impossible for a drunkard to avoid harm to someone. Section 7. The Bearskin. The Rimanover found some Hasidim heavily immersed in drink. They did not recognize him as a famed Tzaddik and believed him to be an ordinary Hasid. He inquired, "Why do you drink so much? You will be unable to offer prayers properly." The Hasidim answered, "Our Tzaddik will gain forgiveness for us even if we mumble our prayers." The Rimanover then revealed his identity and said, "Let me recount to you a parable which I am accustomed to narrate at the Seder. A bear was seen in the woods near a village. The woodsman was notified. He went first to the tavern for a drink, and not having money, he asked that the cost of the drinks be charged against his account. 'When I shoot the bear, his skin will bring me a substantial sum, and I will then pay you,' boasted the forester. Being intoxicated, however, he missed his aim, and the bear turned on him. The woodsman lay down on the ground and feigned death. The bear sniffed at his face and finally walked away. When the innkeeper had an opportunity to speak to the forester, he inquired, 'What did the bear whisper in your ear?' The woodsman answered, 'He told me not to charge up drinks against his skin before I had slain him.' 'I say the same thing to you,' continued the Rimanover to the Hasidim. 'Do not charge up your drinks against the Tzaddik before you are assured that he will intercede for you.' Chapter 38. Eating. Section 1. The Bratslaver on etiquette for eating. 1. One who eats more than he needs is worse than an animal. 2. Overeating is the cause of many maladies. 3. When one eats with the motive of gaining bodily strength to serve the Lord, his food becomes incense before him. 4. Unripe fruit is dangerous. There is a prohibition against breaking off unripe fruit from the tree, just as there is a prohibition against chopping down a fruit-bearing tree until it dies. Deuteronomy 20:19. 5. A man should eat slowly and with etiquette, even if alone at the table. Section 2. The Bratslaver on food. 1. He who eats no forbidden food shall be saved from illness. 2. Where there is justice and observance of the law, an abundance of food will be found. 3. He whose food is tasteless in his mouth can know thereby that God is displeased with him. Section 3. Food from the Lord. Said the Besht, when you eat and take pleasure in the taste and sweetness of the food, bear in mind that it is the Lord who has placed into the food its taste and sweetness. You will then truly serve him by your eating. Section 4. Eat sparingly. Said the Koretzer, it is best to eat sparingly. Thereby, a man tends to lengthen his life. We find among animals and reptiles that those which eat the least live the longest. Section 5. Food for health. Said the Mikolaever, eat and drink, because you are commanded to safeguard your health. Deuteronomy 4:15. Take ye therefore good heed of yourselves. Such eating is a pious deed. But to eat merely to satisfy a craving is a form of transgression. Section 6. Hurried eating. The Yud and his son Yerachmiel lost their way on the road to Rimmanoff. After many hours of wandering, they discovered the road once more, and soon after halted at an inn. The innkeeper gave them some baked potatoes to appease their hunger while awaiting the meal. The son snatched the potatoes from the man's hand. The Yud rebuked him, saying, "My son, your hunger does not excuse your lack of good manners. No one ought ever show undue craving for food." As a penalty, he ordered Yerachmiel to sit with the driver instead of inside the coach. Section 7. The Tzaddiks' Meals. Rabbi Moses Prevorsker declared that the sumptuous meals served at the tables of the Tzaddikim helped to bring down an abundance of sustenance for Israel. Rabbi Zevi Elimelech Dinover visited the Ziditzhover. When potatoes, then a new vegetable recently imported from America, were placed on the table, the Dinover declined to eat them. But the Ziditzhover persuaded him to partake of them, thereby bringing down an abundance of this fruit of the earth in its new home. Chapter 39. Enemies. Forbearance towards them. Section 1. Do not hate. Said the Kotzker rabbi, do not hate the Jew who has wronged you. He has offended you through the evil elements within him, but it may be that his good elements are greater than the goodness within yourself. Section 2. The Loyal Hasid. The Talner rabbi came to a town which was in the sphere of influence of the Rezistzover rabbi. The latter's Hasidim were angry at his trespassing upon their rabbi's territory. One of them was unable to restrain himself, and he threw a stone into the Talner's coach. The Talner picked it up and said to his companions, I shall keep this stone as a symbol of the self-sacrifice, Mezirath Nefesh, of a loyal Hasid. He placed it later among his treasures. Section 3. Slandering the Besht. Before Isaac Horowitz was called to Hamburg as chief rabbi, he held this position in Brody. He was a zealous opponent of the Besht and spoke of him habitually in unfavorable terms. Once the Besht said to his disciples, Go to the Holy Gaon, Rabbi Isaac, and speak ill of me to him. The disciples looked at him in amazement. Then he said, Do this, in order that the great man may find satisfaction and his heart may rejoice. Section 4. Why lessen their joy? Several Hasidim came to the Besht and said, Our opponents, the sages of Brody, persecute us continually and accuse us, heaven forbid, of disobedience to the law and irreverence towards the traditions of our forefathers. We can endure it no longer, and we must answer them. Our adversaries, replied the Besht, do this certainly out of pious zeal. They believe they are performing a good deed, and they take joy in oppressing us. Why should we seek to deprive them of their joy? Section 5. The patient rabbi. The Rosdoler rabbi was accustomed to aid his opponents and to forbear with those who abused him. Once his wife asked him why he did not take steps to punish them in order to halt their calumny. He replied, "You have seen the crowds which come to me with their donations. The reason why multitudes go to the Tzaddik is because he is the foundation of the world." Proverbs 10:25, and they endeavor to strengthen the foundation. But I am not a Tzaddik. Why then do they come to me? The reason is that when there is no Tzaddik to uphold the world, another will suffice, namely, the one who hears abuse and remains silent. In this wise, the Talmud explains the words from Job 26:7. He suspended the earth on no word. Because of this, I am entitled to receive the approval and support of the people. Section 6. Forbear from revenge. When a war broke out between the Hasidim and their opponents, Rabbi Elijah of Wilna did not resort to argument. He fulminated against those who upheld Hasidism a decree of expulsion from the community, placing them under the great ban. When Rabbi Dov Ber heard of this, he turned to his disciples, expounding the law. Our adversaries hold with this commandment: you shall remove the evil from your midst, Deuteronomy 21:21. Be it our part to hold with another. Thou shalt not avenge, nor bear malice, Leviticus 19:18. Rabbi Dov Ber encompassed all Hasidism in the two ideas, love of God and love of men. Rabbi Dov Ber forbade his followers to withstand the enemy in angry dispute. When in their despair they turned against their persecutors, placing them under the ban, the rabbi took it so heavily to heart that he fell into a sore distemper. He did not live to watch the struggle. He died long before it reached its height. Section 7. Imitating our enemies. Said the Belzer, oftentimes we observe the thoroughness with which an evil man plans a deed, and the untiring effort with which he executes it. Should we not imitate him when we endeavor to perform a good deed? We read in Psalms 119:98, "From mine enemies shalt thou teach me wisdom in doing thy commandments." Section 8. The Flask of Wine. An opponent of Rabbi Shmelke wished to shame him in public. He sent him a flask of very old and strong wine on the day before Yom Kippur, in the hope that he would become drunk from it. The rabbi tasted a little and perceived the sender's intention. When he was reciting Psalms after the services, he repeated several times the verse Psalms 41:12. "By this I know that thou delightest in me, that mine enemy doth not triumph over me," and translated it thus: "By this I shall know that thou art pleased with me, that those who wished to disgrace me receive no harm because of me." Rabbi Shmelke's adversary was moved by the rabbi's prayer for his enemies and begged him for forgiveness. Rabbi Shmelke remarked, "You would not have done me injury, but only good, if your plan had succeeded. The disgrace would have washed away many of my sins. I regret truly that awe of the holy day sobered me." The erstwhile adversary became one of Rabbi Shmelke's most loyal adherents. Chapter 40. Enthusiasm. Section 1. Warmth of Service. Said the Rizener, "I will illustrate to you the necessity of warmth in the service of the Lord. The Torah bids us when we become unclean to immerse ourselves in water and thereby be purified. Leviticus 15:13. But if the water is frozen, can we immerse ourselves in it? A frozen heart cannot purify an unclean life. Section 2. The Enthusiastic Philanthropist. The late Brisker Rav remarked concerning a certain philanthropist who was known as an enthusiastic contributor to every charity. He is a most admirable man, but he possesses one fault. He enjoys almsgiving so much that he desires people should always be needy, in order that he may aid them. Section 3. Growing Cold. Rabbi Moses Sofer used to say, "On a day when I read no book of moral instruction, I feel my reverence for the Lord growing cold." Section 4. A drowning man. Said the Besht, "Laugh not at the motions of a man who prays with fervor. He makes these motions in order to save himself from foreign thoughts, which intrude upon him and threaten to engulf his prayer. Would you laugh at a drowning man who makes motions in the water in order to rescue himself?" Section 5. Live Coals and Ashes. Rabbi Mordecai Ternobiler and the Rizener established themselves in great splendor, in direct contradiction to the custom of their parents. The Rizener gave the following explanation. Formerly, Hasidism was burning like live coals, and therefore was in danger of speedy extinction. Now, however, we have placed ashes upon these coals, and it is our hope that they will endure for many generations. Section 6. The Mesoritzer on Cleaving and Ecstasy. 1. A man should have his mind constantly occupied with holy thoughts. If he has occasion to meditate upon worldly things, let it be as if he had left his permanent abode temporarily, with the complete intention of returning thereto as quickly as possible. 2. Every man should retain some holy thought in his greatest lapse from grace. When a coal still retains a spark, it may be rekindled into a flame. If the spark has departed, it can no longer be restored. In the same fashion, if a man ceases to cleave to holiness in his thoughts, even to the smallest degree, his soul may be extinct. 3. Thought may be utilized for holy or unholy purposes. Should not a man's intellect elevate his thoughts to the supreme mind, rather than degrade them to materialism? Is it not natural for mind to cleave to mind? 4. Man is called Adam when he unites himself with the Aleph, or the source. Otherwise, he is merely Dam, a maker of blood. 5. In exile, it is easier to find divine inspiration than in the days of the temple. When a king is at home, it is difficult to obtain an audience with him. But when he is traveling, he may be easily approached. 6. Firefighters often combat fire with fire. In the same fashion, a man may battle the fires of evil within him by kindling his ecstasy for holiness into flame. 7. A man's ecstasy for the Lord is not genuine unless he takes joy in it. 8. When a man has attained ecstasy in serving the Lord, it abides with him whatever mitzvah he performs. 9. Ecstasy is the pleasure derived from doing God's will. The mitzvah is its garment. Section 7. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The apter once was awakened by 3 knocks on his window. It was the beadle who thus summoned worshippers in the early morning to services. The rabbi felt an unusual enthusiasm and buoyancy. He dressed rapidly and strode over to the synagogue. There he asked the beadle, "When you knocked at my window, did you have in mind an idea of a special holiness?" "Nay," answered the beadle, "I am unlearned in ideas of holiness, but there is a tradition in my family, which I have inherited from my father, that I recite the names of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob when I knock thrice." These words, pronounced with simple sincerity, sufficed to bring down enthusiasm wherewith to serve the Lord. Chapter 41. Envy and Covetousness. Section 1. Thou shalt not covet. Said the Radviller, the commandment, "Thou shalt not covet," Exodus 20:17, is placed at the end of the Decalogue, because he who has observed this commandment is certain to have observed all those which precede. But he who has not sufficient self-discipline to fulfill this prohibition against coveting must commence anew with the first commandment, belief in the justice of God. For had he sincerely believed in God, he would not be covetous of that which God had allotted as the share of others. Section 2. The Peasant's Shanty. The Alexandria rabbi discussed Ibn Ezra's comment on the commandment, "Thou shalt not covet," Exodus 20:17, which runs as follows: "Thou shalt not think of coveting the property of another in the same way that a peasant does not think of coveting the royal palace." The rabbi added, "If you are a distinguished person, do not covet the possessions of a poor worker, in the same way that a king does not think of coveting a peasant's shanty." Section 3. Envying the wrongly placed. The Besht once journeyed with his little son Hirsch to Medzeboz to visit the ailing rabbi of the town. The rabbi was a man of means, and in his house there stood a cabinet of silverware which Hirsch admired greatly. "My son," said the Besht, "thou thinkest in thy heart that this silverware standeth in the wrong place, and that it should be in thy father's house. You are right by half and wrong by half. The silver truly stands in the wrong place, but not because it is not ours. It should rather be given away as charity, instead of glittering here as futile ornaments." Section 4. The Wine Goblet. Once Rabbi Isaac, the Radviller, came to Zbaraz on a visit to his brother. As the two rabbis sat down at the table, the wine goblet of Rabbi Wolf caught the favorable attention of Rabbi Isaac, who was a very rich man. He took it in his hand and examined it closely. When Rabbi Wolf observed this, he said, "My dear brother, in order that you may not disobey the commandment, thou shalt not covet, Exodus 20:17, I give you as a present this wine goblet." Section 5. Envy of greatness. A rabbi who disliked the Kotzker rabbi asked him to name the greatest tzaddik living. The Kotzker answered, "If the person who you surmise may be the greatest tzaddik is like a spider in your eye, how much sharper will be your dislike for the person who you are sure is the greatest tzaddik." Section 6. Is it good to be a Rebbe? When the government built a road near Kobrin, a Jew who was employed by the contractor in the supply division visited the Kobriner rabbi on a Sabbath. He arrived at the rabbi's home at mealtime. Observing the excellent food and the well-heated room, he thought in his heart, how fine it is to be a Rebbe and to live in comfort, instead of being compelled oftentimes to work out of doors in the cold and stormy weather. Just then a woman entered, crying bitterly that her son was dangerously ill and imploring the rabbi to pray for his recovery. Everyone present was deeply distressed by the poor woman's desperation. The rabbi, who had surmised the workman's thoughts by observing the expression of his face, turned to him and said, "Well, do you still think it is good to be a Rebbe?" Section 7. The Poor Man's Sacrifice. The Kosmire rabbi commented upon the law in Leviticus enjoining a wealthy man to bring one lamb for his sin offering, whereas the poor man must bring 2 doves, one as a burnt offering and one as a sin offering, Leviticus 5:7. "Why," asked the rabbi, "should the poor man be required to bring 2? "The reason is," he said, "that when a poor man brings his dove, he is thinking, 'Oh, why am I so neglected by the Lord, that I cannot afford to bring him more than a little dove?' And the Midrash tells us that the burnt offering was brought to gain forgiveness for evil thoughts. Therefore, the poor man who is envious and complains against the Lord's ways is required to bring the second sacrifice." Section 8. An unsatisfactory distribution. Rabbi Hirsch Rimanover was overjoyed when his second wife bore him a son, all the sons by his first wife having died. At the feast of circumcision, he issued an order that the poor of Rimanov should receive all the viands they could consume. Everyone was happy and satisfied. The rabbi then compiled a list, in accordance with which he instructed that sums of money should be distributed. His warden reported to him that this plan caused grievous dissensions and quarrels, since some were envious of those who received more. The rabbi thereupon remarked, "The Lord himself is unable to satisfy every person with his distribution of wealth. How can I be expected to succeed where he does not?" Section 9. Envying the Newcomer. Said Rabbi Asher Ropshitzer, "We find that when a new rabbi comes to a town, his advent is greatly resented by the resident rabbi, who fears the newcomer's competition. It was different in the case of Moses. When Joshua wished to prevent Eldad and Medad from unfolding their prophecies to the people, Numbers 11:28-29, Moses exclaimed, "Art thou jealous for my sake? And oh, that one might render all the people of the Lord prophets, that the Lord would put his spirit upon them." This is the reason for the Bible's judgment regarding Moses. And there arose not a prophet since then in Israel like unto Moses' Deuteronomy 34:10. Section 10. The Bratslaver on Envy. 1. When envy will cease, redemption will come. 2. Envy is oftentimes the cause of destruction and murder. 3. Envy of another man's property may cause derangement of mind. Section 11. Not even for temporary use. Rabbi Bunam once came to Tortzin, where a room was prepared for him in the residence of a wealthy man. As soon as he entered the vestibule, he turned and departed from the house. Another room was found for him in the dwelling of a poor man. Later, he explained his action. "I did not leave the rich house because I found anything evil there, but because I did not desire to transgress against the commandment. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, even for temporary use." Exodus 20:17, Deuteronomy 5:18. Chapter 42. Evil and Good. Section 1. Evil and Good. The Besht said, "Absolute evil does not exist. When the good man perceives evildoers, he rejoices in goodness." Section 2. Adam's Sin. The question was propounded to Rabbi Isaac of Vorki, "What was Adam's true sin?" He answered, "His true transgression was that he took care of the morrow. The serpent deluded him, saying, 'Thou art an unprofitable servant, being unable to distinguish between good and evil. Eat of this fruit, and thou wilt be of service, choosing the good and receiving high reward.' And Adam, concerned about the morrow, listened and did evil. He would not have done so if he had cared only for the duty of the hour, namely, to obey God's commandments and to resist the serpent." Section 3. Evil from on high. Out of the mouth of the Most High proceedeth not evil and good? On this sentence, Lamentations 3:38, Rabbi Susia made comment, "Nothing is evil, for whatever is so in man's estimation is also good." In Midrash Tanchuma to Genesis, we read, "Nothing that is evil comes from on high. Even wickedness may serve a man to bring about conversion." While the strands of cause and effect are being unraveled, we grope about, calling things good and evil. What first appears as evil fortune may discover itself, years later, as the best of events and a cause for rejoicing. Says the Zohar, "Man does not know the taste of sweets until after the bitter." Section 4. The Tree of Life. The Lizensker interpreted thus, Genesis 3:22-24. "And the Lord God said, Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. He acquired the power to think and to desire both good and evil, just as in the world of divinity there are holy and unholy spirits. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever, be." End quote. He became endowed with the ability to do evil, and thereby to die. On the other hand, he is able to do good and gain immortality for his soul by partaking of the tree of life, namely, by obedience to the Lord's instruction. Therefore the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground whence he was taken." End quote. Since good deeds cannot be performed, and self-improvement cannot be achieved in paradise, where there are no evil impulses, the Lord sent him forth from the state of primitive happiness to labor in the world of strife and impulse. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden the cherubim and the flaming sword which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life. Therefore, the Lord placed within man the quest for pleasure and the evil desire that revolves continuously in his brain, inflaming his heart with its intensity and its urgent power. They guard the way and force man to battle them. Over them he must gain victory before he can perform the will of the Lord and thereby gain the right to immortality. Section 5. Breaking up the evil nature. The Berdichever strove always to interpret beneficently those verses which relate to evil or punishment for Israel. On the text Exodus 32:34. "Nevertheless, in the day when I visit, I will visit their sin upon them," the rabbi said. This phrase does not mean that the Lord will consider further sins as second offenses and punish them more severely on that account. Quite the contrary is to be understood. Who would you say deserves more approbation for his good behavior? The member of an excellent family or the son of a common family? The latter, to be sure. He has conquered the evil habits implanted within him by heredity and upbringing and has become a well-mannered gentleman. Hence, when Israel accepted with alacrity the commandments, the Lord deemed it a characteristic action of a well-born people, in whom obedience had become second nature. No special commendation was, therefore, vouchsafed to them for this prompt acquiescence. But, when almost immediately they transgressed by worshipping the golden calf, it became clear that submission to authority was not a mere habit with them, that, therefore, their previous acceptance of the Torah was a deliberate action dictated by their heart and mind. As to their noble origin, any inheritance of good conduct due to it had been lost long before by reason of their serfdom. Hence now, God appreciated the greatness of their act in accepting the Torah. It demonstrated that they had broken through the evil inclinations they had acquired in Egypt, at least on that occasion. And God promised to remember this fact always and to be lenient towards them in his judgments. Section 6. The nature of good and evil. Said the Koretzer, "A man cannot be consciously good unless he knows evil. No one can appreciate pleasure unless he has tasted bitterness. Good is only the reverse of evil, and pleasure is merely the opposite of anxiety. And the Lord said, 'It is not good that a man should be alone. I will make him a helpmeet for him.' Genesis 2:18. And God said, 'There can be no goodness in man while he is alone, without an evil impulse within him. I will endow him with the ability to do evil, and it will be as a helpmeet to him to enable him to do good, if he masters the evil nature within him.' Without the evil impulse, man could do no evil, but neither could he do good." Section 7. Good in the evil man. The Medzibozer commented upon the verse, "And yet a while, and the wicked is no more. Yea, thou shalt look well at his place, and he is not." Psalms 37:10. He said, "Even the evil man is not thoroughly bad. There is yet a little in him that is not wicked. Look well for the goodness within him, and you will discover he is not truly evil." Section 8. Living in Paradise. The Bratslaver said, "The knowledge that whatsoever occurs to you is for your good raises you to the heights of living in paradise." Section 9. God does the rest. Said the Bershiter, "A man should not think contemptuously of his ability to do good. Let him but choose, and God does the rest. Is there any limit to God's ability? Chapter 43. Exile and Redemption. Section 1. Fruit in the Seed. The Gerer Rabbi said, "Exile contains redemption within itself, as seed contains the fruit. Right work and real diligence will bring out the hidden reward." Section 2. In a Strange Land. Commenting on Psalms 137:4, the Reasoner said, the words, "How can we sing the Lord's song in a strange land?" mean, how can we sing songs when the Shekinah is in a strange land? Section 3. The Shekinah's Exile. Said Rabbi Schmelk, we read in Psalms 42:4, "My tears have been my food day and night, while they say unto me all the day, Where is thy God?" Because we cry day and night only for food, therefore we remain in exile. The Lord saith, "Would that they cried unto me, Why is our God not in his holy city? Why is the Shekinah still in exile?" Then redemption would speedily come. Section 4. The Length of Our Exile. Said the Radomsker, it is often asked why the present exile lasts so long. One reason may be that the Shekinah is impatient to return to Palestine and desires that the good Jews be redeemed, even if the impious ones assimilate and become non-Jews. But the Tzaddikim have compassion on the irreligious also, and petition the Lord to allot them a longer time wherein to strive for the repentance of the impious, so that they also may be redeemed. Section 5. Travail of Redemption. Rabbi Abraham Jacob of Sadigura once faced the following dilemma. During a merciless persecution of the Jews in Russia, he stayed his prayer for divine intercession, saying, "This, I am told, and am inclined to believe, indicates that the labors giving birth to redemption are upon us, but the travails are so terrible that the Jews cry unto heaven, protesting their inability to sustain them. Then God, in his mercy, abates the pains and redemption is delayed. Whether I pray, then, or stay my prayer, I have reason, either way, to be heavy of heart." Section 6. The Hindrance. Once in a certain year, Rabbi Jacob Yitzchak Lubliner was confident of the advent of the Redeemer before the end of the year. But the 12-month came to an end, and redemption was still far to seek. The rabbi said to his favored disciple, the Yud, "The common people have turned from their evil ways, and on their part there is no hindrance to redemption. It is the scholars that bar the way. They cannot attain to humility, and therefore not to repentance." Section 7. Sheep that Wait. In his comments on the Torah, Rabbi Aryeh Leib Gerer wrote the following discussion of Genesis 29:7. Israel says to the Lord, "If the day of redemption is to be long awaited, if the time that thy sheep should be assembled to be taken home has not yet arrived, I implore thee, O Lord, do not leave them to perish during the long interim. Water the sheep, and go and feed them, so that they may have the strength to wait." Section 8. Submission to Exile. The well-known Rabbi Samuel of Posen illustrated the verse in Isaiah 51:13 by the following parable. A nobleman's son was guilty of grave disobedience towards his father. As a punishment, he was exiled to work as a farmhand for one of the nobleman's tenants. The father expected that his son would feel the ignominy of so lowly a position and would beg for forgiveness. The son, however, became accustomed to his work and seemed to have forgotten his former estate. The nobleman instructed his vassal to treat his son roughly. The son, thereupon, begged his father to instruct his employer to treat him kindly. The father replied in anger, "Does the cruelty of the farmer's treatment of you constitute all that matters? have you fallen so low in your self-esteem that with benevolent treatment, your condition as a farmer's servant would be acceptable to you? The prophet exclaims, "And hast forgotten the Lord thy Maker because of the fury of the oppressor?" And where is the fury of the oppressor? The vital thing is your state of exile and your contentedness to remain in exile. Section 9. The Real Exile. Rabbi Henoch of Alexander once said, "The real exile of Israel in Egypt was that they had learned to endure it." Section 10. God's Sabbath. Many unfortunates came to the Belzer rabbi with their tribulations and complaints. The Belzer remarked, "Lord, we say in the grace after meals on the Sabbath, may the All-Merciful give us a share in the day, which shall be holy Sabbath, and a rest to the everlasting. At present in our exile, we give no rest to the Almighty from our complaints. We therefore implore that the millennium shall come near, when every dissatisfaction will disappear, because all men will understand God's ways. Then will he enjoy rest." Section 11. The Three Exiles. Said the Belzer, "There are three kinds of exile: exile among the nations, exile among Jews, and exile among one's own desires. The first is the easiest to bear. The nations may be influenced by gifts and goodwill, and respite may thereby be gained. Harder is the exile of a Jew among Jews. His Jewish adversary knows every wile used by Jews, and will oppress his fellow Jew in distress, until he has gained everything the latter can give and borrow. The worst exile is the exile from peace of mind. It is suffered by one who is overpowered by his evil desires, at the same time that he is aware of their wickedness. The last named needs redemption most urgently, as it is said Psalms 137. With him is plenteous redemption, and he will redeem Israel from all his iniquities. Section 12. The Three Struggles. The Belzer expounded the thought of the three exiles on another occasion in a different version. Every person must undergo three types of struggle in order to defeat the evil impulse. First, when he is among fellow Jews who endeavor to persuade him to follow evil. Second, when he is among non-Jews who seek to allure him to their ways. Third, when he is filled with evil desires in his own heart. This last is the severest struggle to bear. Section 13. Service in Exile. Said the Lizensker, "In his palace, a king demands regularity and perfection of service. When he travels, however, he is satisfied with the accommodations available. Likewise, in the Holy Land, the Lord demanded perfect service from Israel, but in exile, he is satisfied with the poorer service we render him." Section 14. On Guard. Said the Koretzer, "The most severe birth pains occur just before delivery. Likewise, the gravest tribulations will immediately precede the redemption. Our redemption from Egypt was the only complete one, inasmuch as no one Jew remained behind. The Shekinah abides in exile in order to protect the Jews who remain there." Section 15. The Shepherd's Voice. The Medzibozer commented on the verse, "I have gone astray like a lost sheep. Seek thy servant, for I have not forgotten thy commandments." Psalms 119. 176. He said, "When a sheep is lost, the shepherd hunts for it at once and calls out to it without delay, lest the sheep forget the sound of his voice." The psalmist says, "O Lord, seek us out without delay, while we have not as yet forgotten thy commandments. If thou delayest, we may forget thy voice and fail to heed it." Section 16. Joy in God's Victory. Commenting on the verse, "We will shout for joy in thy victory." Psalms 26. The Medzibozer said, "When thou shalt come out of thy exile, we shall shout for joy." Section 17. Prayers for Redemption. The Ropshitzer said, "No prayer for the coming of the redemption is wasted. Each one of us causes redemption to approach nearer to its culmination. When redemption is at hand, it shall become known in what manner every prayer was useful." Section 18. The Foolish Request. Rabbi Bunam reproved the congregation for imploring from the Lord only a livelihood in exile, instead of praying for the advent of the Messiah when a livelihood will be granted as a matter of course. He told the following parable. A king banished his erring son to a farm to perform their hard labor. Soon after, the king received a letter from the prince and opened it, prepared for reconciliation with him if the youth petitioned for it. But the son merely asked his father to instruct the farmer to feed and clothe him better. How foolish of him, thought the king. Had he been restored to residence in the royal palace, his problems of food and attire would have been solved as a matter of course and in a manner more agreeable to him. Section 19. Grain stalks or pearls. Rabbi Judah Zevi of Stretton declared, "We say, and mayest thou assemble the dispersed as one assembles grain stalks? Why do we not say, as one assembles pearls?" The reason is this: when we gather assembled pearls, we cleanse them of all impurities and select only those that are pure. Had we therefore said, "Assemble us as pearls out of the dispersion," it would imply that we asked only for the redemption of the pure Tzaddikim. But he who gathers grain stalks does so with hay clinging to them. We likewise petition that we may all be redeemed, the grain ears with the hay stalks, the Tzaddikim with the ordinary Jews. Section 20. In his separate corner. Rabbi Mendel Rimanover said, "If 10 Jews come together and converse regarding subjects of the Torah, they feel none of the hardships of the exile. But when they separate, each in his own corner, every individual among them begins to feel the rigor of the exile." Chapter 44. Faith and Trust. Section 1. In God. The Kotzker rabbi explained the verse in Psalms 37:3, "Dwell in the land and cherish faithfulness," he said. This should be interpreted: sleep on the bare ground, but grow in belief. Section 2. The Essence of Faith. The Lekevitzer explained thus the verse 1 Kings 18:21. "How long do ye pass over the 2 paragraphs?" He said, there are 2 paragraphs in the Jewish code which constitute the essence of religion. Chapter 1, in Orach Hayim, paragraph 7, reads, "I shall set the Lord always before me," Psalm 16:8. And chapter 231, paragraph 2, reads, "In all thy ways, know God." Proverbs 3:6. Section 3. The Bratslaver on Trust. 1. Trust in the Lord for your sustenance, and he will justify your confidence. 2. Be not afraid to spend for charity and holy purposes. Have confidence that God will return your gifts manifold. 3. Even if you are unconvinced that you merit God's blessing, remember that He is merciful. 4. False trust is a belief that God will bless dishonest deeds and protect the transgressor from discovery. 5. False trust is to believe that God will grant a man success even if he engages in a large enterprise and borrows heedlessly from other people. Section 4. Trust not man. A poor man implored the Kotzker rabbi to give him a letter requesting one of his rich adherents to present him with a sizable donation so that he might be able to marry off his grown-up daughter. The letter was given, and after a long journey on foot, the indigent Hasid reached the home of the wealthy one. The rich man read the letter from the rabbi and handed the poor man a single thaler. The unfortunate petitioner walked away sadly, his hopes shattered. An hour or so later, he was hailed by the magnate, who sat in a carriage filled with fine foods and wedding garments. To his astonishment, the poor Hasid was informed that these had been prepared for his daughter's wedding. "Since you intended from the first to accede to the rabbi's request," said the delighted man, "why did you cause me anxiety?" "My reason was," replied the rich man, "to teach you not to put your trust in any man, even if it be the great rabbi. You seem to have forgotten there is a God in Israel." Section 5. The Bratslaver on Faith and Belief. Part A. 1. Redemption depends upon faith. Lack of faith was the cause of our exile. 2. Faith, prayer, miracles, and Palestine are interdependent. 3. To attain faith, concentrate the full power of the mind upon the words of your prayers. 4. Those who deny all miracles lengthen our exile. 5. When our faith is weak, the Lord denies us a true leader. 6. When we break in upon our anger with mercy, the Lord does likewise. 7. Oftentimes a man believes he ought be a leader because he desires to benefit his fellows. This is untrue. He is in reality seeking self-honor and hides his true intention under a mask of kindness. 8. All virtues rest on the foundation of faith in God. 9. A man must not rely upon pure reason. He must mix faith with it. 10. Unworthy teachings bring unbelief and enmity to religion. 11. Belief and faith work for perfection. Knowledge is imperfect without faith. 12. When faith is weakened, opportunities for a peaceful livelihood are missing. Men do not aid each other, but wander about to find bread. 13. Faith is the portal to holiness. 14. The man of perfect faith feels the thing in which he believes as if it were in truth matter, subject to the perception of his senses. 15. Those of imperfect faith often mistake the intermediary thing for the essential. The businessman, for example, believes that his bread is earned through trading. Those who are of ill health believe that medicine achieves a cure. They forget the cause of causes. 16. He whose faith is strong may be granted understanding, whereby he can know by reason what he has believed without reason. 17. Faith expands within a man and gives him patience, joy, and diligence. Such faith is easiest to acquire in Palestine. 18. Believe that God stands above you and hears every word of prayer you utter. Then, in truth, will your worship be fitting. 19. Faith should not only rest in the heart, it should also be expressed by word of mouth. The utterance of words of faith strengthens a man's faith. 20. Better is the superstitious believer than the rationalistic unbeliever. 21. True faith needs neither evidence nor research. 22. The life of a man of faith may alone be called true living. A man of faith has confidence and never descends to despair. 23. The unbeliever has nothing to comfort him in adversity. Part B. 1. A man should believe in God by virtue of faith rather than miracles. 2. Lowliness and study of the Torah lead to faith. 3. Believe that every change you observe is not by chance, but by the will of God. 4. When doubt of the Lord's decrees comes to your mind, keep silence. Your own thoughts will then answer you. 5. When you have great men as your adversaries, know that you have fallen from faith. 6. Faith is of importance equal with charity. 7. Faith comes through silence and through charity. 8. Envy, anger, and pride cause loss of faith. 9. Through faith, a man is able to comprehend God and to have faith in Him. 10. Faith will bring you forgiveness and blessings. 11. He who lacks faith will receive no benefit from admonition and reproof. 12. Faith, humility, and peace in Israel are requisite for the redemption. 13. If we fail to fulfill our duty to proclaim our faith in the Lord among the nations, they are thereby prompted to compel us to accept non-Jewish culture. 14. Faith rests in the mind, and it makes us willing to suffer martyrdom if need be. 15. He who trusts in the Lord feels no fear. 16. Trust in the Lord leads to peace. 17. Faith and the fear of heaven lead to trust in God. 18. He who lacks the feeling of trust will speak untruths. 19. Trust saves from worries, tribulations, and shame. 20. Trust saves us from the necessity of asking the help of man. 21. Flattery causes the loss of trust. 22. Trust causes man to approach nearer to God. Section 6. The True Believer. Said the Mesoritzer. 1. Who is the true believer in God? The man who believes that the Shekinah is within him always and guards him, that he is in the Creator and the Creator is in him, that he looks upon the Creator and the Creator looks upon him, that the Creator may accomplish his will. He may create worlds and destroy them in a moment, that in him is the source of all good and of all misfortune, that his influence and his living power are present in everything, that only God is to be feared and trusted. 2. Love and fear descend from God, who endowed all living nature with a spark thereof. Therefore, why love or fear the spark when you may love and fear the whole source whence it came? 3. Belief is the foundation of everything. There can be service of the Lord from tradition without learning, but there cannot be service of the Lord without belief. Section 7. When punishment is decreed. Said the Besht, when it is decreed in heaven that punishment is to be meted out to a sinner, the power of trust in the Lord is taken away from him. Section 8. The lack of faith. Said the Bratslaver, lack of faith is the cause of our exile. When faith will take the place of rationalism, the Messiah will come. A man may gain faith only through truth. He knows the truth only through intimacy with great leaders. Section 9. A consequence of faith. The Besht told this story. I once stopped at an inn for the Sabbath. Suddenly, a peasant went over to the table and knocked on it thrice. The innkeeper explained that this was a signal agreed upon by the village owner and himself that the rent for the inn must be paid, or heavy penalties would be inflicted. I inquired if he had the money, and he replied that he was penniless. Nevertheless, he had no anxiety and observed the Sabbath with a joyful spirit. In the evening, he departed to confer with the village owner. I saw, as I watched, that a merchant halted at the door, and after a short conversation, gave a roll of money to the innkeeper. The merchant entered, and in reply to my query, informed me that he had purchased from the innkeeper next season's produce and had paid him in advance to assure delivery. I then saw that perfect trust in the Lord receives its timely reward. Section 10. The Lord as Partner. The Apter rabbi told this story. I chanced to sojourn once at a village inn and noticed that the innkeeper owned 2 boxes for cash. Whatever money he received, he divided equally between the 2 receptacles. I was curious as to the meaning of this, and, making known my identity, I asked him the reason for his odd action. The innkeeper replied as follows: "Once I lost all my money in an unlucky venture and was unable to keep my inn. My wife advised me to look for a partner, and I went to the city to do so. Passing through the forest, I suddenly conceived the idea to implore the Lord to enter into partnership with me, and I promised to devote to charity his half share. I prayed to the Lord, and suddenly I found some money on the ground. I regarded this as a sign that my prayer was accepted, and since then I have faithfully observed the oral contract, and I am prospering. I praised the innkeeper's simple trust in the Lord and pronounced a blessing over him." Section 11. The Means of Providence. Said the Besht, "There are two kinds of men who have confidence in providence. The first look for the manner by which God will vouchsafe them his abundance, and they are anxious when it seems to them they have not found his means for answering their needs. This type of trust and confidence is unworthy. The second men of trust have full confidence in the Lord. They believe he will sustain them in return for their loyal service, and they seek not the means utilized by providence. Theirs is genuine trust. The first believe they must aid God to provide for them and that they must seek out the opportunity. The second believe that God will provide for their wants without assistance, and that he will send them the opportunity for livelihood, since he is the cause of causes." Section 12. The 50th Door. Said the Besht, "We read in the Talmud that 49 doors of understanding out of 50 were open to Moses. But since man aspires always to know more, how did Moses continue? The answer is that when he found the 50th door closed to him as unapproachable to the human mind, he substituted faith and meditated again upon those phases of knowledge open to him. It is thus that every man should discipline his mind. He should study and reflect to the utmost of his ability. When he has reached a point where he is unable to comprehend further, he may substitute faith and return to the learning within his grasp. Beyond a certain degree of research, both the sage and the ignorant man are alike. It may be that some will apply to you the verse, "The simpleton believeth every word." Proverbs 14:15. But you may remind the scoffers of another verse, and "The Lord preserveth the simple." Psalms 116:6. Section 13. The Merchant and the Rabbi. Said the Sassover, "We read in the Talmud, the rabbis knew not the meaning of the verse, 'Cast thy burden upon the Lord, and he will sustain thee.' Psalms 55:23, until a traveling merchant told them. The rabbis who obtain an annual salary do not well understand the true meaning of trust in the Lord. It is the merchant whose livelihood is unsafe and who must await God's help continually, who truly appreciates the meaning of dependence upon him." Another explanation is, the rabbis did not know whether the verse permits a man in need of a helping hand to combine his trust in the Lord with a request for help from the people. Without being asked for the favor, the merchant said, "Throw your burden on my camel," at the very moment they were discussing the verse. They received it as an omen that the verse implies that man should not ask for the favors of mortals, but petition for God's alone. Section 14. A Tale of Trust in the Rebbe. A poor villager was accustomed to visit the town on Friday to chop wood and to buy goods for the Sabbath with his earnings. Once he earned only 6 kreutzers, which he divided into 3 parts, 2 for white bread, 2 for wine, and 2 for candles. Before he could spend it, however, the Sassover, still unknown to fame, encountered him and said, "Young man, buy me 2 kreutzers worth of tea, and you will have a goodly share in the world to come." The youth said to himself, "The Sabbath is only a miniature of the world to come. I may as well purchase the reality for myself." He bought the tea for the rabbi. The latter drank it and said, "Buy me tea for 2 kreutzers more, and you will be blessed with all good." The man consented. But when the rabbi asked him for tea a third time, promising blessing for all his descendants, the villager refused, inasmuch as he wished at least candles for the Sabbath. The rabbi then inquired from the youth what property he owned. When informed that he possessed a cow, the Sassover told him to sell it to the first bidder, bring the money to the town, and seek to find him. When a bidder arrived, the villager asked thrice the worth of the cow in order to test the efficacy of the rabbi's blessing, and, to his surprise, the price was acceptable. When the youth came to town, he saw a large crowd in attendance at the auction of an estate. He resolved to place the rabbi's blessing to a further test and entered a bid. The other bidders sought to persuade him to desist, but when he refused, they decided to punish him by withdrawing from the auction, thereby forcing him to buy the estate or lose his deposit. Thus, the estate was sold to the villager for a very low price. On the street, he met a priest who stopped him and invited him to come to his home. There, the priest said he wished to be a partner in the transaction, inasmuch as he understood the villager would be unable to settle the purchase price himself. He also asked that the affair be kept secret, inasmuch as a priest might not engage in business. The priest gave him the money for the estate, and the villager made a secret assignment to him of part of it. A few days later, the priest died unexpectedly of an infectious disease and was buried in his clothes. The agreement which the priest had kept in a secret pocket was buried with him, and the young man became the sole owner of the estate. When the now wealthy man located the Sassover, the rabbi said to him, "Had you given me the last 2 kreutzers and thus shown your implicit trust, you would have been saved the situation with the priest." Chapter 45. The Faith of Israel. Section 1. An Unwearying Faith. The Kotzker was reading in Isaiah 43:22, "Yet thou hast not called upon me, O Jacob, neither hast thou wearied thyself about me, O Israel." There is a fine parable illustrating this verse in the works of the Dubner Maggid, said the rabbi. It runs as follows. 2 men, one a jeweler and the other an ironmonger, brought their wares to a certain town. A porter who had delivered their goods at the inn came later to ask for his pay. He made the error, however, of believing the jeweler to be the owner of the heavier case, and he refused the small coin offered to him as inadequate. "Your case of goods was very fatiguing," said the porter. "I am entitled to more money." "You are mistaken," answered the jeweler. "My wares, though precious in value, are an easy burden to bear. They tire no one." In the same fashion, said the rabbi, the prophet speaks to Israel, "My faith wearies no one. You must have taken up with another by error." Section 2. Cure in Reverse. Said Rabbi Bunam, "Each plague that God brought upon Egypt became a cure for Israel. The blood plague cured them of the diseases of the blood. The boil plague cured them of diseases of the skin. The hardening of Pharaoh's heart caused Israel to believe in the Lord." Section 3. A True Confession. A rabbi told the following story. When the early Reform rabbi, Dr. Holdheim, became old, he suffered from an ailment of the foot. He was asked how he had contracted the malady. "I went too far," was the reply. Section 4. The Weaponless Leader. Said the Besht, "A hero promised to defend his city and showed to the inhabitants his many weapons. He was met by the foe unexpectedly, however, when he had no weapons on his person. He was captured, and the undefended city fell." In the same way, people depend upon their rabbi to protect them against irreligion. But if Satan succeeds in deceiving the rabbi, all of them fall into error. Each man should learn his duties for himself, and he should be able to prevent wrong deeds by indicating their falsity if the leader should happen to be weaponless. Section 5. Tradition and Reason. The Besht commented on the phrase, "our God and God of our fathers." he said. Some persons have faith because their fathers taught them to believe. In one sense, this is satisfactory. No philosophical axioms will break their belief. In another, it is unsatisfactory, since their belief does not come from personal knowledge. Others come to belief through conviction after research. This is satisfactory in one sense. They know God from inner conviction. In another, it is unsatisfactory. If other students demonstrate to them the fallacy of their reasoning, they may become unbelievers. The best believers are those whose beliefs are satisfactory in every way. They believe because of tradition and also through their own reasoning. This is what we mean when we say, "Our God and the God of our fathers, the Lord is our Master," both because we know He is our God and because our fathers have taught us that He is God. Section 6. The Feeble and the Strong. The Kobrener rabbi said, we read, "So the feebler were Laban's, and the stronger Jacob's." Genesis 30:42. Those who waver in their beliefs and whose attachment to their God and His Torah is feeble belong to Laban, the insincere. But those who are strong in their faith and firm in their adherence to the Lord and His teachings belong to Israel. Chapter 46. Family Relationships. Section 1. Find the Good. Rabbi Bunam said, Jacob ordered Joseph to go and see whether it was well with his brothers. Genesis 37:14. Jacob used to hear from Joseph evil reports of his brothers, and he, therefore, instructed him not to persist in looking for their misconduct, but rather to find the good in them. Section 2. God as a near relation. Said the Sachatzover rabbi, when a man is in dire need and has a rich relative, he usually receives aid a few times. After that, the relative is no longer ready to be of assistance. But if he has many relatives, he may obtain succor a long time. The Torah tells us, Deuteronomy 4:7, "For what great nation is there, that hath God so nigh unto them, as the Lord our God is, whensoever we call upon Him." The Lord is not described as a near relation, but as near relations. And whensoever we call upon Him, He treats us as a near relative, from whom we ask aid for the first time. Section 3. Mere Talk. The Vorker rabbi discussed the saying in the Ethics of the Fathers 5:13, which reads, "He who says, 'What is mine is mine,' his is a neutral character. Some say this is a character like that of Sodom." He said, "A man is asked to give charity. He answers, 'What is mine is for mine. I prefer to assist members of my own family.' This is a sign of a mediocre personality. One of a higher character assists strangers as well." Some other men, when asked to make a donation to charity, say they will do so later, but they actually give nothing. They are comparable to the inhabitants of Sodom. Chapter 47. Fasting. Section 1. The Wrestling Match. "The custom of self-infliction," said the Berdichever, "is naught but a ruse of the Satan to darken man's brains, and has nothing in common with true piety. It is as if two men were wrestling with each other. Thinks one, if I thump his chest or twist his arms, he may yet get the better of me, but if I numb his head with a hard blow, he will be like one dead. In the same manner, the evil one lures on and persuades his man to fast on days when fasting is not ordained, and thereby causes darkness and confusion in the brain of the man, and prompts him to fall into sin." Section 2. Greater than fasting. Tradition credits Rabbi Elimelech with having said, "If it stood within my power, I would abolish all fast days, with the exception of Atonement Day, because of the dark humors of the age." And the Sassover said, "If thy neighbor offend thee, refrain from wrath, and it will be more pleasing in the sight of God than 1,000 fast days. Listen to revilings without retort, and it will stand you instead of 1,000 self-inflictions. Another Tzaddik, Rabbi Chaim of Kosov, said, "A Jew, perchance, may recite a psalm with such fervor as to incline heaven much farther than if he spent all his life in fasting." Section 3. Fasting and Talking. The author of the book Rosh Hagivah writes, "It is more desirable to abstain from talking than to abstain from eating, since this will injure neither the body nor the soul." Section 4. The Wounded Soul. Said the Koznitzer Maggid, "He who is guilty of many transgressions and desires to repent should not halt to repair the defects of his soul, but should immediately commence to perform deeds of kindness, pray fervently, and avoid further transgressions. When his strength in goodness is established, then he should labor for the atonement of his former sins. Should he, however, disregard this counsel, and, from the start, indulge in fasting and mortifying his body in atonement for his sins, he is liable to weaken in resolution and abandon his effort at reformation. It is like the wounded soldier who seeks to escape the enemy in pursuit. If he halts to dress his wounds, he is certain to be captured. Section 5. The Student May Not Fast. The Lezensker visited Rabbi Shmelke at Nikolsburg. Passing a house, he heard through the open window a student, by name Mordecai Bennett, later Rabbi of Nikolsburg, devoting himself to the Torah with great zeal. He went over to him and said, "Repent, my brother, repent." Rabbi Bennett met Rabbi Shmelke and told him of the Lezensker's mysterious injunction. Rabbi Shmelke looked hard at his companion and said, "You look as if you indulged in severe fasting. This is a grave sin for a man blessed with so remarkable an intelligence for the study of the Torah. The fasting weakens you and forms a serious obstacle to your study." Section 6. The Inconsiderate Peasant. The Lekivitzer related the following parable. A peasant was on his way home from market one winter day. He stopped at an inn, tied his horse to the post, and proceeded to enjoy himself merrily. In the meantime, his poor horse stood outside in the deep snow, without food or drink, trembling from the cold. By the same token, there are men who fast often, thereby torturing their bodies, at the same time that their thoughts, which are an index to the true personality of men, turn to worldly affairs. These men are like the peasant and his horse. Section 7. Why did he fast? The Ropshitzer wished to test whether a certain man, reputed to fast from Sabbath to Sabbath and to spend all day in synagogue, was truly pious or merely a hypocrite. He ordered some boys to annoy him and then went to the synagogue and called out to them, "Why do you harass a man who fasts on Mondays and Thursdays?" The man turned to him and said, "Have you not heard that I fast from Sabbath to Sabbath?" The Ropshitzer then recognized the true nature of the pseudo-Tzaddik. Section 8. A Deception to Himself. Once upon a time there came to the Maggid of Koznitz a man who wore sackcloth next to his body by way of penance, and who always fasted from Sabbath to Sabbath. The Maggid said to him, "Dost thou think that evil temptations will go out of thy way? They nest like vermin in thy sackcloth. He is a better man who pretends to fast from Sabbath to Sabbath and secretly takes a couple of bites of food each day, for he merely deceives others. But thou art to thyself a deception and a lie." Section 9. The Dwelling Place of God. Said the Lenzner, "A man may fast only at the time when he is so engrossed in the Torah and in piety that he feels no hunger. But he who suffers from the lack of food may not afflict his body, since God dwells therein." Section 10. Why fast? End quote. Commenting on fasting, the Ziditzhover said, Why fast? If a man fasts with the idea of gaining a favor from heaven thereby, it is a futile self-affliction, and it will be of no avail. If a man fasts for the sake of heaven, is it not better to devote himself to learning for the sake of heaven? Chapter 48. Father's Influence and Duty. Section 1. Helping a needy son. A young man came to the Gera rabbi with a complaint that his father refused to give him material assistance. The rabbi summoned the father and inquired the reason. The father pleaded poverty. The rabbi remarked, "Do you remember what Moses said when the sons of Israel demanded meat? Have I conceived all this people? Have I brought them forth, that thou shouldest say unto me, Carry them in thy bosom? Whence should I have flesh to give unto all this people?" Numbers 11:12-13. Does this not demonstrate to you clearly that had Moses been asked for meat by those he had conceived, he would not have given the excuse that he did not have it? A father must endeavor with all his ability to aid his needy son. Section 2. The Dream. Rabbi Bunam was told by a Hasid that the latter's father had appeared in a dream and had counseled his son to become a rabbi. Rabbi Bunam remarked, "The next time your father comes to you, ask him to appear in a dream to the Hasidim and persuade them to become your adherents." Section 3. The Voice. The Besht told the following parable. A father and his young son were walking through a wood. The boy begged his father for permission to hunt for berries and promised to answer his father's call. When the father perceived that his son had gone a considerable distance, he called out to him, but the boy, busy with his search for berries, failed to reply. The father overtook him and said, "If you do not heed my voice, you will lose your way. It is the same with us." If we do not give heed to the voice of our spiritual leader when we seek for the fruits of life, we too shall lose our way. Section 4. Wild Oats. Said the Gera rabbi, some parents believe it is permissible for their sons to sow their wild oats so that vice may lose its allurement and they may be convinced that the experience is not worth the effort. This policy is incorrect and should be avoided. We learn this from Moses. According to the Midrash Mekilta, the father-in-law of Moses, Jethro, persuaded Moses to allow his eldest son Gershom to visit the pagan temples and attend the pagan schools, in order that he might be convinced of their worthlessness. Then, said Jethro, he will turn to the worship of the Lord out of conviction rather than tradition. The outcome, however, was that there remained in Gershom's family a tradition of the ways and allurements of paganism, and when Jonathan, his son, was in want, he readily consented to make use of this knowledge and become a priest in the pagan temple. Section 5. The Examination. A visitor, desiring to please his host, proposed to examine the latter's son in a certain field of studies. The son did not know the subjects, but his father assisted him in preparation. When the guest held the examination, the son answered the questions accurately. Observing the father's pleasure at his son's skill, the guest extended the test to include more difficult questions, and the son successfully replied to the abounding satisfaction of his father. The guest, said the Sudilkover, is the evil inclination which visits a man in order to test his powers of self-mastery. Our Father in heaven aids us through his Torah and commandments, yet he takes delight in us if we can withstand temptations. Still more is he glad if we are able to conquer evil desires when circumstances afford us ample opportunity to indulge them. Section 6. The son corrects his father's faults. Rabbi Shmelke explained the phrase, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, end quote. Deuteronomy 5:9 as follows. When one has committed a sin which he did not expiate in his lifetime, the Lord in his mercy causes this very sin to visit the son. If the son does not succumb to it, his father's sin is forgiven. Section 7. The highest example. Said the Koretzer, we recite in the Shema, and these words shall be upon thy heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children. Deuteronomy 6:6-7. When these words go forth from your heart, they will truly influence your children for good. Section 8. The unlearned father. The Koretzer counseled a certain Jew not to live in a village. He said in explanation to inquirers, "This Jew has not a learned father from whom to acquire strength of character and holy thoughts wherewith to combat the non-Jewish environment. He should, therefore, reside in town among Jews." Section 9. Let us not be children. Said the Mezeritzer, a father lifted up his little son who had fallen, and noting a splinter in the boy's foot, he extracted it, unmindful of the lad's cries of pain. He then said, "If you are not more careful in your play, you will suffer again the pain you felt a moment ago." Both were in fear. The father, that infection would attack his son's foot. The boy, that he might again undergo the pain of having a splinter extracted. The father feared the wound, the son the cure. Likewise, God punishes us in order to cure us of our sins. He fears the harm to our souls, but we fear the punishment which is a cure. Let us no longer be children, but let us understand that which ought truly inspire fear within us. Chapter 49. Father's Love for Son. Section 1. The Delinquent Son. A father complained to the Besht that his son had forsaken God. "What, Rabbi, shall I do?" "Love him more than ever," was the Besht's reply. Section 2. The Lord's Happiness. Rabbi Phineas Hurwitz of Frankfurt explained the verse Psalms 42:3, "My soul thirsteth for God, for the living God. When shall I come and appear before God?" A nobleman banished his son for misbehavior. The son mused, "Oh, how I yearn to behold my father once more, how I suffer at being absent from him. But I know well that my father also suffers greatly by reason of our separation. Would that he but ordered me to return, and both of us would be happy." We know that the Lord yearns to redeem his eldest son Israel, the moment Israel desires redemption in all sincerity. And the psalmist says, "My soul thirsteth to be reunited with thee, and to make thee happy by my nearness to thee." Section 3. Loving God with our whole heart. Rabbi Bunam said, "We find that when Jacob came to Egypt and saw Joseph, Joseph fell on his father's neck." Genesis 46:29. It does not say, however, that Jacob fell on Joseph's neck. Rashi explains that Jacob was reciting the Shema, namely, Jacob was occupied with the idea of loving God with all his heart, as we are later commanded to do in the Shema. Upon beholding Joseph alive, after mourning him for 22 years, Jacob was filled with great love for his son. He decided, however, to devote this deep emotion to God, so that his love for a human being might not be greater than his love of God. It is in the matter of love, rather than of fear, that we are asked to give our whole heart. Section 4. Fatherly Pity. The Magelnitzer commented on the prayer, which reads as follows: "As a father hath mercy upon his children, so, O Lord, have mercy upon us, and save us for thy name's sake." The rabbi said, "A father forgives his offending son when the latter appeals to him, even if he is not sure that the son's contrition is sincere, since he cannot read his son's heart. Likewise, we petition the Lord to forgive us when we pray for pardon, even if our repentance is not complete. In this respect, we imitate a mortal father. We entreat that God also deal with us as if he did not know our heart." Section 5. Seeking out our Father. Said the Mezeritzer, a father was playing with his little son. He hid himself for sport, and the boy, after looking for him, finally found him. This increased his father's affection for him. Likewise, God sometimes hides himself, and when we, seeking him out, eventually find him, he loves us all the more. Section 6. Forgiving God. Said the Koretzer, there is a saying which declares that God asks the forgiveness of Israel for commanding them to bring a donation of a half shekel. He asks pardon inasmuch as some Israelites who possess a miserly nature may resent the necessity of a gift. It is like a father who orders his son to perform a distasteful chore, to learn whether the son will overcome his distaste through a sense of obedience. Though the son may perform the chore, the father feels a sense of guilt at subjecting his son to this irritation. Chapter 50. Fathers and Sons. Parental Example. Section 1. My Father's God. Said the Belzer, every Jew should so conduct himself that his sons will rejoice to say, the God of my father. Genesis 32:10. Section 2. Believers inspire belief. The Belzer rabbi commented on the verse Exodus 10:2, and that thou mayest tell in the ears of thy son and of thy son's son what I have wrought upon Egypt, and my signs which I have done among them, that ye may know that I am the Lord. It may be remarked that the end of the verse would have seemed more correct if it had been expressed thus, that they shall know that I am the Lord. But the verse was intentionally worded ye instead of they, in order to furnish us a lesson. Recount to your sons the wonders of the Lord, but remember that this will have a beneficent influence upon them only if you yourselves recognize that He is the Lord. Section 3. Not prayer, but example. A man asked the Kotzker rabbi to pray for him in order that his sons might study the Torah diligently. The rabbi replied, if your sons will see that you are a diligent student, they will imitate you. But if you neglect your own studies and merely wish your sons to study, the result will be that they will do likewise when they grow up. They will neglect the Torah themselves and desire that their sons do the studying. Section 4. The Drunkards, Father and Son. Rabbi Ziv Zitamirer, the Or HaMeir, once saw through a window a man and his son, both drunk, reeling into the gutter. I envy that father, said the rabbi to his son, Israel Dov. That man has succeeded in his ambition to have a son like himself, but I do not yet know whether you will be like me. See to it that the drunkard does not have better success with his son than I with you. Section 5. Originality. After Rabbi Noah's succession as rabbi at Lechowitz, some Hasidim inquired of him, why do you not conduct yourself like your father, the late rabbi? I do conduct myself like him, retorted Rabbi Noah. He did not imitate anybody, and I likewise do not imitate anybody. Section 6. A Man and His Children. Rabbi Solomon Karliner said, God treats a man in the same way that the man treats his children. Do not neglect your children, and God will not neglect you. Section 7. A Good Man's Desires. Said the Mezeritzer, when a child desires something from his father, the latter rejoices if he is able to grant his son's wish. Likewise, when a good man desires something, God takes pleasure in granting it. Section 8. Noah's Sons. Said the Yud, we find that a father strives to help his son to become a learned and pious Jew. When the son grows up, he endeavors to make his own son become a good Jew. But when will the time ever come when the father himself shall strive to be a good Jew instead of leaving this task to his son? We read, these are the sons of Noah. Noah was a just, wholehearted man. Genesis 6:9. Noah himself was what he wished his sons to be. Chapter 51. Fellow Feeling in the Rabbi. Section 1. The Record of Sorrows. The Rimanover Rabbi said, "Every Jew who narrates to me his sorrows leaves a mark upon my heart. When I arise to recite the Amidah, I open my heart to God, and I pray that he may read every sorrow recorded upon it." Section 2. The Other's Tribulations. A poor man came to the Berditchever and petitioned him to offer prayers for his deliverance from poverty. The rabbi asked that the man remind him of his request the next day. "But, Rabbi," protested the suppliant, "today I have a chance for a free trip home." "What can I do?" replied the rabbi. "At this moment, my heart is full of another man's troubles. When the Lord will aid him, my heart will be free to take up yours. I can assist you only when my heart feels your trouble as much as you yourself." Section 3. Quicksilver. Said the Rizener, "The true Tzaddik should be like quicksilver, which instantly records a change of temperature. He must, likewise, instantly recognize the lack of tranquility and peace of mind among his followers." Section 4. The Overflooded Heart. Once, when the Hasidim were feasting him from plates of gold, Rabbi Dov Ber, the great Maggid, enlightened them on the hardships of great rule. "Think ye," he said, "it is a comfortable station to be a Tzaddik and a leader of the many? No better, then, that it is a thicket of thorns. For the heart of the true Tzaddik is flooded with the lifeblood of others and weighted with the sorrows of the people." After a little silence, he added with a laugh, quote, "My wish for all evildoers is that they become Tzaddikim and atone by carrying my burden." Section 5. The Heart of Tin. Once the Rizener came to Lemberg for a cure. He visited the rabbi of the city, Rabbi Jacob Ehrenstein, and was tendered a great welcome. Rabbi Ehrenstein expected his famous guest to discuss a profound problem of the Torah, but to his astonishment, the conversation was as follows. "How are Lemberg roofs covered?" asked the Rizener. "With tin," answered Rabbi Ehrenstein. "Why not with tar paper?" responded the Rizener. Thereupon he bade him adieu and left. Later, the Premislaner rabbi heard of this odd conversation, and he explained it as follows. As the roof protects the building for the comfort of its residents, so should the rabbi strive for the well-being of the city dwellers. He should possess a tender and compassionate heart, comparable to the soft tar paper. "Why is your heart as hard as tin?" was the Rizener's subtle inquiry to the Lemberg rabbi. Section 6. The Musician and the Deaf Man. The Sudilkover rabbi told the following parable. A violinist played melodies for a dance so beautifully that all his hearers began to dance with great ardor. A deaf man who happened to enter the room could not understand why the people danced with such abandon and enthusiasm. Had he not been deaf, would he not have joined the others? Our opponents wonder at the sight of the Hasidim singing and dancing at their assemblies. If they understood our viewpoint, would they not become our comrades? Section 7. If Nothing Better. The Rimanover asked the Ropschitzer, "Are your lodgings satisfactory?" The latter replied with the expression commonly found in the Talmudical commentaries, "It is possible to agree with this explanation if nothing better is in view." Chapter 52. Flattery. Section 1. A Universal Necessity. Said the Ropschitzer, "I was once loath to accept a rabbinical post, inasmuch as I believed I would be compelled to resort to flattery. I despise flattery. Then I observed that everyone must practice flattery, whether he be tailor, shoemaker, or storekeeper. Hence I said to myself, Since flattery is an unavoidable and universal necessity, I may as well be a rabbi. Section 2. Flattery for peace. Said the Bersheider, "My master, the Koretzer, taught me that flattery is permissible in order to promote peace, but only in the case of a man of the highest character." Section 3. The Bratslaver on flattery. 1. Flattery oftentimes leads to vulgarity and to fear. 2. Flattery causes heartache. 3. He who is dependent upon others speedily falls into flattery. 4. The flatterer is despised by everyone. 5. He who hates flattery will receive salvation. Section 4. Love reproof, hate flattery. The Bersheider used to object to the fact that the cantor waited for him to finish the Amidah before repeating it aloud. He would say, "It wounds me for you to do this." The Koretzer's son, Jacob Simon, expostulated with him, "But if he should not wait for you, you would miss the Kedushah." The Bersheider answered, "I beg of you, O revered father, to leave me in peace. Force me not to change my conduct." He often quoted the words, "Love him who reproves thee, and dislike him who honors thee." He also quoted from Rabbi Fabish Zbirezer, "Many persons believe they have attained perfection when they are able to cherish the same feelings when praised or abused. This is not so. They must actually love abuse and hate praise." Chapter 53. Fools and Foolishness. Section 1. The Idiot's Shoes. The Punideler saw in the vestry of the synagogue a poor idiot who went about barefooted. He brought him shoes, but the pathetic fellow could make no use of them. When asked where he had placed the shoes, the idiot replied that he had hidden them, since he did not know how to put them on his feet. The rabbi, thereafter, made it a habit to put on the shoes for him every morning and to take them off in the evening. Section 2. Solomon's Wisdom. The Berditchever said, "There is a saying to the effect that King Solomon was wiser than anyone, even than an idiot. This may be explained as follows. Every idiot sincerely believes he is wiser than everybody else, and it is almost impossible to convince him of his fallacy. Solomon, however, was so wise he could persuade even the idiot to acknowledge himself a fool." Section 3. The Foolish in Paradise. The Lubliner said, "I dislike the foolish intensely. Were I to see a man of folly in paradise, enjoying himself thoroughly, I would say to him, 'A man of folly remains a man of folly, and I do not envy your rich share of enjoyments in paradise.'" Section 4. A Man's Garments. Said the Koretzer, "It is possible to recognize an insane man by observing whether his clothes fit him as if they truly belong to him. The normal man's garments accommodate themselves to the normal movements of his muscles and limbs." Section 5. Good Sense. An author showed his work, Good Grace, to Rabbi Gershon of Shkliv and asked his opinion. "It is a good book," replied the rabbi, "but it has one defect, namely, it lacks the sense mentioned in Proverbs 3:4. So shalt thou find grace and good sense." Section 6. Fool and Sinner. Said the Yud, "The Talmud teaches that no man sins until a spirit of folly enters into him. Hence, he in whom folly persistently dwells may be considered a constant sinner." Chapter 54. Forgetfulness. Section 1. Forgetfulness and Repentance. The Lizensker rabbi was asked by a student how to prevent forgetfulness. "Repent," replied the rabbi. "The Talmud tells us that repentance reaches to the throne of glory, and we say in the New Year's prayer, "There is no forgetfulness before thy throne of glory." On another occasion, a Hasid complained to the Gera rabbi that he forgot what he learned. "Do you forget to place the spoon with food into your mouth?" asked the rabbi. "No, because I cannot live without food," was the reply. "Neither can you live without learning," retorted the rabbi. "Remember this, and you will not forget." Section 2. A cure for forgetfulness. A Hasid complained to Rabbi Israel Isaac of Alexander that he was afflicted with forgetfulness. The rabbi replied, "We say in the Shema, that ye go not about after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye used to go stray, that ye may remember." Numbers 15:39. Obey this injunction, and you will remember. Section 3. The Bratslaver on Forgetfulness. 1. He who shames his fellow man becomes forgetful. 2. Worries, hardships, sadness, and falsehoods cause forgetfulness. 3. Humility brings a good memory in its train. Chapter 55. Forgiveness. Section 1. The Path to Forgiveness. Rabbi Nahum of Chernobyl had an opponent who habitually insulted him. The man began to suffer business losses, and hence resolved to appease the rabbi. When he petitioned the latter to forgive him, the rabbi replied, "I forgive you in the same spirit as you ask me." The man's losses continued, however, and the Hasidim besought the rabbi to have compassion and forgive the transgressor wholeheartedly. The rabbi acceded to their request, but the man lost the remainder of his property and became a pauper. The Hasidim asked the rabbi why his forgiveness tended to punish the man even more heavily. He replied, "Moses was the meekest of men. When his sister insulted him, he bore no malice and promptly forgave her. But God punished her the harder for her offense." Numbers 12:9. It is so with me. The more thorough my forgiveness, the more severe was the Lord's punishment, since the man did not regret his offense with his whole heart. The Hasidim thereupon gathered a purse for the pauper, and, his offense having been atoned by his misfortunes, he henceforth prospered and adhered to righteousness. Section 2. Overlooking the offense. The Kotzker said, we read in Numbers 23:21, "He hath not beheld any wrong in Jacob, nor hath he seen perverseness in Israel. The Lord his God is with him, and the glory of the king dwelleth in him." This means that the Lord overlooks offenses only if the sinner feels himself near to him. Section 3. Too many errors. Rabbi Bunam sought to cause a sinner to improve his ways. He invited him to a game of chess, and, while playing, the rabbi made an obviously false move. The man was about to take advantage of the error, but the rabbi asked him to excuse the mistake. Soon the rabbi made another wrong move. This time, his opponent refused to overlook it. The rabbi turned to him and said, "You refuse to condone 2 false moves in a game of chess, yet you expect the Lord to pardon you regardless of the number of your own transgressions." The sinner was stricken with remorse and promised to mend his conduct. Section 4. Forgiveness from our fellow man. The Amshinover rabbi said, "To sin against a fellow man is worse than to sin against the Creator. The man you harmed may have gone to an unknown place, and you may lose the opportunity to beg his forgiveness. The Lord, however, is everywhere, and you can always find him when you seek him." Section 5. God will punish. Said the Koretzer, "When a man injures or abuses you, it does not lie within your rights to revenge yourself. It is as if a man stood in the presence of a king, and another smote him on the cheek. The only course open to him is to keep silent. the king witnessed the blow, and, if he believes the man deserved it at the hands of his neighbor, the injured person cannot go counter to the king's wish. If the king, however, believes the blow was undeserved, the king will surely punish the offender. In the same way, remember that you are always in the presence of the King of Kings. He will inflict punishment upon your adversary if you are undeservedly abused by him. Section 6. Forgiveness through kindness. A Hasid of the Medzibozer rabbi, who knew his rabbi's opposition to the Hasidic system of the Ladier, dared insult his master's opponent. The Medzibozer rebuked him severely and commanded him to petition the Ladier for pardon. The Hasid, alarmed at his rabbi's displeasure, traveled speedily to the Ladier and besought his forgiveness. He voiced his readiness to chastise his body if the rabbi ordered him to do so. "Not by chastisement will you win my forgiveness, but by a deed of kindness," said the Ladier. Shortly afterwards, the Hasid's only daughter, a young bride, became dangerously ill. He regarded this affliction as a punishment and was desperate of heart. His rabbi could give him no help, and, in a mood of utmost grief, he walked to his home. On the way, he heard a little child crying bitterly. He stepped into the house and found a poor woman about to give birth to a child, with no one but a weeping 2-year-old baby at hand. He summoned a neighbor, gave her the baby, and ran for a midwife. Not until the child was born did he leave the house. When he returned, he learned that his beloved daughter had improved greatly. He was forgiven. Chapter 56. Fortitude in Tribulation. Section 1. I know no sorrow. Rabbi Shmelke and his brother once petitioned their teacher, the Maggid of Meseritz, to explain to them the words of the Mishnah, "A man must bless God for the evil in the same way that he blesses him for the good which befalls." The Maggid replied, "Go to the house of study, and you will find there a man smoking. He is Rabbi Susia, and he will explain this to you." When Rabbi Shmelke and his brother placed their question to Rabbi Susia, he laughed and said, "I am surprised that the rabbi sent you to me. You must go elsewhere and make your inquiry from one who has suffered tribulations in his lifetime. As for me, I have never experienced anything but good all my days." But Rabbi Shmelke and his brother knew full well that from his earliest hour to the present, he had endured the most grievous sorrows. Thereupon they understood the meaning of the words of the Mishnah and the reason their rabbi had sent them to Rabbi Susia. Section 2. Courage and Melancholy. The Gerer rabbi said, "We are taught in Pirkei Avot that impudence is evil and shamefacedness is good. We should bear in mind, however, that seeming impudence may in reality be courage, and that seeming shamefacedness may in truth be melancholy. The distinction is so delicate that oftentimes great men have failed to appreciate it." Section 3. The Bratslaver, on Patience. 1. A man should believe that everything which happens to him during his lifetime is decreed by God for his benefit in the world of eternity. 2. Bitter medicines heal not only a man's body, but also a man's soul. Oftentimes, however, a physician seeking to heal the sick body is compelled to abandon all hope and to confess that no medicines will avail. This does not apply to the healing of the soul. God never sends more pain or tribulation to a man than he is able to bear. If he bears his trials with patience, his soul will be cured, whatever the offenses which may have stricken it with maladies. 3. Be not discouraged by any tribulations which may assail you. The recognition that they are for the good of your soul will aid you to endure them. 4. If a man harms you, be patient with him. Endeavor to believe that he may not have intended to injure you. Through patience, you may gain his love and also attain peace. 5. God inflicts pain upon us to remind us to improve our conduct and to cleanse our soul of any impurities of sin. 6. Remember that man is born unto affliction, as Job 5:7. Every man on earth must encounter tribulations and pain. If he takes refuge from them in the Lord, he will be comforted. 7. Man is born not to enjoy the world and its pleasures, but to labor for his eternal life. Tribulation is one of the tools intended for this purpose. Section 4. This also is for good. Said Rabbi Joshua Belzer, "When a tribulation overtakes you, know that God wishes to place you to the test, that he may learn how you will accept it. If you receive the blow with fortitude and repeat the words of Nahum Ish Gamzu, 'This also is for my good,' your distress will vanish. There will be no need to try you further, and you will then perceive that the misfortune was truly for your good." Section 5. Dissolving bitterness. Said the Yud, "The Talmud teaches us that if we swallow the bitter herbs at the Seder meal instead of chewing them, we have not fulfilled our obligation. I interpret this to mean, if we have not dissolved the sense of bitterness within us, by virtue of faith and fortitude, we have not done our duty as Jews." Section 6. Concentrated anxiety. Rabbi Leib Dimimlis of Landshut was a wealthy merchant and very learned in the Torah. It happened that he lost his money and was reduced to poverty. Rabbi Leib paid no heed to this calamity and continued his studies. His wife inquired, "How is it possible for you not to show the least anxiety?" The rabbi answered, "The Lord gave me a brain which thinks rapidly. The worrying which another would do in a year, I have done in a moment." Section 7. Affliction and Forgiveness. The Apter narrated the following tale. A confirmed sinner died, and his soul came before the heavenly tribunal. When the Satan brought forth the list of his transgressions and asked for conviction, the sinner argued that his many sufferings on earth should entitle him to a suspended sentence. The Satan made this rejoinder: "Has this man ever been prompted to accept his tribulations with calmness, assuming that he merits them because of his sins? Since he has never cherished this thought, his excuse is unacceptable." The sinner was sentenced to purgatory. Chapter 57. Free Will. Section 1. God requires man's help. The Kobriner rabbi interpreted the words of the psalmist Psalms 118:25 thus: "I beseech you, saith the Lord, help me, O man, by your repentance, so that I may be able to grant your plea. We beseech thee, O Lord, make us now to prosper." Section 2. Man's Free Choice. The Apter commented on the verse Psalms 119:35, "Make me to tread in the path of thy commandments, for therein do I delight." The Lord gives to man free will to choose his way of conduct, but when he sees that a man has chosen wisely, God assists him to continue in the right paths. The psalmist implores, "Since I find delight in thy commandments, I petition thee to guide me, that I may steadily walk in the path of righteousness." Section 3. Choosing the Good. The Besht and a disciple were walking along a road. The disciple became thirsty, but there was no water available for miles about. He complained of his intense thirst to the Besht. The latter replied, "Do you believe that in the very moment when God thought of creating the world, he foresaw your predicament and provided for it?" "Yes," replied the disciple. Thereupon a man appeared, bearing a pail of water, and gave the sufferer a drink from it. The Besht asked the man how he came to be in such an out-of-the-way spot, carrying water from a long distance. The man answered, My master suddenly fainted not far from here, and I was compelled to bring water from a spring several miles distant." "You see that your belief is justified," commented the Besh to his disciple. "Before the earth was created, God foreordained every happening. There are no coincidences in the universe. Everything depends upon man's choice of the good, and upon his use of the intelligence and spirit wherewith he was endowed." Section 4. Freedom and Redemption. Said the Apter, "We now have the best opportunity to achieve redemption. Until the present time, a Jew did not have complete freedom of action, inasmuch as formerly the leaders of the Jewish community had authority to punish transgressors against Jewish customs and communal regulations. Now, however, anyone may commit any offense against Judaism with impunity. Hence, he who chooses not to sin through self-control and reverence for his faith is worthier in the eyes of God than the law-abiding Jew of former generations. Section 5. Economy of Miracles. Said the Medzibozer, "The Lord is sparing of miracles in order to give wider opportunity to man's exercise of his free will. Were miracles common, man's fear of God's power would remove his free will to choose for himself between evil and good." Section 6. God's Help. Said the Bershiter, "If a man sins and is contrite, the Lord will aid him to full repentance. It is well to remember this axiom: man has only the power of free choice. Everything else is in God's hands. Therefore, if a man chooses to repent, God will perform all else required for the accomplishment of his choice. But even the free will of a man needs the help of God to maintain it intact, lest it lapse into weakness." Section 7. Circumstances and Free Will. Rabbi Samuel Kariver said, "Cherish no hate for thy brother who offends, because you have not offended like him. If your fellow man possessed your nature, he might not have sinned. If you possessed his nature, you might have offended, as he has done. A man's transgressions depend not entirely upon his free choice, but oftentimes upon many other circumstances." Section 8. Because thou art come. The Lezensker was discussing the verse Ruth 2:12. "May the Lord recompense thy work, and may thy reward be complete from the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings thou art come to seek shelter." He drew attention to the comment of the Midrash. Said Rabbi Hassa, "Because thou art come." This comment, he said, requires an explanation. The reward of the Tzaddikim, he said, is received by them only for their commencement in the service of the Lord. When they have attained an understanding of the Lord, it is natural that they should continue to serve him. This is the purpose of Rabbi Hassa's teaching. Ruth deserved her reward from God because she came, because she made the initial commencement. Section 9. The People's Free Will. The Medzibozer commented upon the verse, "And the Lord said unto Moses, Write this for a memorial in the book, and rehearse it in the ears of Joshua. For I will utterly blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven." Exodus 17:14. He said, "The Lord informed Moses of the future fate of Amalek, and of his decree to blot out in a day to come all remembrance of that nation." This occurred when Haman, the Amalekite, was slain. Yet it was not the Lord's will to mention expressly the time of his extinction, since Mordecai and the Jews would have had no occasion to implore the Lord to save them and to repent with sincerity. Therefore, it is merely hinted in the written Torah, and it is whispered in the ears of Joshua. Were people to know the future, there would be no free will in their service of the Lord. Chapter 58. Friends and Friendship. Section 1. A True Comrade. Rabbi Bunam advised every man to endeavor to gain a true comrade to whom he can unfold his heart and disclose even his transgressions. Judah acquired as a friend Hira, the Adulamite, and was not ashamed to send a kid at his hand to Tamar in order to redeem his pledge from her. Genesis 38, 1 and 20. Section 2. The Stork. The Gerer rabbi discovered that a custom had developed among his Hasidim to give a helping hand only to one of their associates, but not to an outsider. In his discourse the next Sabbath morning, the rabbi remarked on this and said, "Among the detestable birds forbidden as food is included the stork." Leviticus 11:9. Its Hebrew name is Hasida, so called, according to the Talmud, because of its habit of bringing food to the nests of its friends. But if the bird is a Hasida and helpful, why is it nevertheless deemed detestable? The answer is because it feeds its friends only and no outsiders. Section 3. The Loyal Friend. The Kosovar rabbi promised to visit the Lubliner on the high holidays, but was prevented from doing so. He sent his son, Hayim, to present his excuses. The Lubliner remarked, "Had your father considered me his true friend, he would have felt no need to excuse himself." Section 4. In an Emergency. When the Ropschitzer came for the first time to the Rimanover, his master, he found a great crowd in the vestibule. In order to steady himself in the jostling throng, he leaned on a Hasid by the name of Simon. Later, his friends reproved him for being so familiar with a Hasid whose reputation was not of the best. The Ropschitzer replied, "We find in the Talmud the expression, 'Rabbi Simeon is deserving to lean on in an emergency.'" Section 5. The Two Strangers. The Medzibozer commented on the verse, "I am a sojourner in the earth, hide not thy commandments from me." Psalms 119:19. He said, "A traveler came to a town where everyone was a stranger to him, and he had no one with whom to converse. Later, another stranger arrived, and both became friends, impelled by their mutual loneliness. They agreed to have no secrets from each other henceforth." The psalmist says, "I am a stranger in the earth of evildoers, and thou, O Lord, art likewise unwelcomed. Let us become friends and have no secrets from each other." Section 6. Meekness in Friendship. The Besht commented on the verse, "As in the water face answereth to face, so the heart of man to man." Proverbs 27:19. He said, "When a man stands upright near the water, his shadow is reflected in enlarged form, but when he bends down, his reflection is smaller in size." In like manner, when one man looks upon another with pride, the other is also prompted to a feeling of proud aloofness. When, however, a man is meek in his relationship with another man, the latter likewise feels friendship and goodwill towards him. Section 7. Friendship and the Evil Impulse. Said Rabbi Shmelke, "We read in the Talmud, 'He who is greater than his comrade has a greater evil impulse than his sukkah.' 52. I paraphrase it. Who is great? He who cleaves to his comrades, whose evil impulse is great, the man who abides by himself." This was repeated by the Ropschitzer when the Lubliner asked him whether the Zadok has a greater evil impulse than a common man. Chapter 59. Games. Section 1. Every Move. Rabbi Bunam said, "We should learn to be careful of every move we make in life, just as the chess player takes great precaution before he makes a move. Before a decision is made, we should think in advance whether we will have cause to regret it." Section 2. Lessons from Checkers. The Tzupenister rabbi found his Hasidim playing checkers. He said, "You may learn much wisdom from the rules of this game. You surrender one in order to capture two. You may not make two moves at one time. You must move up, but not down. When you reach the top, you may move as you like." Section 3. The Advocate of Gamblers. Rabbi Wolf of Zbaraz was told that some Jews in his hometown spent the entire night at the gaming table. He said, perhaps it is their intention to accustom themselves to the habit of remaining awake all night. After they acquire this habit, they may learn to devote the night to holy study and divine service. Chapter 60. God's Cooperation. Section 1. Aiding Good Deeds. The Mazeritzer Maggid commented on the verse, "Behold a people that riseth up as a lioness, and as a lion doth he lift himself up." Numbers 23:24. He said, "A people that riseth up with the vigor and zeal of a lioness to perform good deeds shall surely be aided by the Lord to become as strong and as valiant as a lion, whose strength exceeds that of a lioness in accomplishing his task." Section 2. A Fair Exchange. Said the Berditch Shever. We read Isaiah 40:31. They that wait upon the Lord shall exchange strength. This means that those who seek the Lord give their strength unto him and receive in return from him new strength to serve him further. Section 3. Delivering our enemies. Said the Sassover. We read Deuteronomy 21:10. When thou goest forth to battle against thine enemies, and the Lord thy God delivereth them into thy hands. We may understand this verse to teach us that when we go forth to battle against our evil impulses, the Lord will deliver them into our hands. The Lord assists in such a battle. Section 4. Unaided by God. To a man who spoke continually of the cleverness of his business plans and projects, the Kotzker rabbi said, "Let me explain to you the verse Ecclesiastes 9:11. Neither yet bread is given to the wise. The Lord says to those who consider themselves to be wise and clever, if you are so astute, go and seek your bread of your own accord, and do not look for aid from me." Section 5. Petitioning for God's aid. Rabbi Lippe of Lvov asked the premise laner to aid him in his efforts to persuade the market women to close their stands early on Friday afternoons in preparation for the Sabbath. The premise laner said, "When you endeavor to accomplish a good deed, you ought to offer the following prayer. My Lord, I am seeking to do thy will, and I petition for thy aid towards success in my endeavors, in order that thy glory may be increased." You will then gain the cooperation of God himself, and you will need no human help. Bear in mind that if you call upon mortal men to assist you, they will undoubtedly commence arguments, and you will soon be engulfed in quarrels. The result will be that obstinacy will defeat your objective, and matters will be worse than before. Section 6. The Wishes of God. Said the Koretzer, I was told of a country where the Jews found it difficult to learn Torah and to pray. I remarked, surely they must study and pray falsely and in a manner unacceptable to the Lord. For, were it desirable in the eyes of God, nothing could have stood in their way. No one is able to overrule the wishes of God. Section 7. The Lord's Cooperation. A Hasid came to Rabbi Israel Isaac of Alexander and said to him, I wish to engage in a trial with the Lord. According to the sages, God is a partner in my son, and, since he is possessed of great riches, it is proper that he send me the money necessary for the wedding of my son. The rabbi replied, when a rich man enters into a partnership with the poor man, the former says, I will enlist my money in this enterprise, and you, your work. Go out among the richer Jews, and the Lord will induce them to aid you. Section 8. Overruling the Lord. Said the Lizensker, we read in the hymn chanted in the Sephardic ritual, the grace and the triumph to the Immortal One. This means it is a grace to God that his Tzaddikim overrule him. Section 9. Inclining his ear. The Koretzer commented on the verse, I love that the Lord should hear my voice and my supplications, because he hath inclined his ear unto me. Psalms 116:1. He said, I love to have the Lord hear me, not because I wish him to grant me my desires, nor because I expect to receive from him any benefits, but because he, the great and mighty God, has deigned to incline his ear unto me, the lowly supplicant. Chapter 61. Fear and Love of God. Section 1. An Idolater. Said the Gerer Rabbi, if a man has fear of anything except the Creator, he is in some degree an idolater. For to fear is to offer worship to the thing feared, and this form of worship may be offered only to the Lord. Section 2. Fear is a sin. Rabbi Shmelka said, the psalmist, Psalms 90:11, declares, and thy wrath according to the lack of fear that is due unto thee. This teaches us all that all fear is due unto God exclusively. To fear anything else is to withhold from the Lord that which is due unto him, and thereby to arouse his wrath. Section 3. Repentance from fear or love. Commenting on Hosea 14:2, Return, O Israel, to the Lord, Rabbi Shmelk remarked, whenever the word to is used, there is always a question whether it is exclusive or inclusive. Here, it is both. Repentance from fear reaches to the Lord, but excludes the presence of God, since there is no fear in him. But repentance from love reaches the Lord himself, since there is love in him as well. Section 4. Fear of man. The Lekivitzer read the verse Genesis 32:8. Then Jacob was greatly afraid and was distressed. Commenting on these words, the rabbi said, Jacob was greatly afraid of Esau, and when he realized that this was fear of a man in place of fear of God alone, he was distressed at his shortcoming. Section 5. Fear that is pure. Rabbi Enoch Alexanderer explained the verse Psalms 19:10. The fear of the Lord is pure, enduring forever, as follows. If the fear of the Lord is pure, then it will endure. The Kotzker rabbi added, if the fear of the Lord endureth, then we know it is pure. Section 6. Change of heart. The Slonimer used Psalms 114 as a text, and he said, we read that the sea saw it and fled. Why? Because of the presence of the Lord who caused the earth to tremble. We also read that the mountains skipped like rams. Why? Why? Because of the presence of the God who redeemed Jacob. One verse teaches fear of the Lord, the other, love of the Lord. When one person possesses both qualities in combination, then his heart of rock is changed into a pool of water, his heart of flint into a fountain of waters. Section 7. The Mishnah's first word. Rabbi Susia came to Rabbi Shmelka and asked him to teach him the Mishnah. Rabbi Shmelka began, Me emothai korin eth Shema, and translated, From what time do we read the Shema? Rabbi Susia stopped him and said, Rabbi, perhaps it may also mean, From fear of the Lord do we read the Shema. Rabbi Shmelki was surprised and exclaimed, Rabbi Susia, you are wise enough to do your own studying. Section 8. Not figures of speech. Rabbi Zalman Ladier declared, Before I was at Meseritz, I had a faith that filled me constantly with love and fear of God. At Meseritz, I advanced to the stage where my whole conscious existence was but love and fear. When I first heard the Maggid say, the divine attributes of grace, that is, our love of God, the divine attributes of power, that is, our fear of God, I imagined that it was a figure of speech. But later I saw it was a literal fact. God's grace is God's love. God's power is fear. of God. Section 9. Who is the real Tzaddik? The Kosmire rabbi once overheard several tzaddikim discussing the question, who is the real Tzaddik worthy of adherence? He called them over and said to them, in the Ethics of the Fathers 4:15, we read, "Let your fear of your rabbi be as the fear of the Lord." This means, let your fear of the rabbi be according to his fear of the Lord. Thus, any Hasid may know his true rabbi. The one of whom you are greatly in fear is the one who is greatly in fear of the Lord. Section 10. Hasid and Mithnaged. The Kotzker said, the Hasid has fear of the Lord, and the Mithnaged has fear of the Shulchan Aruch, the rabbinical legal code. Section 11. Secret piety. Rabbi Bunam explained the prayer. At all times, a man should have the fear of heaven in secret, in this manner. To the world, you should appear as an ordinary man and be secret in your piety. Section 12. Mine and thine. The Alexandria rabbi said, we read in the Pirkei Avot 5:13, he who says, mine is thine and thine is mine, is a vulgar man. We are taught by our rabbis that everything is in the hands of heaven except the fear of heaven. Hence, if one says, for my fear of heaven I depend upon thee, O Lord, to grant it to me, whereas for my worldly gains I can depend upon my own diligence and ability, he is an ignorant man. It is the very opposite which is true. Section 13. A plenitude. A Hasid implored the Kotzker rabbi to pray that he might be in easier circumstances. The rabbi replied, if you are a Hasid and have the fear of heaven in your heart, you have plenty. Section 14. Too wise for piety. Rabbi Phineas of Koretz was accustomed to say, I am constantly in fear, lest I become too wise to remain pious. Section 15. The fly and the penny. The Gera rabbi said, many of us possess less fear of a transgression than of a fly. When a fly alights upon us, we take the trouble to brush it away. Likewise, many of us possess less willingness to perform a commandment than to obtain a small coin. If we see a small coin on the ground, we take the trouble to bend over and pick it up. Section 16. Public and secret love. Said the Besht, our love of God should be like the love between brother and sister, or between a mother and her child, rather than like the love between man and wife, or between lovers. The first may show their love both in private and in public, whereas the latter do so in private only. We should not imitate those who say that our love of God should be demonstrated only in the synagogue or at home, but should not be shown on the street or in public places. In the Song of Songs 8:1, the author conveys the above lesson to us in the words, "O that thou wert as my brother, or as he that sucked the breasts of my mother. When I should find thee without, I would kiss thee, yea, and none would despise me." Section 17. Stimulating our love for God. Said the Besht, when you fall in love with an earthly pleasure, consider that the power of love was vouchsafed unto you for the purpose of loving God, not for unworthy things. Then you will find it easy to serve God with the love awakened in your heart. We read Song of Songs 7:7. How fair and how pleasant thou art, O love, for delights. Without the feeling of love, stimulated by pleasures, it is difficult to feel true love of God. Section 18a. The Bratslaver on Fear and Service. 1. When fear overcomes you, subdue it by drawing over yourself the fear of God. 2. Through fear of God, a man is able to pray fervently and to perform all commandments in gladness. 3. Love of God should accompany the fear of God, but the attainment of fear of Him comes first. 4. If you are your own judge and regret your misdeeds, you will not be judged in heaven. 5. When you are judged in heaven, the slightest thing may cause you grief and pain. You cannot predict what form or through what intermediary your chastisement will come. 6. Chastisements come to you in order to awaken in you the fear of the Lord. Therefore, the voluntary drawing over yourself of the fear of the Lord will save you from grief. 7. The chief point of fear is to feel ashamed of sin. 8. Through fear, one may steadily increase in holiness every hour and every day. This is called long life. 9. Perfect fear is a combination of, first, fear of God, second, fear of a man's teacher in holy matters, third, fear of parents. 10. The chief difficulty a man encounters is at the beginning of a new mode of conduct. He must therefore commence with enthusiasm and zeal in attaining a better way to serve the Lord. If he attains every day a higher position, he must commence each day with fervor in order to safeguard the point he has reached. Hence, a fresh start must be made each day based upon the achievements which have gone before. 11. The higher soul of man is thus newly created and matured daily through fear and love of God. 12. The man who cares not to reach his ultimate goal wastes his days. 13. An important rule in the true service of the Lord, as well as the maintenance of confidence in His providence, is to think only of today, nay, of the immediate hour. Service of the Lord in its perfect form appears to be a heavy burden, but a man will be able to endure it if he bears in mind that it is only for the immediate day he must make the uphill struggle. 14. A man must not delay his start in the right direction until the next day. Do not say, "Tomorrow I will commence to serve the Lord properly. Tomorrow I will begin to worship from the heart with all my strength." A man has only the day and hour in which he stands, and the morrow is a different world into which he enters. We read this in the Psalms 95:7. Today, if ye would but hearken to His voice. 15. Charity broadens the portal to holiness. Therefore, a man should give charity before commencing his service to the Lord or performing a commandment. It eases his path to perform charity in holiness. 16. Through charity a man is granted reverence for the Lord. Through reverence a man is granted mercy, and he can labor in the service of God without the hindrance of anxiety for his livelihood. 17. The Lord enjoys the praise and sanctification ascending to Him from men more than the adoration He receives from angels. 18. He who preaches the fear of heaven must possess it in his own person. Otherwise, his words are futile and of no effect. 19. Merely to pass time in this world has no value. Only the goodness acquired during our earthly sojourn becomes an eternal value in the world to come. 20. Even labor for the acquisition of eternal values to benefit him in the world to come is not perfect service by a man. Only labor for the sole purpose of understanding God and becoming more intimate with Him can avail. 21. Since man may or may not serve the Lord in every circumstance and in everything he does, it follows that his free will is unlimited. 22. The world and all its contents was created to give free play to man's free will. Section 18b. The Bratslaver, on the God-fearing man. 1. He who does not consider himself wise is able to attain the fear of heaven. 2. He who talks little will attain the fear of heaven. 3. The words of him will be heeded who has the fear of heaven. 4. Shamefacedness causes fear of sin. 5. The man by whom the people bless is a God-fearing man. 6. A God-fearing man is able to subdue arrogant hearts. He draws to himself the Shekinah and has the spirit of submission within him. 7. A God-fearing man attains truthfulness and peace. 8. A God-fearing man need not fear in troubled times. 9. Pride precludes the fear of God. 10. A man's yearning to perform a mitzvah demonstrates that he possesses the fear of God. 11. Not the people as a whole, but only individuals among them can become faithless to God. Section 19. Infinite Fear and Love. The Medzibozer said, "Since man is infinite, all commandments relating to humanity are specifically described, but the fear and love of God are bound by no rules, since God himself is limitless." Section 20. Words inducing reverence. The Medzibozer commented on the verse, "Confirm thy word unto thy servant, which pertaineth unto the fear of thee." Psalms 119:38. Hafter commented, he interpreted the psalmist to mean, "Give unto me words whereby I may be induced towards reverence for thee." End quote. Section 21. Fear as an offering. The Medzibozer commented on the verse, "Who would not fear thee, O King of the nations?" Jeremiah 10:7. He said, "Why does not the prophet ask, who would not love thee?" The answer is that love cometh from the Lord, and it is natural for us to love God when he loves us. But fear appertains to us, and we should voice it as an offering to him. Section 22. The Purpose of Blessings. The Medzibozer commented on the verse, "Behold, surely thus shall the man be blessed that feareth the Lord." Psalms 128:4. He said, "Since everyone who feareth the Lord is happy." Psalms 128:1. Then thus shall a man be blessed, namely, that he may be a God-fearing man. Section 23. Outer and Inner Fear. Said the Besht, "There are two kinds of fear of the Lord, outer and inner. The outer is fear of punishment and serves to induce a man to repent. The penitent may then gain the inner fear, the fear of displeasing his beloved Father in heaven, and he will then have no further need of the outer fear." Section 24. Why fear is enjoined. A thinker asked the Besht, "Why are we enjoined to fear the King of Kings, when it is known that we stand in fear of a mortal king without any command?" The Master replied, "The fear we have of a mortal king is but an outer fear, a fear of lacking or losing a material thing. After the loss has occurred, we are no longer in fear of him. Such a fear is common to men and beasts. We, however, are enjoined to have an inner fear of the Lord, a fear of lacking proper attachment to God. Such a fear is terminated only by our death. A man without inner fear is spiritually dead." Section 25. The Acceptance of Hardships. Said Rabbi Yerachmiel, "A merchant is willing to undergo the hardships of travel in order to gain a livelihood. In the same way, we should be prepared to accept the hardships of this world with complete indifference in order to gain the fear of heaven." Section 26. It also is work. Said the Porous-over Rabbi, we read, "All study of the Torah without work must in the end be futile and become the cause of sin." Ethics of the Fathers 2:2. Does then the Tana mean that a man must be a tailor or a shoemaker in order to learn Torah? No. What the Tana calls work is the work of the fear of heaven. Section 27. The Fear of Sin. Said the Koretzer, "The true fear of God is through fear of sin, but not through fear of punishment. As it is written, "And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die." Exodus 20:18 and 19. And Moses said unto the people, "Fear not, for God is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before you, that ye sin not." Moses said, "Fear not him, because ye are afraid of dying. Let his fear be before you, so that ye may be afraid to sin." Section 28. False is grace. Rabbi Bunam visited Germany and observed the conduct of the Jews there. Turning to a companion, he said, "It is concerning this land that Solomon said, Grace is deceitful, and beauty is in vain, but a woman who feareth the Lord, she shall be praised." Proverbs 31:30. I paraphrase it thus: in a land where deceit is considered as graceful, and vanity as beauty, a woman who feareth the Lord, she should be praised. Section 29. Prosperity and Adversity. Said Rabbi Bunam, "In prosperity and adversity, forget not God." We read, "And the Lord was with Joseph, and he was a prosperous man, and he was in the house of his master, the Egyptian." Genesis 39:2. Whether prosperous or an Egyptian slave, Joseph was with God. Section 30. The Mesoritzer on Fear and Love. 1. Fear without love is worthless. He who fears God because the Lord can do him hurt is as one who fears a wild beast. His impulse is to place a great distance between himself and the object of his fears. But he who fears God because of his majesty loves him, because in his greatness the Lord descends to take care of him. Such a man feels near to God. 2. He who loves God but has no proper sense of reverence for him is likely to forget himself and become careless in the performance of God's commandments. 3. The biblical expression, "The Lord God stands for love and fear, mercy and justice." 4. Love is the right hand, fear the left hand. The right hand draws one near, the left hand restrains him who approaches too closely. 5. Even the thief has both fear and love, the love of money and the fear of starvation. Section 31. The Kossover's Oath. The Kossover used to say, "Let us swear that with our whole heart, our whole soul, and our entire fortune, we shall express the Lord's kingdom and unity, that is, read the Shema." Section 32. The Unseeing Eye. Said the Kossover, "The custom of closing the eyes when reading the first verse of the Shema indicates that we are prepared to surrender our life for the sake of God. The unseeing eye is likened in the Talmud to the eye of him who has died." Section 33. Love for Israel. A rabbi asked the Stretner to give him a charm whereby he might attain the fear of heaven. The Stretner replied, "I can only give you a charm to attain to the love of the Lord." The other said, "But love of God is even more difficult to attain than fear of the Lord." "Not at all," replied the Stretner. "Love Israel truly, and you will easily attain the love of God." Section 34. The Royal Minions. Said the Mesoritzer, "A royal guardsman may be attired in armor, with a sword at his side. He may seem to inspire fear, yet it would be foolish for a man to fear him, since he has no power of his own to inflict harm. A pleasant-faced royal messenger may summon a man to the palace. He may speak courteously and graciously, yet it would be equally as foolish to feel pleased at this messenger's demeanor as to fear the guardsman. The messenger can do no favors on his own initiative. Let the man go to the king, and he will know whether he should be afraid or feel pleased. In the same fashion, it is foolish for us to fear or be pleased at anything. God, the master of all, is the one to whom we ought to look in the mood of fear or pleasure. Section 35. The Attribute of fear. The Koretzer commented upon the verse, "And now, Israel, what doth the Lord thy God require of thee, but to fear the Lord thy God?" Deuteronomy 10:12, and to walk after him. Deuteronomy 13:5. Concerning the latter verse, the Talmud says, "How may one walk after God? By imitation of his ways. He is merciful. Be thou merciful," etc. But fear is not God's way, since there is no fear in him. Therefore, the Lord requests Israel, "Although fear is not my way, nevertheless, endow me with this trait as well." Chapter 62. Help from God. Section 1. A Dead World. Said Rabbi Bunam, "When I look upon the world, it often seems to me as if the universe were dead, and I had been left, the only living man. From whom, then, can I ask help outside of God?" Section 2. Imitation of God. A poor man came to Rabbi Nahum of Chernobyl and complained that he lacked the money to give a dowry to his marriageable daughter. The rabbi gave him all the money he had in his house. Later, several Hasidim saw the man walk into a tavern and proceed to drink away the rabbi's donation. They became incensed at his duplicity and took away the portion of the rabbi's gift which remained. When they returned it to Rabbi Nahum, the latter exclaimed, "Give him back the money immediately. Every man should imitate God, of whom it is said, 'He doeth good to the wicked as well as to the good,' and you wish to deprive me of the privilege and opportunity of imitating him now." Section 3. Grace and Honor. A man came to the Trisker Maggid and said to him that his neighbor had found grace in the eyes of a wealthy magnate, and that as a consequence he had gained a fine livelihood. He asked the Maggid what he should do in order to find favor likewise with the rich landlord. The rabbi replied, "In Psalms 84:12 we read, 'The Lord giveth grace and glory.' The question arises, doth not the Lord grant everything? Why does the psalmist specify grace and honor? The explanation is that in almost all other matters, God sends a blessing if a man labors for them, but grace and honor he vouchsafes without man laboring in their behalf. Hence, my counsel to you, continued the Maggid to the petitioner, is that you do nothing to gain the landlord's favor. May God himself grant you grace. As it is said in the conclusion of the verse, no good thing will he withhold from them that walk uprightly. Notice. Section 4. A Free Spirit. The Amshinover interpreted Genesis 21:20 thus, "And God was with the lad, and he grew, and he dwelt in the wilderness, and became an archer." He said, "The lad was successful, and took pride in his achievements. Hence, he refused to bend to authority, and became a free spirit." Section 5. The Bratslaver on Help from God. 1. God's help is extended to the man of charity. 2. A man who gives charity will not need help from others. 3. Trust and truth will teach you that your help comes from God and not from men. 4. Meekness, prayer with joy, and the dissemination of God's word among the people will bring to you the help of God. Section 6. The Gate of the Lord. Said Rabbi Bunam, always implore God to aid you to attain goodness, and he will surely come to your assistance. The psalmist tells us that if we cry, "Open to me the gates of righteousness," I will enter into them. I will give thanks unto the Lord. We shall surely receive a reply. This is the gate of the Lord. The righteous may enter into it. Psalms 118, 19, and 20. Section 7. How God Helps. Said the Sassover, while God is able to aid men by extraordinary measures, he first seeks to employ usual means. If, however, our trouble is of an unusual nature, He will respond to our prayer and aid us in an extraordinary way. Section 8. Wise Persistence. The Tzanzer said to a supplicant, "It is true that if I persist in my desire to obtain the fulfillment in heaven of my request, I am able to prevail, but I must use wisdom in my persistence." Section 9. The Aid of God. Said the Stretner, "We are able to perform the commandments of God only because God enables us by His help to do so." We find these words in the Song of Songs 2:16. "I am laboring for my beloved when my beloved aids me." Section 10. Far and Near. The Medzibozer commented on the verse, "Unto Thee, O Lord, did I call, and unto the Lord I made supplication." Psalms 39. He said, "When I am near to Thee, I need only to call to Thee to be answered. But when I am far from Thee, I must make supplication in order to receive an answer." Section 11. Not one only. The Medzibozer commented on the passage in the Haggadah of Passover, "For not one only hath risen up against us to annihilate us." He said, "What has always saved us when our enemies wish to annihilate us is that the one only hath not risen up against us. Had He been against us, we would have been lost." Chapter 63. God's Omnipresence. Section 1. In all we do. The Kobrener paraphrased the verse Psalms 145:17 as follows: "A Zaddik is one in all whose ways God is found, and a Hasid is one in all whose works the Lord is present." Section 2. Escaping from God. Said the Belzer, "We read that after Korah was swallowed up, all Israel that were round about them fled at the cry of them." Numbers 16:34. This means that they fled to offer their cry before the Lord to save them from being swallowed up also. But it cannot imply that they fled to safety, since they must have understood that it is impossible to escape from the Lord. Section 3. God in Everything. Said the Belzer, we read in Isaiah 64:3, "Neither hath the eye seen a God beside thee, who worketh for him that waiteth for him." This may be interpreted thus: God will aid those who wait for him, to see naught but God in everything that exists in the world. Section 4. Always before us. The Ohela Rabbi said, in the prepared table, the Shulchan Aruch, the author, Rabbi Joseph Caro, begins with the words, "Be strong as a lion to arise for the service of the Lord." His co-author, Rabbi Moses Isserles, begins his tablecloth, the Mappa, with the words, "Say to yourself," quote, "I shall set the Lord always before me." Proverbs 3:6. Now, as a rule, the tablecloth comments upon and completes the prepared table. This is the case in this instance also. Rabbi Isserles enjoins us that when we believe the Lord is always before us, we thereby gain strength to arise as a lion. Section 5. A dwelling for God. The Kotzker Rabbi said, the verse Exodus 15:2, "He is my God, and I will declare his perfection," may be explained thus: "This is my God, and I shall make a dwelling for him within me." Section 6. The place of God's glory. The Koznitzer Maggid said, we read in the Kedusha, "His glory fills the universe." His ministering angels ask one another, where is the place of his glory? This query requires an explanation. The following parable furnishes it. A king traveled into another kingdom and was highly gratified by the acclaim of the populace, though he was always indifferent to the cheers of his own people. He was moved by the fact that a strange populace applauded him, though they owed him no allegiance. Likewise, the angels question one another, "Is there, nevertheless, any place where glory is not due the Lord?" There our own praise would be more welcome. Receiving no affirmative reply, they praise him where praise is due him. Section 7. Sparks of Divinity Everywhere. As the atmosphere encircles the earth, so does God comprehend the world, and there is no space where his majesty is not. As it is said in Midrash, "Why did God reveal himself to Moses in a bush of thorns?" In order to make manifest that there is no place where his radiance is not, it may even be found in a thicket of thorns. It is written in Pesikta. We read in Judges that the children of Joseph went to Bethel, and the Lord was with them. Judges 1:22. I with them, though they carried there Micah's idols. Whatever comes to pass in this world, be it motion, word, or thought, is closely bound up with God. To place life in us, there are sparks of divinity everywhere. Hence it is written in the Zohar, "Naught drops into a void, neither words nor voice of man, but all have their fountainhead and destiny." Section 8. All nature exists in God. The Kobrener turned to his Hasidim and said, "Do you know where God is?" He took a piece of bread, showed it to them all, and continued, "God is in this piece of bread. Without the Lord's manifestation of his power in all nature, this piece of bread would have no existence." Section 9. Identical with God. Said the Koretzer, "It is possible for everyone to know who serves the Lord truly and who is thoroughly evil. This knowledge is attained through God, who includes everyone in himself. The world is identical with God." Section 10. The title of king. Said the Koretzer, "We call God the Lord, giving to him a minor title of nobility. This is not due to the fact that God's majesty is limited, but because our world is insignificant. It is like a king whose title is of minor worth, because the country over which he reigns is small in size." Section 11. God, Prayer, Torah, and Israel. Said the Koretzer, "God and prayer are one. God and Torah are one. God, Israel, and Torah are one." Section 12. Before and After. A Hasid asked the Ropshitzer to explain the verse, "Before me there was no God formed, and after me there will be none." Isaiah 43:10. How can we understand a time before or after God when he is above time? The rabbi replied, "The words 'before me' do not mean earlier, but in my presence. Hence the verse should read, 'In my presence no God was formed,' and by this token the words 'after me' have no significance in terms of time." Section 13. The Conception of God. Said the Medzibozer, "God is called the God of gods." Deuteronomy 10:17. In order to demonstrate to us that he is God, beyond any conception of him we may have. In other words, he is higher than any conception of him of which humanity is capable. Section 14. Distinct from God. Said the Bratslaver, "Others gain authority over you if you possess a will distinct from God's will." Section 15. The Unknown God. An innkeeper, for whose sons Rabbi Nathan Kelmer had served as teacher, became exceedingly poor at the same time that the rabbi gained great renown. He went to Kelm and observed that the rabbi seemed to have forgotten him. He begged permission to make a statement, and when this was granted, he said, "We constantly implore God to aid us for the sake of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob." Once the angels inquired, "Wherein is the importance of the patriarchs? What have they added to the glory of God?" In the meantime, the hymn containing the Nila prayer was heard. "The patriarch Abraham made thee known when thou wert unknown in the world." This was a direct reply to the angels. In the same fashion, the rabbi does not recognize me, since I taught him nothing and added nothing to his renown. But I helped to make the rabbi known when he was still unknown to fame. The rabbi recollected the innkeeper at these words and gathered a sum of money to establish him again in business. Section 16. God and the Shekinah. Said the Mesoritzer. 1. Since nothing can exist without God, it follows that God is present in every tribulation. From the midst of your tribulations, call upon Him. 2. God is in every movement, whether towards good or evil. 3. Only in tangible things can you see or hear God. 4. When your child leaves you, his picture is always in your mind. Likewise, we are in God's mind constantly. 5. The Creator and the objects of His creation are a unity inseparable. Without the power of the Creator, the created would become naught. 6. Since no space is vacant of the Lord, no movement in the universe can occur that is not ascribable to God. 7. There is no past nor future with God, since time is movement and is, therefore, inseparable from God. 8. The Shekinah is always present within us and is shown to us whenever God wills it. 9. Whatever you do, do it in order to please the Shekinah, the Spirit dwelling within you. 10. The Shekinah longs for good deeds, even as a parent yearns to hear the wisdom of his child. Chapter 64. The Providence of God. Section 1. Leaning on God. Commenting on the Talmudic phrase, "We have no one to lean on except on our Father in heaven," the Geder rabbi said, "He who knows this does not lack for anything." Section 2. Bread from heaven. Said the Kobrener, the words Exodus 16:4, "Behold, I will cause bread to rain from heaven for you" mean, I will pour down upon you the knowledge that bread or livelihood comes to us from heaven. Section 3. Blessing our handiwork. Said the Kobrener, we read Deuteronomy 15:10, "Because that for this thing the Lord thy God will bless thee in all thy work, and in all that thou puttest thy hand unto." If we do not forget God's presence among us when we perform our labors, if we use our hands to acquire what we need, and at the same time leave place within our thoughts for the remembrance of God, then will He, for all this, surely bless our handiwork. Section 4. God's seekers are contented. Said the Kobrener, the psalmist teaches us, Psalms 34:11, "They that seek the Lord want not any good thing, because they believe that whatever they possess is sufficient good to meet their needs." Section 5. By His Word. A man who had business worries came to the Kobrener. The rabbi was at the breakfast table, and he pronounced the blessing. Everything came to be by God's word. "This answers your complaints," said the rabbi. Section 6. Penniless or sleepless. Rabbi Mordecai Lekevitzer used to say, "If a single coin is left over in my house at bedtime, I cannot fall asleep. But if totally penniless, I sleep soundly, knowing that when the moment comes to awaken, I must immediately look to the Lord for aid." Section 7. Trust in the Lord. The Lekevitzer related the following story. A man once heard a sermon to the effect that providence allots to each one his livelihood and does not permit him to be cheated of it. It was the man's custom to arise before daylight on market days, to walk out of the village in order to meet the farmers bringing in their produce, and to drive bargains with them before they reached the marketplace. He would, thereupon, resell the produce at higher prices, and thus gain his livelihood. Other middlemen did the same, and each strove to buy the entire produce of the farmers at the best prices. After hearing the preacher's discourse, the middleman resolved to act upon the counsel to have trust in the Lord. He determined henceforth to await the arrival of the farmers in the town. When market day came, his wife roused him as usual before sunrise, but he refused to arise, asserting that the farmers would find it necessary to visit his house in order to sell their produce. "I am convinced," he said, "that I cannot be deprived of my profit." In a few hours, he was awakened again by loud knocks on his window shutters and by repeated cries, "Where is Hershki? We wish to deal with Hershki as usual." "Here is an example," said the Lekevitzer, "of the reward meted out to a person of simple heart with true confidence in the Lord." Section 8. The Horse's Shadow. A storekeeper complained to the premise-laner that another man had opened a store near him and was taking away his livelihood. The rabbi answered, "Did you ever notice that when a horse is led to a pool of water to drink, he stamps with his hoof in the water?" "Yes," said the man. "The reason is as follows," continued the rabbi. "When the horse bends down his head to drink, he sees his shadow. He imagines that another horse is also drinking, and fearing there will not be sufficient water for him, he attempts to chase away the other horse. In reality, he is afraid of his shadow, and there is plenty of water for many horses. You, likewise, are afraid of an imaginary foe. God's abundance flows like a river. No one can touch the other's livelihood, since providence grants sustenance to everyone according to his will." Section 9. The Pair of Gloves. Rabbi Sabbatai, the father of the Koznitzer Maggid, was a bookbinder. It was his custom to leave off work on Fridays at 10 o'clock in the morning and go to the synagogue to recite the Song of Songs and to study the Zohar. When he became old, he could do little work and lived in great poverty. It happened once that he lacked even a penny for the preparation of the Sabbath, but he resolved to accept no charity and to fast, if need be, on the Sabbath. He persuaded his wife to accept nothing from her neighbors. When he returned home, however, in the evening, he found the room lighted and the table laid with courses of fish and meat. He asked his wife why she had failed to keep her solemn pledge. She denied she had broken her word and told him that as soon as he had left, the following had occurred. Having nothing else to do, she began to rummage in the cabinet drawers and discovered there a pair of long-lost gloves with silver buttons. She sold these and with the money provided for the Sabbath meals. Rabbi Sabbatai was overjoyed that he had been able to dispense with charity. He placed his arm about his wife, and together they danced in their happiness. When the Besht heard of this, he blessed the aged pair and said that a son would be granted them in their old age. It happened as he predicted, and the son became the illustrious Koznitzer Maggid. Section 10. Susia is hungry. In his old age, it was Rabbi Susia's custom, after the morning services, to say, "O Lord of the universe, Susia is hungry. Let nourishment be granted him." This was a signal for his servant to bring him his food. He resented, however, that the rabbi did not order him in plain words to place the meal before him. Once, therefore, he determined to see what would transpire if he did not bring in the food until expressly instructed to do so. In the morning, on his return from the synagogue, the rabbi encountered a merchant from another town who did not recognize him. The sidewalk was narrow, and the rabbi, being poorly dressed, was mistaken by the merchant for a beggar. The rabbi was engrossed in his own thoughts, and not noticing the merchant, did not make way for him. This incensed the latter, and in a rage, he pushed the rabbi into the gutter. When he arrived at the inn, he narrated the occurrence and described the poor man. The innkeeper told him the identity of the supposed beggar. In great distress, the merchant promptly took cake and wine to the rabbi's home, just as he was speaking his customary words. "O Lord of the universe, Susia is hungry." The rabbi readily forgave the merchant, and the servant was deeply impressed by the timely intervention. Section 11. The source of livelihood. Said the Kotzker, "It often happens that a wealthy good man loses his fortune. Perhaps we may explain this occurrence as follows. The Lord wishes to tempt the man to discover whether he believed his riches had come from successful business enterprises or through the aid of the Lord, who is the cause of causes. If a man is wise, he will understand that it is within the power of God to provide him with a livelihood in one fashion, just as he had done in another, previous to the loss of his wealth." Section 12. The uses of life. A Hasid once asked the Berditchever rabbi to explain why the Lord did not provide him once a year with sufficient funds for his annual needs and thus free his mind for spiritual activities. The rabbi replied, "We cannot comprehend God's reasons. Perhaps he desires to see what use you will make of the life he has granted you, while you are burdened with the task of carving out a living." Section 13. The Rabbi's Wife. The Hacham Zevi was a rabbi in a German town in the early stages of his career. A manuscript was brought to him for his approval, in accordance with the custom of securing the consent of several rabbis before the publication of a new book. The Hakam found that the author was an adherent of the pseudo-messiah, Sabbatai Zevi, and in his wrath he hurled the manuscript into a burning oven. This being a felony in the region, the rabbi was forced to flee with his family to a town in Poland. He had in his possession a number of gold pieces, but since his family was large, it was necessary to spend a gold coin daily. When only one remained, his wife became discouraged and loudly bewailed their lot, bemoaning what the future might hold. The rabbi said to her, "If you have so little confidence in the Lord, I must secure a separation from you. You have not sufficient fortitude to be a rabbi's wife." A few hours later, a committee from Amsterdam visited him, urging him to become the rabbi of their community. The Hacham speedily repented of his hasty decision and obtained an annulment of it from many rabbis. Section 14. Thanks in advance. Said the Medzibuzer, "We say in the Sabbath evening home prayer, 'I thank thee for all the favors which thou didst to us, and for all that thou shalt do to us.' Why do we not wait until the favors come before we thank thee? It is because we may not be in the proper mood to thank thee as we ought when thy favors are made known. Hence, we thank thee in advance while we are in a mood of holiness." Section 15. God's abundance. Said the Besht, "God's abundance fills the world at all times, since there is no time above us, and it always seeks a channel through which it may descend unto men." If our words of prayer or learning are concentrated upon God, they unite with His abundance and form the channel through which it descends upon the world. Section 16. The pains of the Shekinah. Said Rabbi Mendel Vitebsker, "Those who fear the Lord cannot lack for anything, for everything in nature has been made for the benefit of man." Since God is omnipresent in nature, the Shekinah has donned innumerable garments in order to provide for the God-fearing man. The properties of things, the instincts of living beings, the aptitude and talents of thinking men, all these are the manifestations of the Shekinah, which endowed them for the good man's benefit. Thus it was that Ben Zoma said, when he saw a multitude from the temple hill, "Blessed be he who created all of these to serve me." God strives by these means to influence a man to use his opportunities to do good. More than this, the Shekinah lowers itself and makes itself manifest in penalties and punishments, intended to subdue man's heart through fear and prompt him to perform God's will. Hence, when a man is in want, he may know that his imperfections have caused the Shekinah to lessen its power of providence by donning a garment whereby its abundance becomes limited. It behooves him, therefore, to offer up a prayer that the Shekinah may be relieved of its pain, not, however, that he may be rescued from want, for his lack is evidence that he cleaves inadequately to the Lord. Section 17. Why doubt me? The premise laner commented upon the verse, I will tell of the decree. The Lord said unto me, Thou art my son. This day have I begotten thee. Ask of me, and I will give. Psalms 2:7, he said. The man who suffers poverty complains of the harsh decree against him. The Lord answers, Thou art my son. Does the loyal son doubt his father's ability to support him? Have I this day begotten thee? Who supported thee until now? Ask of me, and I will give. Hence, why dost thou complain? Why doubt me? Chapter 65. Service to God. Section 1. The Vessel. Said the apter, A man should not choose the form in which he wishes to perform the service of the Lord, but he should perform it in any manner the opportunity affords. He should be like a vessel into which anything may be poured, wine, milk, or water. Section 2. Food and Wine of the Spirit. Said the Kuznetzer Maggid, we read Numbers 15:21, Of the first of your dough, namely, of the first of your years, ye shall give unto the Lord. Do not wait until you are old to serve the Lord, but devote yourself to him in your early manhood as well. The Kobrener added, The Talmud declares that until the age of 40, we find more satisfaction in food, after 40, in drink. Should evil thoughts allure you to devote your younger years to physical enjoyments, be reminded that service to the Lord is like unto food, and food is best when fresh. Should you be allured in your later years to relax from labors in the service of God, be reminded that service to the Lord is like unto wine, and wine is best when it is old. Section 3. Reverence for God. The Gerer Rabbi interpreted Psalms 147, 10 and 11. The Lord does not desire to be served by the animal strength in a man, nor by the bodily might within him. He does not wish a man ever to exert himself or to serve him with the limbs. He does take pleasure in those who revere him and who hope for his kindness. Section 4. Learning from the Thief. Rabbi Bunam said, we may learn 3 things from a thief. First, he is not lazy to be active in his work in the middle of the night. Second, if he does not succeed on his first attempt, he repeats the endeavor several times until he has accomplished his goal. Third, he does not despise any article. The man who wishes to serve the Lord aright should utilize the same methods. Section 5. Learn service from everything. Said the Kobrener, the wise man learns how to serve the Lord from every phrase he hears, from every event he observes, and from every experience he shares. We read in Ecclesiastes 12:13, from everything that is heard, learn how to fear God. Section 6. The Nightingale. A man once came to the Lekivitzer and complained that he was aware of the imperfections of his service to the Lord, and that he was dejected of mood. His only consolation lay, he said, in his knowledge that others were inferior even to himself. The rabbi retorted, how can you gain any consolation from believing that others are worse than you? How do you know they are inferior? Let me narrate to you a parable from which you can derive comfort. A king had an orchestra which regaled him with music whenever he pleased. He also possessed a nightingale which sang at intervals. The king found himself rejoicing more in the natural, untutored melodies of the little bird than the studied harmonies of his orchestra. The King of Kings has hosts of angels who sing before him in perfect harmony, yet he prefers to hear the imperfect and oftentimes discordant praise of us mortals. As long as we offer our service to the best of our ability, we need never feel disheartened at our inadequacies. Section 7. The Staff of Misfortunes. Said the Radomsker, we read Song of Songs 1:4. O draw me, we will run after thee. A shepherd employs two methods to draw his sheep to him. He either whistles and they come, or he drives them with his staff and they move forward. In the first instance, they follow him. In the second, he follows them. We petition that the Lord should draw us nigh unto him by his voice, and we promise to follow after him. But we do not desire that he should drive us to godliness with the staff of misfortunes. Section 8. Attachment to God. Said the Besht, some seek God as if he were far removed from us and surrounded by many walls. They say, Song of Songs 3:1. I sought him, but I found him not. Had they been wise, however, they would have known that no space is free of him. They can find him in everything and everywhere. And they should understand that one who attaches himself to any part of God is as if he were attached to the all in all. Section 9. Day and Night. The Radvila rabbi commented on the phrase Psalms 74:16. Thine is the day, thine also is the night. If our service is for the sake of God only, said the rabbi, it is like the shining day. But if we serve God for the expected reward and also for his sake, then this service is dim, like the night. Section 10. Servant and Master. Said the Gerer rabbi, we call our prayers services to demonstrate that we are servants of the Lord. The servant owns no property except what he receives from his master. He has no anxiety concerning the future, since he relies upon maintenance by his master in return for his work. In our own relations with the Creator, we should feel like the servant towards his master, without pride in our possessions, and without anxiety if we lack them. Section 11. A Greeting. Every morning after services, the Sassover would call at the home of every widow in town and wish her a good morning. Section 12. Everything can be service. Rabbi Baruch of Medzibos once expounded the verse, if a man has two wives, one beloved and one hated, Deuteronomy 21:15. He said, not two wives, but two services are under contemplation. The one beloved is doctrine and prayer. The other, hated, is subservience to corporeal needs. But this, too, is law and service of the Creator. Even toil for the sake of earning money may be part of divine service. But if it be done in avarice, it is like the worship of the golden calf and the breaking of the tables of the law. Of the Neskaiser rabbi, it was said that instruction and prayer, eating, drinking, and sleeping were all parts to him of the study of divinity. Part of the infinite is hidden in all of man's faculties and actions, in speech and sight and hearing, in walking, standing still, and lying down. It is on this account that it is written in the Shema Deuteronomy 6:7, Thou shalt speak thereof when thou sittest in thy house, when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. Rabbi Jacob Joseph of Pulno taught, a man should have converse not only with books, but also with men, providing that he always have the fear of God before his eyes. Section 13. The Impulse of the Heart. Rabbi Ber of Radishitz asked the Lubliner to teach him the best way of serving the Lord. The Lubliner replied, the best way is the one to which your heart is drawn. Labor in it with your whole strength. Section 14. For your own benefit. A youth came to the Lekevitzer and asked to be taught how to serve the Lord. The rabbi replied, the Lord does not need your service. Do we not say in the Nila, Amidah, and if man be righteous, what can he give thee? What you may properly ask me is to instruct you how to serve yourself. You, not the Lord, will receive benefit from your mitzvot and your Torah. Amen. Section 15. Thanks to God. When a Hasid complained of his small attainments in the service of the Lord, the Radishitzer would say to him, "Offer thanks to God for what you have attained. Others have accomplished less." Section 16. In every circumstance. Said the Porosover, "It is not permissible to excuse your failure to serve the Lord by calling attention to your tribulations and your poverty. Bear in mind that David wrote the finest psalms while he was in the direst straits." He also said, "Do you wish to attain a higher degree in the service of the Lord? Do all you possibly can with your present powers, and I assure you that you will then attain more." Section 17. By his own abilities. Said the Besht, "No two persons have the same abilities. Each man should work in the service of God according to his own talents. If one man tries to imitate another, he merely loses his opportunity to do good through his own merit, and he cannot accomplish anything by imitation of the other's service." Section 18. Service without pride. Said the Besht, "When a man serves God constantly, he has no leisure for pride or other disagreeable traits. He feels that he does not belong in this world. Neither the respect or disrespect of men concern him. He is then able to perform any good deed without feeling pride in doing it." Section 19. Everything is equal. Said the Besht, in the verse, "I have set the Lord always before me," Psalms 16:8, the word shivathi may also mean, "I equalized. Everything becomes of equal worth to me because I serve the Lord constantly. I care not if I am praised or blamed, whether I eat dry bread or goodly viands." Rhyme, A. I serve equally in every circumstance and every place, when I am alone or when I talk to people, when I am at home or on the highway. I believe that God's care is never absent from me. He sends people to talk to me, since he wishes me to serve him through my speech with them. He leads me away from my home because I am wanted for his service elsewhere. Not I, but he, my God, knows what is for my good and what is not. Section 20. The will to serve. Said the Yud, "Possession of the will to serve God is very rare. Even a Zaddik merely possesses the will to have the will to serve God." Section 21. Service without regulations. Said the Yud, "All regulations concerning the service of the Lord, which a person may impose upon himself, are not binding, including this regulation as well. Many may serve God in an irregular way, yet it is true service nevertheless." Section 22. Profane. Phrases of holiness. Said the Rizener, "Abraham wished to enable men to devote a portion of the day to the Lord, and he therefore instituted the morning service. The Satan conspired against this and succeeded in capturing it by filling it with distracting thoughts. Isaac said, 'I will institute a brief service, through which men may perhaps be able to pray with the proper concentration.' This proved of no avail. Jacob then said, 'I will proclaim a voluntary evening service.' Perhaps the Satan will not trouble to introduce alien thoughts into an optional service, since a man may choose not to read it. But this, too, proved unsuccessful. The Ari said, 'I will institute the practice of silent meditation,' but this, too, proved unsuccessful. Hence the Besht said, 'Let the good man who cannot pray properly recite aloud profane phrases or tales, and endow them with a holy meaning.' This proved a successful remedy against the machinations of the Satan. Section 23. The Mesoritzer on Service and Worship. 1. Service from the heart is a source of great joy to the Lord. 2. He who gives pleasure to God receives godliness in reward. 3. The object of man's creation is that he should lead back all virtues to their source, namely, he should return them to nothingness, even as they were in their origin. This can be done through Torah, worship, and good deeds. Thus can he attach them to God. 4. We find that our limbs obey our mind. We are as limbs of the Most High, and it should be natural for us to obey the Supreme Mind. But our body is so engrossed in materialism that it knows not there is a Supreme Mind. No man should allow his mind to degenerate in order to please the body. 5. In order to offer proper prayer, we must feel ourselves encompassed by the light of the Spirit. 6. Through prayer, our thoughts may ascend higher and higher to the very seat of holiness. 7. In our prayers, we must become so absorbed that we see and hear nothing, even as we oftentimes become completely absorbed in something which interests us deeply. Chapter 66. Goodness, Men of. Section 1. Exceptions prove the rule. Why does the Bible relate the wrongdoings of good men? The Besht was asked. Would it not encourage righteousness to teach that good men are invariably good? The Besht answered, if the Bible failed to indicate the few sins of its heroes, we might doubt their goodness. Let me explain this by the following fable. A lion taught his cubs that they need fear no living creature, since they were the strongest on earth. One day, the cubs went for a walk and came upon a ruin. They entered and saw on the wall of the deserted castle a picture of Samson breaking in twain a lion cub. Judges 14:5 and 6. In fright, they ran to their father, crying out, "We have seen a creature stronger than ourselves, and we are in fear of him." The old lion questioned them, and on learning what they had seen in the ruin, he said, "This picture ought assure you that the race of lions is the strongest of creatures, for when once a stronger creature appears, it is pictured as a miracle. Exceptions prove the rule." Section 2. The Ehrlicher Yud. The Belzer said to his wife that an Ehrlicher Yud, a truly pious Jew, a Jew par excellence, was dead. "Who is it?" inquired his wife. "The rabbi of Dinov," answered the Belzer. "Was he then only an Ehrlicher Yud and not a famous Rebbe?" was his wife's question. "There are many Rebbes," replied the Belzer, "but few truly pious Jews." Section 3. The Nation's Memory. Said the Medzibozer, the expression, "Aaron shall be gathered unto his people," Numbers 20:24, means that the nation which produced Aaron will keep sacred the memory of his righteousness and holiness, and will seek to imitate his noble qualities. Section 4. God's Image. Said the Koretzer, the explanation of the verse, "Let me see thy countenance, let me hear thy voice," Song of Songs 2:14, is as follows. The Lord declares to the good man, "Let me be seen through thy countenance, for God's image is in the countenance of the good man. Let me be heard through thy voice, for he who hears the words of good men is moved to improve himself." Section 5. In Many Generations. Said the Lizensker, it is written, Genesis 6:9, "These are the descendants of Noah. Noah was in his generations a man righteous and perfect." The fact that Noah thought himself to be righteous and perfect made of him a good man of lower degree. He had descended. The man who labors in quest of the Lord never stands still. He either increases the purity of his service or he decreases it. Every such change marks a different generation in his life. It is in this way that a good man lives in many generations, as we read in the case of Noah. In his generations. Section 6. Rebirth. Said the Berdichever. We read Genesis 6:9. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was in his generations a man righteous and perfect, that is, wholehearted. We learn from this verse that the good man's generations are his good acts, the means by which he is continually reborn as a better and better man. Only this kind of man can be truly called born, as he seeks to be born again and again in an ever higher degree. We may thus explain the words of Rava in Makoth 17. When birth is given, it should be given to one like Rabbi Simeon ben Yochai, else there should be no begetting. Only an illustrious person, like Rabbi Simeon, is properly called born. Chapter 67. Hanukkah. Section 1. Hanukkah and Purim. The Gerer Rabbi explained why a special feast is ordained for Purim but not for Hanukkah. On Purim, we celebrate the annulment of the royal edict to destroy the body. Therefore, we partake of an enjoyable meal in order to give pleasure to the body. On Hanukkah, we were rescued from a decree which would have destroyed our soul. Therefore, we chant the Hallel and gratify our soul. Section 2. The value of martyrdom. The Gerer Rabbi gave another reason for the feast on Purim. Had the Jews been slain by Haman, their death would have served no holy purpose. Hence, we may celebrate Purim with a tasty repast. On the other hand, had the Jews been killed by Antiochus because of their fealty to the Torah, they would have sanctified the holy name. Hence, there is no occasion to rejoice unduly that we were not given the opportunity to die gloriously for the sake of the Lord. Section 3. Hanukkah candles. The Sachatzover Rabbi was asked, why does the Shulchan Aruch insist that one must buy Hanukkah candles even if he is destitute and must beg for the money, whereas other duties are not obligatory on the part of one who lacks the means for them? The rabbi replied, we find in the Talmud the rule that if a person contemplates performing a precept but is unavoidably prevented from fulfilling his intention, the Creator allocates to him the credit as if he had actually done the deed. Hanukkah candles, however, must be lighted, it is commanded, in order to give public testimony to the miracles associated with the festival. Inasmuch as mere intention to perform the duty will not give public evidence, therefore, this precept cannot be assumed to be fulfilled except through its actual performance. Section 4. An important holiday. Said the Koretzer, Hanukkah is an important holiday. It is the only period of celebration during the last week of any month. Section 5. The Divine Light. Said the Koretzer, for 36 hours, Adam enjoyed the divine light that was created on the first day and was superseded later by the sunlight. Then it was hidden. On Hanukkah, this divine light inspired the victory of the ancient Hasidim, and for this reason, 36 lights are kindled during Hanukkah as a memorial of the 36 hours that the first man enjoyed it. Since then, this divine light has inspired the creation of the 36 tractates of the Talmud. The Messiah will redeem us by this divine light. Chapter 68. Happiness. Section 1. 10 Rules on Happiness by the Slonimer Rabbi. 1. Happy is he who studies the Torah and gives satisfaction to his Creator, according to his ability. 2. Happy is he who constantly searches his actions and regrets every unworthy act. 3. Happy is he who recognizes the aid his master gives him continuously. 4. Happy is he who reminds himself at all times to fear the Lord and his retribution. 5. Happy is he who devotes his life to study. 6. Happy is he who sanctifies the name of the Lord by his acts and who takes care to avoid the opposite. 7. Happy is he who increases continuously his devotion in the service of the Lord. 8. Happy is he who withstands temptations. 9. Happy is he who serves his God with his whole heart, and who does not consider this out of the ordinary. 10. Happy is he who ends his days in repentance and holy service, and who dies with a clear conscience. Chapter 69. Hasid and Zadok. Section 1. Hasid and Zadok. The two types of Hasidism trace their origin both to Holy Writ and the Talmud. The scriptures place the Hasid upon a higher pedestal than the Zadok, who is regarded in Ezekiel 3:20 as a lapse into a lower sphere. Not before the advent of Hasidism did the Zadok reach his full significance as the Superman and just man made perfect, the highest within creation. The Hasid, in the goodness of his heart, waived his charter of privilege to be altogether subject to the Zadok. A few lines taken from the Bible and the Talmud will give their proper lineaments to both the Hasid and the Zadok. God, in Holy Writ, appears as a Hasid. I am a Hasid, said the Lord, and will not be angry forever. Jeremiah 3:12. A Hasidic trait is stressed here, the readiness of the Hasid to be pacified. God is also called a Zadok. A Zadok and a righteous one is Deuteronomy 32:4. Again in Psalms 145:17. A Zadok is God in all his ways, and a Hasid in all his deeds. Concerning this, the Talmud observes, he is a Zadok first, and then becomes a Hasid Rosh Hashanah 17b. Rashi comments, he is at first a Zadok in an impartial administration of justice, but when he turns from the law to perform acts of mercy, he becomes a Hasid. Hasid and Zadok in one person was King David. 2 Samuel 23:3. A Zadok ruleth over man, he ruleth in the fear of God. And Psalms 86 and Psalms 3. Guard thou my soul, for I am a Hasid. As the first of the Hasidim appears Adam Erubin 18b, but as the first of the Zadokim, Noah, of whom Holy Writ gives this account. He was a Zadok entire in his generation, and he walked with God. Genesis 6:9. There are many sayings in the Talmud characterizing the qualities of Hasid and Zadok. A Hasid is he who says, what is mine is thine, and what is thine is also thine. One slow to anger and quick to be assuaged, who doeth charity and wishes others to do likewise. Pirkei Avot 5:13-16. King David made manifest before the Lord, Lord of the universe, am I not a Hasid? Other kings, both of the east and the west, sleep 3 hours into the newborn day, but I arise at midnight to praise thee. Barakoth 4a. The Hasidim of former generations spent an hour first in turning their hearts to God before raising their voices in prayer. Barakoth 30b. The Hasidim of the Gentiles also have a share in the world to come. Tosefta Sanhedrin, section 13. Maimonides, Mishneh Torah, section Melachim. But even the Hasid, the most praiseworthy among men, is not altogether free of evil inclinations. Even the greatest of Hasidim is not free of the taint of sin. Midrash Rabbah, Vayikra, section 14. And even the chief of the Hasidim must not be made guardian over his own kinsfolk. Talmud Yerushalmi, Kethuv Hoth 1:8. Of the Zadok, it is said in the Talmud Babli, before the child leaves the mother's womb, it is placed under oath to become a Zadok, and not one of the wicked. But if a man be called by another person a Zadok, let him esteem himself as one of the wicked. Niddah 30b. Section 2. Confusion in numbers. Said the Rimanover, when 100 Hasidim come to me, even though half are sent by the Satan, I am able to drive out the evil in them. but may the Lord protect me from the confusion caused by a greater number of visitors. Section 3. How to attract adherents. Said the Rizener to the Ropschitzer, "Do you know that flies are drawn to fire?" "Yes," retorted the Ropschitzer, "and cream draws flies also." Section 4. True Hasidism. The Rizener asked the Rimanover, "Have you Hasidim?" "Yes, thanks be to God," answered the latter. "And wherein does their Hasidism lie?" "In the deep study of Halacha and the Tosafoth," said the Rimanover. "Then, in truth, they are genuine Hasidim," commented the Rizener. Section 5. Praise of the Tzaddik. The Gerer wrote in a letter to his sons and sons-in-law while in Harbasiof on the way to Brody, "To our sorrow, we are surrounded by fools whose entire Hasidism consists in praising their Tzaddik to the heavens, and everything else is subordinate to this. May the Lord implant within our heart a true seed of service to Him, and may He remove the unworthy soil which surrounds the kernel of truth and makes it hardly distinguishable. It is our duty to study constantly and to possess ourselves of the will to perform God's commands as enjoined in His Torah. Everything other than this is vanity and without value." Section 6. Interceding for the Hasidim. The Rosdoler dreamed that his father-in-law, the Zittitzover, appeared to him. He asked the Zittitzover, "Have you been admitted as yet into the right place in paradise?" The Zittitzover answered, "No, I am still in the vestibule of paradise, in order that I may intercede for my loyal Hasidim." The Rosdoler awoke and said to himself, "I shall do my best to perfect my Hasidim, lest any imperfect Hasidim shame me by keeping me in the vestibule of paradise. My Hasidim shall have no need of intercession." Section 7. Nature and Art. Rabbi Yuri Strelisker was asked, "Why is it that the Tzaddikim formerly were contented with small donations, whereas the present-day Tzaddikim ask for large donations?" "Because a natural rose is cheaper than an artificial one," was Rabbi Uri's reply. Section 8. Higher than charity. A non-Hasid asked the Kozmeter rabbi, "Would it not be a more virtuous act to distribute for charity the money which your Hasidim spend on communal meals and on wine?" The Kozmeter replied, "We find that during each period of 7 years, we were enjoined to set aside a second tithe for our own enjoyment in Jerusalem on the 1st, the 2nd, the 4th, and 5th years, whereas it was required to give the tithe for the poor only on the 3rd and 6th years. Hence, it may be deduced that enjoyment in an atmosphere of holiness precedes charity and is of double importance." Section 9. The Discipline of Hasiduth. The Mithnaged, Rabbi Zalman Posner, said to the Vorker rabbi, "The Talmud enumerates the many degrees of scholarship through which a man must advance before he attains the degree of Hasiduth. Yet your people call themselves Hasidim as soon as they visit a Rebbe." The Vorker replied, "When a man loves Zion, he calls himself a Palestinian, even though he has not yet settled in Palestine as he desires." When the Kotzker heard this, he remarked, "I do not agree with the Vorker rabbi. A man should not style himself a Hasid unless he is truly one. It is correct that a few chosen persons may attain the degree of Hasiduth without undergoing the preliminary steps. But when a multitude claim to do so, their pretensions are false, and it becomes imperative to return to the established manner of attaining by discipline and study the state of Hasiduth." Section 10. The Farmer's Criticism. Arav asked the Kozmeter rabbi why when non-Hasidic rabbis gather, they are friendly towards each other, whereas when Hasidic rabbis come together, they usually part in enmity. The Cosmere answered with a parable. A famous artist painted a remarkable landscape of a field with reapers working in it. All who saw it at an exhibition admired it greatly. Only a farmer shook his head in disapproval. The artist, who stood nearby, inquired what mistake the farmer found in the picture. The farmer replied, "Reapers must bend down to do their work, but in your picture, they are standing upright." "Your criticism is correct," said the artist, "but had I painted the reapers bending down, their faces would be indistinct." In the same fashion, continued the Cosmere, if the Hasidic leaders were constantly in agreement, their teachings would be unclear, and they would tread out no new paths in the service of God. Every leader would believe his road to be the best, else he would not have chosen it. But the variety of opinions gives to the Hasidim an opportunity to choose between them. Section 11. In his father's footsteps. The Viceroy of Austrian Poland demanded that the Hasidim defend themselves in his presence against the accusation that they were impractical dreamers and mystics who misled the youth. The Ropshitzer determined to send his son, the Linsker, to the Rav of Lemberg, where the Viceroy resided, in order to request that the Lemberger's son accompany him to the hearing before the Viceroy. The Lemberger acceded to the request on the understanding that the Linsker conceal the fact that he was a Hasidic rabbi. When they came before the Viceroy, the Linsker found favor in his eyes by virtue of his wisdom, cultivated speech, and admirable manners. The official asked the Linsker whether he was a Hasid and received an affirmative response. On their return to the house of the Rav, the latter's son reported that the Linsker had made a highly favorable impression, and although he confessed to being a Hasid, this had not injured his cause. The Lemberger Rav asked the Linsker, "Why did you not keep your pledge not to admit you are a Hasid? You took a grave risk that the Viceroy might reject your testimony on the ground that you were an interested party." The Linsker replied, "Quite the reverse, Rabbi. Had I denied being a Hasid, the Viceroy would have said to us, 'Since you are not Hasidim, how do you know with such certainty that the accusations against them are unfounded?' But when he knew me to be a Hasid, and yet a man of culture and sense, he was compelled to listen to me. As to the understanding, had I refused to agree to it, you would not have permitted your son to accompany me." The Lemberger Rav smiled and said, "Not for naught does the world say that the Ropshitzer is a man of wisdom, and that his son is not much different." Chapter 70. The Heavenly Tribunal. Section 1. Speaking the Truth. Rabbi Elimelech Lizensker once said, "I am sure of my share in the world to come. When I stand to plead before the bar of the heavenly tribunal, I will be asked, 'Did you learn, as in duty bound?' To this I will make answer, 'No.' Again, I will be asked, 'Did you pray, as in duty bound?' Again, my answer will be, 'No.' The third question will be, 'Did you do good, as in duty bound?' And for the third time, I will answer, 'No.' Then judgment will be awarded in my favor, for I will have spoken the truth." Section 2. The Sinner's One Mitzvah. The Belzer recounted the following story. There was once a very wicked Jew who disregarded every law and commandment. He clung, however, to a single mitzvah. He never ate a meal without washing his hands before. He was once on a journey and became ravenously hungry. He looked about for water, but could find none. Then he recollected a spring in the neighborhood, but remembered that a band of outlaws were concealed in a cave nearby. Nevertheless, he resolved not to break his lifelong custom, come what may, and he turned aside to the spring. After the ablution, the brigands captured and promptly slew him. His soul came before the heavenly tribunal, and without any deliberation, decision was rendered that he should be sent to paradise. May this be a lesson to you, continued the Belzer. A single mitzvah, even one unmentioned in the Torah, if adhered to, verily at the cost of one's life, is sufficient to atone for numberless transgressions. Section 3. The Rich Thief. Two merchants were on a journey. In the middle of the night, one stole the other's purse. Both chanced to be in Berdichev and visited the rabbi. The loser complained of his loss and related the circumstances. The rabbi detected the thief and exclaimed, "Woe is me! What can the archangel Michael say?" He then called the thief aside and said to him, "Did you understand me? Michael is the counsel for the defense in heaven. When a poor man steals, he is able to argue in his behalf. But when a rich man steals, what can he say?" Section 4. Full of mitzvot. Rabbi Abraham of Slonim commented on the phrase in Psalm 51:5, "And my sin is ever before me." Only those good deeds or sins performed with thoroughgoing intention ascend to the heavenly tribunal to be recorded. Those done half-heartedly remain here below. Good people perform their beneficent deeds wholeheartedly and their occasional misdeeds unintentionally. Hence, their good deeds ascend on high and their transgressions remain ever before them. On the other hand, the wicked perform their occasional good deeds without the proper enthusiasm, and their wicked deeds with zest. Hence their good works remain below, and their transgressions ascend on high. The Talmud, Haggadah 27a, implies this in the words, "The transgressors of Israel are full of mitzvot, as the pomegranate is full of seeds. They are full of mitzvot, because, having been performed without the proper spirit, they do not ascend on high, but remain continually with them on the earth below." Section 5. Heavenly Juries. Said the premise laner, "There are 3 juries in heaven. The unlearned man, unacquainted with the teachings of the Tzaddikim, is brought before a jury consisting of angels. Angels have no conception of a mortal man's temptations, and they decide according to the strict letter of the divine law. One who is learned in the Talmud and early rabbinical works is brought before a jury consisting of the souls of Talmudists and illustrious rabbis, since through study of their teachings, the soul to be judged has a relationship to them. These souls, however, departed from the world so long ago that they retain only a dim remembrance of worldly desires. Their verdict, therefore, is also harsh, though milder than the judgment of the jury of angels. One who has oftentimes visited the Tzaddikim and listened to their teachings is brought before a jury consisting of the souls of Tzaddikim who have died recently, because the soul newly arrived has been close to them. These souls of the Tzaddikim still remember all the snares of the world and its passions. They therefore bring in a mild and compassionate verdict, taking into consideration all the circumstances. Section 6. Only devotion counts. Said the Mykolayever, "An old man and a youth died on the same day. When the heavenly tribunal inspected their deeds, it was announced that the old man had 2 years to his credit, and the young man 18 years. It was explained that only those years which are devoted to the Lord are accounted of merit in heaven." Section 7. All the day. The Medzibazar commented on the verse, "My tears have been my food day and night, while they say unto me all the day, Where is thy God?" Psalms 42:4. How can you enjoy your food and your pleasures when you remember that in the afterlife you will be asked, "Where was thy God all the day?" Then you will recall that you remembered God only at the time of prayer and did not hold him in mind all the day. Section 8. The Weighted Scales. Said Rabbi Elimelech of Lizensk, "People come to me with various plaints. One wishes a livelihood, another a cure. Why do they come to me? What do they wish of me? It must be that it is known to all that I am a great sinner, and that, by my transgressions, I have weighted down the scales of the universe towards chastisement. Hence they come to me, exclaiming, "Give us back the life, the children, the food, of which thou hast robbed us." Section 9. The Redeeming Mud. The Reziner sojourned at the home of a certain wealthy man on one of his visits to a neighboring village. The wealthy man complained that the multitudes who came to see the rabbi brought mud on their feet and soiled his home. The rabbi thereupon related to the magnate the following tale. Once a poor villager came to the town to earn money for the Passover. After nightfall on his return to the village, laden with purchases, his horse and wagon fell into a pit made swampy by the spring rains. A rich man passing by heard his cries and helped his own driver extricate the villager. He roped the latter's wagon to his carriage and accompanied the poor man to his hut. On beholding the abject poverty in which the villager and family lived, the magnate gave him several hundred thalers. When the wealthy man died and was brought before the heavenly tribunal, it seemed as if his demerits because of certain business dealings would result in his sentence to purgatory. Suddenly, an angel of mercy appeared and asked that the heavenly scales be used to determine whether the worth of his good deeds outweighed his sins. When consent was given, the angel placed on the scale of good deeds the poor villager and his family, whom the rich man had saved from misery. But this did not suffice. The horse and the wagon were added, but they did not aid. Then the angel placed on the scale the mud and mire, out of which the rich man had helped rescue the villager. And lo, the scale of good deeds dipped with its weight, and the magnate was saved from purgatory. The host understood the Reziner's hint and complained no more of the mud on the shoes of his visitors. Chapter 71. Holiness. Section 1. The life of holiness creates holiness. The Mesoritzer explained that the saying in the Ethics of the Fathers, 2:1, "Know what is above you," means, know that everything above is due to you. It is your life of holiness that creates holiness in heaven. Section 2. Rays of the Spirit. Said the Sudilkover, every human action sends a ray of the Spirit into the realm of divinity like a stream of running water. When the channel is clean, the water running through it is pure. Likewise, if a man's action is worthy, its spiritual influence makes for holiness. Let us beware, lest we send up rays of impurity. Section 3. Souls in Holiness. Said the Radomsker. We read in Exodus 1:6-7, "And Joseph died, and all his brethren, and all that generation. And the children of Israel were fruitful and increased abundantly." A soul, usually, does not wish to descend to earth in a body, inasmuch as it may easily become corrupted and lose its purity. But when the souls observed an entire generation of souls ascend to heaven after departing their bodies in increased purity and holiness, a multitude of them petitioned the Lord for permission to enter bodies and gain the opportunity to become holier. Section 4. Be ready. Rabbi Shmelka of Nikolsburg said, we read, "Speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say unto them, Ye shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy." Leviticus 19:2. I shall give to the word kadosh its other meaning, to be ready, and will explain the verse thus: Ye shall make yourself ready to receive my laws, for I, the Lord your God, I'm ready to give them to you. Section 5. Awakening Holiness. Said the Apter, holiness has the effect of awakening holiness. It cultivates the better nature of those who observe it. We learn that when the artists who wrought the holy objects for the tabernacle reported a surplus of materials, Moses did not ordain that no more materials should be brought, but that no more work should be done. This was because the people, aroused to a sense of holiness and dedication, could not be restrained from bringing gifts as long as a holy work was being performed. Exodus 36, 4-6. Section 6. The Farmer's Egg. Said the Besht. A farmer held an egg in his hand and mused, "I shall place this egg under a hen. I shall raise up the chick, and it shall hatch other chicks. I will sell them and purchase a cow." And, while planning thus, he squeezed the egg, and it broke in his fingers. In the same fashion, some people are satisfied with the sum of holiness and knowledge they have attained, and think constantly that they are superior to others. But they do not perceive that by doing this, they lose even the little they have attained. Section 7. Going back. The Yud declared that if a man does not feel that he has advanced in holiness during the day, it is certain that he has fallen back. He was better the day before. A man always moves, he never stands still. If he does not advance, he retrogrades. Section 8. The Rarity of Holiness. Said the Koretzer. The learned are fewer in number than the ignorant. Still fewer are the righteous. Fewest are those who can truly pray. Holiness does not care to leave its heavenly abode for this mundane world, and only a few ardent supplicants can induce it to descend. Section 9. Our Final Aim. Said Rabbi Bunam. Two merchants go to the Leipzig fair. One goes by a direct route, another by an indirect, but both reach the same destination. Likewise, the aim of service to God is to attain holiness and to arrive at the point where we make God's will our own. Hence, as long as we reach this point, it makes no difference how long we have served the Lord. One may die young or in the prime of life and become just as holy as one who has died in old age. We are taught by the Talmud, it is the same whether one does much or little, so long as he has aimed to do God's will. Section 10. Exit and Entrance. Said Rabbi Bunam. The Talmud teaches us to walk into the synagogue the width of 2 entrances in order that we may pray, not to stand near the door. This means that we should first open our heart in order that the spirit of worldliness may make its exit. Then we must open our heart again to give entrance to the spirit of holiness. After this, we may pray properly. Section 11. The Deeper We Fall. The Stretner was discussing the worth of repentance. He said, "The Kabbalah teaches us allegorically that there are 50 regions of holiness above and 50 regions of impurity below. When a wicked man has descended to a low region in the section of impurity and there repents sincerely, he is lifted up to the region, bearing the same number in the section of holiness. The deeper he has fallen, the higher he ascends through repentance. As we say in the New Year hymn, our return from afar causes us to ascend his holy mountain." Chapter 72. Holiness, Sparks of. Section 1. The Diamond. The Rizener explained thus the verse in Exodus 10:23. "But all the children of Israel had light in their dwellings." Each one of us possesses a holy spark, but not everyone exhibits it to the best advantage. It is like the diamond, which cannot cast its luster if buried in the earth. But when disclosed in its appropriate setting, there is light, as from a diamond, in each one of us. Section 2. Sparks of Holiness. The Mezeritzer explained that the Tzaddik acts as the seed of the world. The seed, when planted, draws its sustenance from the soil and brings forth fruit. Likewise, the Tzaddik draws forth the holy sparks from every soul and brings them on high as an offering to the Creator. Section 3. The Self-Limitation of God. Said the Mezeritzer, Were it not for God's self-limitation, creation would not have been possible, and his divinity would be unknown. It is like a father who places limitations upon his intelligence and descends to the understanding of his small child, when through his love he wishes to speak with him. In this fashion, God limited himself, in order that he might be known in his love for his creatures. 2. There are sparks of holiness in everything, and it is they which constitute the spiritual life. 3. The holy sparks yearn to cleave unto man's intellect. 4. It is the duty of man to restore the holy sparks to their source. By this act, a man may enter the palace of the source of sources. 5. A man's conscience troubles him only when he commits a serious offense. This shows that the holy spark is most powerful in the greatest sinner and compels him to repent speedily with complete sincerity. Section 4. Nature and its sparks. Said the Mezebozer, the Lord placed sparks of holiness within everything in nature, whether composed of organic or inorganic matter. It is his will that man bring forth these holy sparks by his holy deeds and elevate them to their source. It is for this reason that man may eat the flesh of living beings as well as the food of growing plants. By reciting grace over them, he raises them upwards. But how can holy sparks be brought forth from bitter and inedible matter in nature? This is done by their use as medicine for the sick. If the ill man is worthy, he accomplishes this purpose and is cured of his ailment. Section 5. The Torah's Clues. Said the Besht, a king dropped a gem out of his ring and gave his favorite son a clue as to its whereabouts. Thus, he might show his diligence and sagacity in pleasing his father. Likewise, God has dropped sparks of holiness upon the world. Through his Torah, he gives Israel clues regarding the places they have fallen on earth, so that Israel may return them to him. Section 6. The Altar in Our Heart. Said the Besht, the Torah commands us, fire shall be kept burning upon the altar continually. It shall not go out. Leviticus 6:6. Our heart is the altar. In every occupation, let a spark of the holy fire remain within you, so that you may fan it into a flame. Section 7. Why was he marooned? The Koretzer had 10 Batlanim idlers subsidized for study in his synagogue, to each of whom he gave a ruble a week for the sustenance of their families. A certain Rabbi Jacob distributed the money. Once he discovered that he had been given only 9 rubles, and when he sought an explanation from the Koretzer, the latter declined to give the reason. Rabbi Jacob distributed the 9 thalers, but had nothing left for his own family. Stricken by melancholy thoughts, not only on behalf of his household, but also lest the Koretzer had found him wanting, Rabbi Jacob saw before him a flour merchant. The merchant said, I hear that you are in dire distress. Take some sacks of flour and sell them in the market. Jacob sold them to good advantage, and soon opened a food and fruit store where he prospered. The local count wished to purchase oranges for a celebration, inasmuch as they were a rarity in this region of the Ukraine. The count's servant bought them from Jacob, who had just received a shipment from Palestine. The count was delighted and visited the store in person. Observing the admirably displayed goods, he said to its owner, Leave your store in the care of your family, and I will make you attendant-in-chief of all my estates. Jacob's diligence and integrity continued to please the count, and he said to him, I have no children, and I wish a monument of life size to be placed at my tomb. I need large-sized pearls for the eyes. These can be purchased only in India. Go there for me and buy them. Jacob asked for 3 days to consider, and went to the Koretzer for counsel. He left several hundred thalers for the rabbi, but the latter refused to see him, and he was forced to go on his journey without his master's advice. Since only silver bars were acceptable money in India, Jacob arranged that they be shipped in large cases. The count's servants loaded these on the ship at Odessa and returned home. The captain of the vessel plotted to steal Jacob's baggage, which he surmised was valuable. When the ship stopped for water at an island, he invited the passengers to go ashore and return at 3 whistles. Jacob, however, was told to return at 6 whistles. In this way, the captain left without him. In great peril, he was forced to keep himself alive by eating wild fruits and berries. Eventually, he was taken off by a passing ship. When he returned penniless to Keretz, he learned that the count had died and that a fire had destroyed all his possessions. Jacob went directly to the Keretzer and received a hearty welcome. The rabbi said, "There were sparks of holiness on the island, which it was necessary for a good Jew to restore to their source. Regret not the opportunity granted you, for you served the Lord well. Here are your last donations to me. Marry off your daughter and come back to me as my chief Batlan." Chapter 73, Holy Meditation in Solitude. Section 1, Sayings of the Bratslaver. 1. Every man should devote much time to meditation between his Creator and himself. He should judge himself and determine whether his actions are correct and whether they are appropriate before the Lord who has granted him life and who is gracious to him every moment. If he finds that he has acted properly, he should fear no one, no officials, no robbers, no beasts, and nothing in the universe except the Lord. When he learns this, he will have attained, first, perfection in the study of the Torah and in meekness, and second, perfect worship wherein all material considerations are forgotten. Worship which asks for no personal benefits and which prompts one to forget his very existence. 2. He who meditates in solitude before God receives divine inspiration. 3. He who is pure of heart will find new thoughts and new phrases every time he meditates in solitude. 4. A man's longing and intense desire to cast away any evil within himself and to attain goodness recreates his soul in pure goodness. It should be expressed in words in order to give it actual and true expression. 5. Meditation before God brings forth the holy spark that is found in every Jew. It lights up his heart and thereby deprives him of all desire for evil. 6. The chief object of meditation is truthful confession of a man's every act and the cultivation of a sense of contrition for his sins. 7. Meditation and prayer before God is particularly efficacious in grassy fields and amid the trees, since a man's soul is thereby strengthened, as if every blade of grass and every plant united with him in prayer. 8. In meditation, a man may discuss his tribulations with God. He may excuse himself for his misdeeds and implore the Lord to grant him his desire to approach nearer to God. A man's offenses separate him from his Maker. 9. It is impossible to be a good Jew without devoting each day a portion of the time to commune with the Lord in solitude and to have a conversation from the heart with Him. 10. Even though a man may feel he cannot concentrate adequately upon the theme of his meditation, he should nevertheless continue to express his thoughts in words. Words are like water which falls continually upon a rock until it breaks it through in similar fashion. They will break through a man's flinty heart. 11. A man should say every day in his meditation, "I shall commence today to cleave unto Thee, O Lord." No man can remain in the same position without change. And hence, in the achievement of goodness, we must frequently alter our place. Whether he falls back or moves forward, he will at least have commenced afresh. 12. In true meditation, a man cries to the Lord like a child to his father who is about to take his departure. There is no sadness in this weeping, only longing and yearning. Chapter 74, The Holy Days. Section 1. The Knot. Said the Alexandria rabbi. The psalmist in Psalms 118:27 orders us, "Bind the feast with cords." The meaning of this phrase is as follows: unless the tailor knots the thread, his labor is in vain. Likewise, unless we strive to secure in our minds the lessons learned during the holy days, the rabbi's work is for naught. Section 2. The Second Day. The Lubavitcher rabbi said, on the first day of the festival, God invites us to observe a day of rejoicing. On the second day, we invite the Lord to rejoice with us. The first day God commanded us to observe. The second day we instituted ourselves. Section 3. The Reconciliation. The Kuznetzer Maggid told the Yud that he felt a greater sense of holiness on the second day of a Yom Tov than on the first day, and asked him to explain the reason. The Yud replied, when a bride has displeased her bridegroom, she seeks reconciliation with him by proving that she desires his companionship intensely and is loath for him to leave her presence. Consequently, the bridegroom's love is strengthened. Exile is a symbol of God's wrath against Israel. Hence, when the Jews in exile devote an extra day to God and keep it holy, they effect a reconciliation between the bride of Israel and the holy bridegroom, thereby gaining a stronger manifestation of God's love for Israel. Section 4. The Second Instruction. Said the Kuznetzer Maggid, a festival is called a holy convocation or a calling for holiness. In Palestine, the holiness is brought down in one day. In exile, 2 days are required. It is as a child who does not understand his teacher's instruction the first time and needs to be taught again. Section 5. Adapting our services. Said the Medzabozer, during the holy days of Tishri, we serve the Lord with our entire body. On Rosh Hashanah, our service is with our brain, since memorial is within the mind. On Yom Kippur, with our heart, since fasting weakens the heart most. On Sukkoth, with our hands, since we hold the lulav. On the rejoicing of the law, with our feet, since it is customary then to dance and march. Chapter 75. Honors, Dislike of. Section 1. Twice Told Honors. When Rabbi Shmelki came to Nikolsburg to assume his duties as rabbi, he locked himself in a room and began to pace back and forth. One of the welcoming party overheard him repeating again and again the many forms of greeting he anticipated. When the welcome was concluded, the man confessed that he had overheard Rabbi Shmelk and inquired if the rabbi would explain his odd action. Rabbi Shmelka said, I dislike intensely honors which tend to self-pride. Therefore, I rehearse to myself all the words of welcome. No one appreciates self-praise, and after becoming accustomed to these words of acclaim by frequent repetition, I no longer felt pride in hearing these very phrases uttered by the committee of welcome. It is in this fashion that I understand the saying in the Ethics of the Fathers, may the honor of another be as dear to you as your own honor, just as one does not care for the honor he pays to himself, so he should not care for the honor which another pays to him. Section 2. Distasteful Honors. When Rabbi Phineas Hurwitz came to Frankfurt to take up the post of rabbi, he received an overpowering welcome. Thousands of people surrounded his carriage. A friend asked how he felt in this hour of triumph. The rabbi replied, I imagined that I was a corpse, being borne to the cemetery in the company of multitudes attending the funeral. Section 3. In the same profession. Rabbi Aaron Lieb Premislaner went to pay a visit to Rabbi Mendel Rimanover. This became known, and some Hasidim went out on the highway to meet him. When he noticed them from afar on his high seat, he speedily changed his clothes with the driver in order to avoid the undesired honor. His noble mien, however, betrayed him to Rabbi Naphtali Ropshitzer, one of the welcoming party. Therefore, while the others shook hands with the supposed rabbi, he gave greeting to the real rabbi, and said, laughingly, "A thief cannot deceive another one in the same profession." Section 4. Where is this rabbi? The warden of a rabbi persuaded him to travel to a certain town where his name was famous in order to gather donations for his causes. It was necessary to arrange this in secret, inasmuch as the rabbi would otherwise have refused. When the rabbi's carriage was a short distance from the city, the warden halted it on the pretext of making repairs and sent the driver ahead to announce the coming of the rabbi. The townspeople in great throngs hurried out to welcome the rabbi. Seeing the oncoming multitude, the rabbi asked the reason. The warden answered, "They have come out to welcome the rabbi." The rabbi sprang out of his carriage and, hurrying to meet the crowd, shouted, "Let me join you in the good deed of paying honor to a learned man. Where is this rabbi?" Section 5. The Bratslaver on Honors. Part A. 1. A man should diminish honors to himself and strive to increase the honor of the Lord. 2. Do not pursue honors, rather flee from them. Then God will approve your honors, and people will not investigate or question whether you deserve your honors. 3. Through a recognition that your honors are as nothing compared to the glory of the Lord, you will attain understanding of the profundity of the Torah. 4. Through bringing nearer to God those who are far from Him, you will increase the glory of God. 5. You will attain honors by honoring those who fear God. 6. Accept no position of honor unless your faith is perfect. If you are superstitious, you have an imperfect faith in God. 7. The Lord permits no durable leadership to those who accept a position of honor on the plea of reforming the community. The reformer's true desire is rather to attain the honor. 8. Leadership cannot be lasting without respect for wise men. 9. Be careful to give due honor to the sons of the lower classes who engage in the study of the Torah. Your honoring of them will serve to encourage them and bring forth their best abilities. 10. There are so-called leaders versed only in superficialities and outward values. They cannot lead even themselves, and yet their evil impulse prompts them to lead others. They are not so much to be blamed as those who vote for them and support them. These adherents will be called upon eventually to give an accounting for their action. 11. The unworthy leader causes disrespect for Jewish decisions and promotes Jewish migration to new settlements. This is like unto the exile from Palestine, since every place that has been a Jewish settlement for a long time has become, in a sense, a land of Israel. 12. The worthy leader causes non-Jews to respect Jewish decisions and achieves additional holiness for his place of residence. 13. Honor is felt by the soul, therefore place it to holy use, and your soul will increase in holiness. 14. When leadership comes to a worthy man, he is certain to be faced with opposition at the commencement of his term of service. 15. Through charity, one may preserve the holiness of honors. 16. One who is well known is compelled to bear the tribulations of many. 17. When leaders become self-satisfied, the Lord Himself inaugurates opposition to them. 18. One who desires honors is unwise, since honors are nets stretched out to ensnare the soul of men. 19. One who stresses his dignity is far from wisdom. 20. The earnest leader rises to the highest honors. 21. Leadership interferes with inspiration. 22. Holy leadership depends upon mercy. The leader must know, however, whom and how to pity. Murderers, thieves, and the thoroughly wicked deserve no compassion. The chief point of compassion is to influence everyone to lead a blameless life and to guide him in it. 23. A careless leader is responsible for many crimes. 24. Envy of another's greatness and honors may lead to the loss of faith in God. 25. Proper reflection will show that honors and leadership bring more heartaches and contempt than pleasures even in this world. They are likely oftentimes to degrade the soul. Part B. 1. He who creates an enlargement of God's glory receives honors. 2. Meekness brings honors. 3. The honors given to the Torah protect the donor from enemies. 4. The despised man is the one who loves falsehoods. 5. The persecuted win honors. 6. Persons who honor each other are worthy of respect. Section 6. Looking backwards. A man complained to Rabbi Bunam. The Talmud tells us that when a man runs away from honors, honors run after him. Now I have run away from honors, but honors do not pursue me. The reason, explained the rabbi, is that you keep on looking backwards. Section 7. Pride in honors. Said the Koretzer, if a man honors you, he considers himself less important than you at the moment, and he thereby becomes a better man than you. The more he honors you, the more he actually grows at your expense. How then can you feel pride at being showered with honors? Section 8. The unselfish man. Said the Koretzer, fame is constantly seeking a man with whom she can abide, but she avoids a man full of pride and selfishness. Upon the latter she cannot descend, inasmuch as she cannot tolerate a competitor. She seeks rather the man who is unselfish and modest, for there she can rule supreme. Section 9. Wait not for insistence. Said the Rimanover, if thou art a person of importance, and people invite thee to enter or leave first, and thou art aware this will be insisted on, accept the honor at once, without declining it. Do not permit thy thoughts to wander high and low on paths of pride and the desire for honor. Accept the preferred honor immediately, and let not thy mind dwell upon it. Section 10. Pursued by honors. Rabbi Nehemiah, son of the Yud, said, I heard from the Rizener an explanation of the statement in the Talmud that when one runs away from fame, honors pursue him, Erubin 13a. It would seem more just that God should fulfill the desire of them that fear him, Psalm 145:10, and not cause undesired honors to pursue the God-fearing man. The Rizener explained that if a man still needs to run away from honors, he is clearly fearful that honors will make him arrogant and haughty, and he is therefore not truly a God-fearing man. Honors pursue him for the discipline of his character, so that no amount of honors can weaken his humility. Then he will no longer need to flee from them. Section 11. Increasing and decreasing honors. Said the Savraner rabbi, commenting upon the statement, he who enters a city should pray twice, once when he enters and once when he leaves. Barakoth 54. When it becomes known that a famous rabbi is about to visit a city, a small delegation is dispatched to welcome him while he is yet far from his destination. A larger committee awaits him nearer the city, and a multitude honors him at the city gate. When he departs, the reverse occurs. A crowd bids him farewell at the city gate. A smaller group accompanies him a few miles, and a still smaller company remains with him for a distance. The Talmud teaches us that the rabbi should pray for ability to accept with humility both the ever-increasing honors accorded him at his arrival and the ever-decreasing honors tendered him at his departure.